last major international event. It's Ultra Academy North America. He gets far! He gets all four! A team, and then the kill comes out, and Hixie will get another championship from Ultra NA. It was the last one left. Now it's the last chance for Ultra, and they're getting peace at the front doors of the lobby.
7 seconds needed, and this could be the hole to do it. Benza putting them in the dirt. Team War.
Bueno, que por ahí ya están lloviendo las balas. Savage quiere revisar. La gente de Master Tech.
Still with the Savage take that another miss. That's what he ought to do. Almost getting another.
And we finally crown a Challengers champion again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Touchdown, joined by Comica. We're going to be covering some Latin American action for you guys today. And Comica, I'm excited, man. We've been waiting. We've been sitting on this call. We've been ready to go. We have an incredible matchup, a 4 and 5 seed coming up for you guys here shortly.
Yep, it's going to be Alpha Esports versus Benza X Masters. For those of you guys that are not aware, this is in the top part of the bracket. So the winner of this will be going on to fight either D1 Gaming or PJ & Co. And so, yeah, that's number 1 seed, more than likely that they're going to be having to go up against. But it's going to be a nice little get ready for that type of situation for either one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, and so maybe we want to explain to the people who may not be aware, I'm sure most people are, what exactly is happening in the Last Chance Qualifier, Comica? Because we have 4 teams that have already qualified to go to Champs, and that is Toronto Academy NA, Toronto Academy EU, Team War, and Ironblood Gaming that already have locked in their spot. But maybe give people a refresher about what's actually on the line in this tournament here.
Well, as the name would suggest, this is your last chance to qualify for the champs. What's the name? Again, what are they calling it these days? Touchdown. It's the finals basically for challengers, and so this is your last chance to make it up with those 4 other teams and compete in the finals of challengers and make the most amount of money that you can possibly get. It's the most glorious stage of the competition for the year, and so yeah, hopefully. I don't know. I'm just hoping that the best team does make it through.
The stakes can never be higher, is what we're saying,
Right.
essentially. I mean, this is your last chance to really prove yourself in Vanguard as we kind of look towards the end of the season. And, you know, all these teams are hungry for that. They're hungry for this opportunity. They're hungry to showcase their talents. And, you know, I mean, there's a lot of talent here in the Latin American side that needs to be shown off. And I'm excited to see who can potentially win this tournament today. And like I said, we have a pretty good matchup going into the first one right here. So, I mean, we have Benza versus Alpha Esports. There's some popular names in the Latin American scene. Like we have Combo on Alpha Esports. We have Chaos over on Benza. And that's a matchup that I'm looking forward to myself. Again, both of these teams pretty even in terms of pro points. So they're seeded pretty evenly. I think we're going to have a pretty exciting match. We can maybe talk about what our maps are going to look like here as well. So we're actually going to start out with every caster's favorite one to start out with on the day. Get myself warmed up a little bit. We got some Bow Cage hard point for you guys, followed by a Desert Siege S&D. Map 3 will be a Tuscan control. Then we move back to Gavutu, and then Tuscan for the last 2 maps if it takes that long. So should be a pretty exciting series. We have a variety of a map pool, and we have we're starting it off pretty hot with some Bow Cage here.
Yeah, it's a warm-up for the players and warm-up for the casters as well. I'm thoroughly convinced, Touchdown, that the players always pick Bow Cage first because they need some time to get their kills in. Like, I mean, shooting bots is one thing, but you just always want to be getting in your engagements, and that's the map where you can get the most engagements. It's like on some maps you'd be hard pressed to get like around 100 or like 70 even engagements, but like on that map, 70 engagements, I could see a lot of teams getting that. And so definitely going to keeping them nice and warmed up as they go into the Desert Siege Search and Destroy, a map that we've been seeing a lot more recently, although some people don't necessarily like it. It's starting to come into more prominence as some of the other maps have been a lot more played out than others. Desert Siege, it started getting a lot more prominence when teams would, just expect that the other team would ban it just because they just don't play it. It's sort of like a taboo thing to do is to play that map. But once other teams started to play it, it sort of forced people to either ban it or learn it themselves. And so we saw the same thing happening with other maps in previous CODs like Piccadilly. And so, yeah, just as that map came into prominence a little bit more towards the end of the season, and so is Desert Siege.
Yeah, I have maybe an unpopular opinion depending on who you ask, but I love Desert Siege S&D. I think we see a variety of gunplay. Obviously, you have the center of the map where you're going to have more submachine gun play, a lot of quick pace plays, doubling up, moving quickly essentially to try to take on either bomb site. But as far as the rest of the map goes, I mean, it's a lot of long range engagements. You can see snipers, you can see ARs. I mean, there's still small alleys for subs. I think depending on what kind of strategies you have in S&D, Desert Siege can be, a pretty exciting map to watch and play. I'm mostly just excited about the sniper play, and I get way too excited about it because usually, the sniper on the map, even if it doesn't end up getting a pick, it adds a presence to the map. It adds a different element to the game that you have to be, thinking about. Kind of like how Piccadilly was in Modern Warfare, if you really think about it. It adds a different element to the map, and it's something that I'm excited for, and something that I hope we get to see. And then, moving into Tuscan Control as far as our third map goes here. That map has been played so many different ways this year, and again, it's probably, in my opinion, the best control map we have for us. So we start off pretty hot with the fastest pace hardpoint, a pretty interesting S&D map, and then move into Tuscan Control. I mean, that's a recipe for a good series thus far. So, Comico, let's go ahead and make a wild prediction here for both of these teams. Yeah. I want to know what your thoughts are. What's my map count? Who's winning what? Let's try to go through it.
Well, just based on the experience that I've had casting over TradeX in the past, I know that he's pretty nasty in the Search and Destroy, so I at least have to give the first Search and Destroy to them just on the premise that he got an ace in the last Search and Destroy I casted him in. So, yeah, I would say that I give slight edge to Alpha Esports, especially considering that they are, I believe, they're not the top seed, but I still give them the edge just in the Search and Destroy as long as they can take one of the respawns.
Yeah, I mean, this says S&D wins championships. All you got to do is, win 2, 3, and 5, and you're looking pretty good. And if Alpha Esports is the S&T juggernaut that you're saying they are, I mean, it's very likely that's the kind of team that they could be. On the other side of things, you have Chaos, Elites, Beal, and Krebs. That's a pretty good respawn team, in my opinion. Chaos in particular is the kind of the leader of the squad, and I expect them to come out and show out pretty well in the hard point here. So my prediction, I'm going to call 3-1 in favor of Benza just for fun. I don't know. I don't know what's giving me that feeling, but that's where I'm starting out here, Comica.
Yeah, and I mean, it could definitely be that. I don't have the most amount of experience, but the most amount of experience I have is in TradeX, and so I'm leaning a little bit into that. I hope to not be proven wrong as we get into this first hard point on Bocage.
Yeah, you got that. You got the confidence, though. That's what I appreciate. You don't have to have an opinion, but you got the confidence in what you're saying. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 1, Benza versus Alpha Esports. We're going to go ahead and hop on board with TradeX, and then we said who's going to be hot in S&D. He's kicking things off for you guys on Bocage right now.
Yeah, he's a pretty nasty sub, so I can definitely see a lot of good stuff coming out of him on this map as well. Combo going to be the first to fall from Chaos, and Benza is actually going for a lot of good early time. Unfortunately for TradeX, he's going to be getting knocked out pretty early, and Benza, this is some pretty good holistic control. They're getting control over the middle of the map for the time, which is atypical, but also getting a lot of overall map control towards the spawn. Alpha Esports is recovering pretty nicely from this, though.
Yeah, Alpha Esports is off to a slow start, but it's just a matter of getting a few kills. Obviously, on Bocage, anything can happen. I mean, you can flip the spawns in a matter of seconds. You can get 4 dead in a matter of seconds. The engagements are just so close range. But Benza, I mean, honestly, to end up with about a 20-point lead towards the end of this first hill, that's pretty crucial for them, and they're also trying to play for these spawns right now. Elite's picking up 1 in combo. He's finding 2 in his kill feed right now. Those are 2 big kills on the rotation. Finds 3 with the pistol. Jano goes down. Elites, he's on a 4 spree. He's on top of the roof. He's jumping down, picking up all the kills, and he might be thinking about streaks already, Comica.
Yeah, it's not Christmas time yet, but Elites is already rocking on the rooftops, coming around the back, killing another one, and oh my god, there goes KO as well. Elite's still 5 in his back pocket and sitting on the objective. There's really nothing that this guy can't do. Benza coming into this objective. This was where Alpha Esports was looking to climb their way back into it after a very rough P1, but unfortunately for them now, that's not going to happen. Combo is going to finally open up onto his first kill. I think that's emblematic of how much Alpha has been struggling in the beginning of this map.
Elites, he's going to get bad timing there. Oh no, he loses the streaks, but Alpha Esports manages to break the hill right here, and they actually have the spawn for next as well. So if they can at least keep this hill white, that's going to be pretty good play for them right now. And Combo's doing just that with the AR. He's holding things down. He knows Chaos is going to be pressing for him as well. The shots come in. Oh no, Alpha Esports might actually have a chance to lose the rotation now as Krebs is picking up a big kill as well. He needs to find one more, and Janoson does just that. What a kill right there by Krebs. Big rotational kill. He knows Combo's going to be looking for him in the back as well. However, they do have a spawn here. Combo just hasn't called it out yet. So Combo trying to hold down the spawns, just won't be able to do it. And Benza off to the hottest start of a bow cage you could possibly want out of this team.
Yeah, handball time off of P1, keeping your opponent's spawns nice and neutralized for the P2, and then going and taking the spawns right back out from under their noses again. Elite trying to get a turn onto Tradex. Maybe I should have put more stock into Elites as he absolutely world stars them again. 10-2. Is there really anything this guy can't do? Alpha Esports does finally get on the objective a little bit, but it's still being just brought down upon by Elites. Look at that, taking them off the objective once again, seeing them hop on, popping in, killing them off of it, and already getting some mid-map control. He's going to get behind one, and almost gets the turn onto KO, but not quite going to be the case that time. Alpha Esports, it's still not out of the realm of possibility that they come back, but this first 3 hills have definitely not been kind to them.
No, the first 3 hills have not been in their favor, but that's the thing about bow cage. All it takes is one good hill on you, and you can definitely get that here. After this barn hill, I think that you move into this P5, that's where you can build up a lot of time really quickly. So if I'm Alpha Esports, I'm really focusing on this next rotation. It's going to be hard to do that when Elites is already 14-4 with 24 seconds in the hill. This man is doing it all for his team. 15-4 as they break in once more. 40 seconds to go on this hill, and they have full map control yet again. Alpha Esports just spawning completely out, not really being able to take the gunfights, but Tradex is in. He's picking up 2 right there. A big kill into the hill as they finally get this break. This could be the 30 seconds they need to tie things up.
Yeah, crazy as it sounds, they're literally all negative, but they could still find their way back in, although this hill would be a difficult one to do it off of. They're doing a pretty decent job off of it, all things considered with how the game's been going so far. But as you can see here, Beal and the guys, all they got to do is hop in a corner, and it's going to be difficult. But luckily for Alpha Esports, they're going to all jump out at once. They're going to get fried all at the same time. Alpha Esports, in the meantime, they're going to be... This is the hill that they're really going to be looking to get back in the game off of. But it's a lot easier said than done. It's the reason why this hill is a money hill is because it's one of the more easily defendable hills in the entirety of the map. There's a lot of cross corner areas that you can set up, a lot of crossfires, a lot of long angles that you can hold. So since Alpha Esports was unfortunately unable to get the rotation, it's going to be painful for them to go back in. Although no one's looking bottom side towards tanks, so that could lead to a lot of problems, especially if KO's able to get this kill, which he does.
KO gets a beautiful kill right there to get the break, and some help right there as well. He picks up Elites, the hardest man to kill on the map right now, so they get the break. That's a pretty good break on their part. Again, this hill, as we said, is a money hill. It's very difficult to break, but I mean, that was absolutely perfectly executed by them. However, nades do come in. It's going to be harder to hold that hill, and the nades are flying, and they just managed to barely maintain control right here. Alpha Esports doing a great job. It's worth noting that your player to watch, Tradex right here. He's 15-4. He's doing the best he can right now. Most hill time for his team. He was actually on a 5 spree just a second ago to break that hill. And what a kill right there from Tradex once more. 16-4. Make that 16-15 right now for his team. He's popping off with 33 seconds in the hill. And just like that, after one rotation, we're within 10 points. Bocage can swing back and forth just that quickly.
Yeah, Tradex, he's definitely had a little bit of a difficult start, as did the rest of his team, but he's really starting to come back into prominence. I think he's gotten like 7 kills in the last 2 lives, I want to say. And so, yeah, definitely starting to get back into the swing of things. Benza, despite all their good works and all their good killing, are only 20 points in the lead. That is pretty much all the time they got off of P1. So far, that is making a serious difference. Alpha Esports, if they're going to be looking to break the deadlock, I would anticipate that they're going to look to try and get some time off of this as well, at least to bait them off of it. Unfortunately, now is not a time that they can do that because they're literally all dead. So instead, they're going to try and go for spawns for next, which is the good call here. Tradex in the middle of the map does win a nice little 1v1 and tries to get the counter chow out and ready, but unfortunately that's not going to happen for him either. And now Benza, they're pretty much as set up as they could possibly be going into this P2.
Yeah, I mean, they have complete map control for P2. Another hill that you can chain together a lot of time on, but Alpha Esports looking to spawn in the back. Beal calls it out, though. Manages to find one, but gets turned on by Combo. A big kill right there from the leader of this squad. KO does end up going down, but Jano's there for the trade. Benza now up by 40 points yet again, and they're holding on to a lot of this map as strongly as they possibly can. Jano finds one, looking for the second player on the hill, gets some calls out from his teammates, but unfortunately, he is going to fall. Chaos and Elite's picking up 2. Combo finding 2 in your kill feed. Just managing to play his life in the back of this 10. He knows that they have map control, but he needs his team to support him here. Tradex looking to pick up some cutoff kills as well. KO does hop the hill, but not before Combo falls, and your AR is falling on this map. Makes it difficult to hold down this P2.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for anybody to get any time, really, because just the positions are so good at negating each other. You got Combo on this back, on these back barrels area, and you can easily get someone with the AR control from Benza that they have over under the tank. So they're able to quite easily negate the time that could have been gotten by Alpha Esports, and they're on the rotation again, beating them out once again. And so Benza, this was a hill that they did get a decent amount of time off of at the expense of Alpha Esports, and they're set up and ready to go for it again. Unfortunately, Tradex going to miss his initial shots. Should have been a kill that he has, but Krebs is going to be having a lot better aim in the situation, so they will be getting an extra 15 seconds up on their opponents courtesy of that.
I mean, it's just been the story of the game so far, as the rotations have been on point for Benza and just a little slow from Alpha Esports. And on a map like Bocage, I mean, you can flip the spawns pretty quickly, as we see here. Alpha Esports with the break and potentially the spawn flip as well. If they're lucky, they're unable to push that out, though. It's just, the rotations have just been too little too late on their part. When Elites is frying the way that he is, you got to be on point with these rotations. The man is 29 and 14, nearly double positive right now with 35 seconds in the hill. This roaming sub roll on Bocage can be so critical for your team, and he's playing it perfectly right now. Alpha Esports, Tradex is trying to do that on his own. He's 24 and 24 with nearly a minute in the hill, and he's really done it all for his team. I mean, the slaying, the time in the hill, he's holding down angles, he's rotating early. It's just been slow from the rest of the squad right now. They need to wake up, but Chaos and Elites already on the rotation, just taking out Keo. I'm going to give Keo the benefit of the doubt here. This man has been rotating. It's just he's usually caught in a one-on-two and kind of these awkward gunfights where he can't really make an impact. And the impact kills, you know, that's what wins you a hard point. It's the impact kills in these rotations. Tradex trying to do that as well right now. He's 25 and 25. Big kill right here. Picks up the player on the back tank. Knows there's one more around the corner and finds Elites. That's
nice
a big
wipe.
kill from them. Huge play. Now Jano is going to be sitting pretty in the hill here for a few seconds.
Yeah, and they're pretty much going to need all this time. Will they be able to get it? That's going to be difficult. KO is going to be in a position where he could definitely facilitate that as he gets another one down, and they're trying to get him out of their spawn, because if they get stuck in here, it doesn't matter if one of them gets to the hill. They're probably instantly going to get traded out by the superior numbers on the hill. As I'm saying that, superior numbers are not going to be there anymore. Jano does eventually get taken down after taking down 2 himself. Tradex coming in for the trade out kill, living up to the namesake once again. And so while it won't be all the time that they were hoping to get out of this alpha, it's still going to be the vast majority of it. If you look at Jano, he's going to be all the way rotated, but with all of his team dead, it's going to be very difficult for him to hold on to this up against superior numbers. But Benza, they're being pretty slow on the retake. They could have made that transition a lot quicker and just hopped over the wall, but that's going to allow Alpha Esports a little bit of time to recover, and recover they will.
They did exactly what they needed to. Krebs managed to pick up a big kill right there as well. So the hill is white. You still have to lead, but Keo he's on the hunt right now. He's dodging through the tunnels, picking up a player. Just unable to take out Chaos on the other side of things. Chaos doing what he can with this AR on this map. And you know, if you're an AR on P5, you're having a field day right here. This is your time to shine. It's holding down these long angles. But players continue to be traded back and forth. Tradex picks up 3 right there. That's a huge kill from him. The hill is going to remain white for maybe the last couple seconds here. And if I'm Alpha Esports, every second counts, just because you've been so slow on the rotations. But Beal, if he has anything to say about it, he's going to try to pick up the last few seconds here himself and extend this lead for Benza. A good play from him here to the end of P5 is moving to our 3rd rotation.
Yeah, Benza, they're actually going to deny quite a little bit of time and get some into their own hands. That 10 seconds that they will be getting is huge. And not only that, but the fact that they are able to kill pretty much the entirety of Alpha Esports going into this hill means that P1 could be a money hill for them once again, especially Combo doesn't get that kill. And with all of Benza's positioning, they're going to be able to surround and pound and easily going to be able to break this 200 threshold off of this hill. No one even getting close because Elites is running up on their spawn and killing them for fun, just trying to pad the stats, almost reaching that 70 engagements I was talking about going into this 40 and 23. How do you like that? But Tradex is going to be finally coming into a little bit of prominence, taking down 2, but unfortunately for him, Elites is going to be the gatekeeper of P1. And so Benza finally falling out of control over P1 will be getting quite a massive lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to chain together a lot of time on P1, but I mean, Benza, when the slaying is there and Elites is just playing that roaming sub role that we talk about so perfectly, so important on this map if it's done well, and completely detrimental if it's done poorly. But he's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's hopping and supporting the hill when he can. He's getting the kills otherwise, and then whenever your team's winning rotations like Chaos is right now, it's going to be a pretty good recipe for success here on Bocage. One thing to keep in mind is we're coming down to the end of the timer here. Only 24 seconds left. So if Benza, I mean, if this hill goes white for just a few seconds, I mean, it's faster for them to win that way than it is for them to win the game by holding the hill. You might as well just stay off of it if you can. But Chaos said, now let's try to extend this lead. Let's make it a little bit more comfortable here. Make them come to us. They have to contest it. As long as they're contesting it, we're still winning as well. Combo making the push, just unable to get anything going. Krebs with the AR has been on one as well. 34 and 31 for his team with over a minute in the hill. And Elites, I mean, he's been the story of this entire thing.
Oh my God.
2 more in your kill feed. Can he pick up the 3rd? No, okay. Keo does manage to find that one. Won't be able to take out Beal, though. And Benza, You're only a few seconds away from taking map number 1. Alpha Esports, it's time to start thinking about their regain as we move into S&D. We said there might be a stronger S&D team. Obviously, this hard point's not done, but Benza's frying right now, and that's hard to beat a team who's slaying out this well, especially on Bow Cage.
Yeah, I was really going into this thinking that Trade X would be a huge advantage for them in the subs, but I clearly did not know that they had a player like Elite's 46. Still going to hit 48 by the end of this map as they hop on. 10 seconds remaining. Elite's looking to pad stats even more. Takes another one on the way out and teeing up Beal for a finish. Could have been a really good finish from either way. It's going to be a win coming out very soon for Benza. 3 seconds or 7 seconds, however you like it. Still trying to contest this to the very end is going to be Alpha Esports, but the end will come regardless as Benza will be taking this 244 to 181.
Elites was having a field day there in that last hill. I think he told his team, I said, we need to keep holding on to this time here for just a second. He's in your final kill feed right now. Look at that stat line. 48 and 30 with nearly 5,000 damage. This man was on a mission. On the other side of things, Trade X dropped to 40 as well. He had 20 non-traded kills. Just doesn't compare to the 33 that Elites had on his sub. And that man, he was really the X factor in map number 1. That was exciting to watch. And we talk about fast-paced gameplay with Bow Cage a lot, but Elite took it to another level. My man was constantly pushing out spawns, constantly on the rotation, and picking up all these impact kills to keep Alpha Esports essentially just off the hill for as long as possible. Going into that last hill, he had 42, 43 kills, ended up with almost 3 or 4 more, and the game was decided by the time, not even by the time on that hill. So Elites, great map 1 performance and a great overall map 1 performance by Benza Esports right there to take the early lead.
And so based off of that, I'm a little bit more worried going into the Desert Siege, not just because they were able to get such good setups. It's one thing to get setups in a search and destroy because you have time to set them up, but they were very quick with the setups, especially in such a fast-paced map. And so, when they had them, I'm thinking that the defensive sides should be pretty dang good for them. Although Alpha is going to have a little bit of time to recover and think about what they want to do going in. It's going to give them a little bit of respite as opposed to on Bocage. So I don't think that's going to be necessarily the biggest of things, but what I think is going to be a bigger thing is the fact that Elites is just such a demon. If they put them in that middle of the house, no one's going to be able to take it away from them. I think that what you're really going to have to be looking at here for the side of Alpha coming out of this is we need to lean a little bit more on some AR presence, maybe get some good snipes. It's going to be very difficult for us to take control of this middle of the map, especially with a player like Elise that can just tie us into knots in a tight, close quarter situation like that house. So I think that if Alpha is paying attention to that I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them going for the outsides of the map.
I think they stick to the outside of the map. I agree. I think that A is going to be your best friend here as we move into Desert Siege. You definitely want to take on the longer range engagements if you can, just because Elites is already hot. The man must have been shooting bots for a minute. But on the other side of things, Trade X, he had a very good game himself. His team just couldn't win the rotations. He went 40 and 40. He had an incredible number of engagements, and he had a lot of really important kills. It was just a matter of losing those rotations. Benza was on point with that. And obviously it's different in S&D. It's similar. It's similar in some ways to Hardpoint in terms of, making a break or a rotation together, but very different with the strategies. And, if you look at how well Trade X performed in map number 1, and the AR play was still pretty solid out of them. They could be poised for a pretty strong Desert Siege map number 2. Who knows? But Benza, they came out hot. They came flying out of the gates, and that's where I might give them the edge going into this map as well. It's just a lot longer range than and a lot slower than what we saw on Bow Cage. So I don't know. I think my prediction, I'm going to keep my 3-1 in favor of Benza here, but Desert Siege, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I still think it's very possible that Alpha come out and win this. Maybe they were just a little bit slow off the blocks, and that allowed Benza to take a pretty sizable lead. The lead that they got in the beginning was pretty much the scoreline towards the end. And so, yeah, I think that if we can see Alpha getting off the blocks pretty quickly as opposed to, falling behind early and trying to play catch up with Benza as they did in the first map, then it's very possible that they could be winning. We saw some great things out of them, especially Trade X, able to live up to his name. He literally went 40 and 40 trading out. Had them. I'm thinking that the defensive sides should be. Yeah, that all remains to be seen, ladies and gentlemen. We're setting up the second map any second now. And when we get that for you, we'll be coming right on back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in here with Benza versus Alpha for LATAM Last Chance Qualifiers. And so, yeah, in case you guys missed the first map, Benza is currently up 1-0. They won the first map 244-181, and I'm joined by Touchdown.
Get it, ladies and gentlemen. We're in map number 2. We're going to slow down the pace just a little bit, hopefully, from Bocage, for my sake and Kamika's sake a little bit here, but hopefully you guys are ready for some S&D. This is what a lot of people get excited for, and I'm excited to see how these teams start off with their strats. Again, Benza came out hot map number 1. We're thinking about what Alpha Esports is going to do. We think this map might favor them slightly, and God, this is so tense already, but TradeX, he's going to get caught off guard right there by Chaos right there in a nice little 2-piece, and Beal, he's getting aggressive as well. We saw the sniper out of Janos. They just weren't able to really match the pace right here at Benza, and Benza's continuing the pace that they had in map number 1. It's currently a 2-on-4. Combo and Keo looking to try and get this bomb down over towards A, but they need to find a pick first, and that's just not going to happen when Chaos is playing like that. 1-on-4 situation for Combo, and that's difficult on Desert Siege. Benza continuing to steamroll Alpha Esports with their pace and their quick subplay yet again.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of the outcomes that I potentially saw coming out. This was going to go either one of two ways. One was the steamroll that we just saw coming out quick, just like we saw them on Bocage, or we would have seen the counter setup coming out from Alpha and they just play right into their hands. Unfortunately, it didn't seem that Alpha was as ready as the neutral perspective would have hoped that they would be to catch out and counter Benza's aggression. So we're going to see if they're more apt to do that on the defensive side. We've got KO on the outside of the map with the AR, and I do believe he has a sniper overwatch, but the stun is going to be landing and taking him out, opening things up for the plant already.
I love saying that as a caster. I come in here and say, we're going to see some slower gameplay. It's going to be a lot slower, search and destroy. And we see the exact opposite. I mean, Benza just continuing more of the same right here. They're not playing scared at all. They're playing confident. If anything, the guns are hot and they're taking advantage of it. I mean, this is another 3 dead combo left in yet another 1v4. Manages to find one. Won't be able to pick up anybody else. And just like that, I mean, Benza's up to a quick 2-0 lead. This has been complete dominance out of them, both in the hard point and now as we move into the S&D. I mean, we're seeing more of the same right here. Chaos, my man's already 4-0 with the AR on this map, and he's playing aggressive with it, and it's working out for him. So, I mean, a quick 2-0 from Benza. If you're Alpha Esports, I mean, you got to be thinking, we might as well just sit in our spawn, or you got to match their aggression here. What are you thinking, Kamika?
I think it would be a mistake for them to match their aggression. I just think they have to rely on the fact that their opponents are going to aggress on them in their spawn and set up a little bit more adequate trades because, I mean, Alpha Esports have been getting caught quite alone and unable to get any trades whatsoever. Beal is going to run up on them again. They're going to be hearing that bust through the wall type of situation. He's going to see TradeX, in fact. Yeno getting shot on the outside, and so, yeah, at least Alpha Esports has control over the inside. They could make the transition over to B, but Combo, they know exactly where he is. And this lack of map control, the ability to punish from any lane whatsoever, is going to be there still. KO able to get a good little kill onto one of the main fraggers that we were worried about, but still, Alpha Esports, they are well and truly on the back foot. Yeah,
I mean, they're on the back foot, and they're just kind of at the mercy of Benza's pace right now. And just as we see Benza really speed things up, watch this, they've essentially cut noise. And Alpha Esports is trying to match that aggression right now. They're pushing, you know, pretty aggressively through the middle of the map. They know that that's where they're going to end up getting the most engagements against this team. But Benza, they're not giving them anything right now. So now if you're Alpha Esports and you're on offense, it's a lot more difficult to try to find these players. And just like that, I mean, a big kill from TradeX. So they match the pace at this point. TradeX picking up a big kill. They're looking to go ahead and work B, and Krebs calls it out. But Keo with a big kill right there. So just like that, the round has been turned on its head. The bomb is going down at B, and Beal left in a 1-on-2 against TradeX and Keo.
Oh, but unfortunately, huge bay from KO. Seriously, the fact that he was able to stay alive there forced him to go in for the full committal, and it gave TradeX just enough time. He wasn't initially in position to get the trade out kill. Beal could have easily gotten away if he had been able to fully finish off KO. But because he was able to stay alive, stay behind those boxes, and take the FMJ shots instead of the straight-on shots, he's going to be getting his team just enough time to win the game outright. So Alpha Esports is coming a lot sooner than maybe a lot of us would have thought, but they are finally clapping back into the game. It just requires them to take stock of the situation and not lose too much going into the initial merge of the round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge round for them. That could be the big momentum swing that they needed. This is an S&D focused team, a 2-3-5 kind of team here. And they know how to play S&D very well. We saw it right there. They just need to manage to control the pace on their own. Beal looking to go ahead and get this bomb down on B, and Combo knows he's there. He's going to go for the challenge. Won't be able to pick him up, but he does get a few tags on. They know where he is. They got the intel. Combo sees Chaos pushing up towards this bomb, but that head glitch is just too strong right there. Combo you're going to get ripped off of that one any day by Chaos. Whenever he's 5-1, he's playing as hot as he is with this automaton. So now, Alpha Esports in a 3-on-4, make that a 2-on-4 as Krebs is holding down the flank. A big play from him as well. He's kind of that island player, and he's holding down big lanes of the map right now. So that means it kind of just cuts the map in half for Alpha Esports, and they know that. They're just unable to pick up the kills right here. Keo, he's going to fall as well, and just like that, Benza respond back with a very strong round of their own, taking this 3-1 advantage. Whenever they set the pace, I mean, Alpha Esports is truly at the whim of them, but whenever Alpha Esports can finally maintain some map control, I mean, we see the potential there in S&D. It's just Benza moving a little bit too fast for them right now.
Yeah, and I respect the fact that Alpha Esports realize that their opponents, if they meet them in the 50-50 situations, they will lose. So they try to play a little bit further back, give a little bit more up to their opponents for the sake of staying alive and potentially getting a retake. But you have to do a little bit more up until the retake. I just feel like the walk up to the bomb site wasn't covered properly. So the fact that he was able to not only plant but get out with his life was really detrimental to Alpha Esports, and something they maybe want to have someone holding the outside of the map more, where like Chaos is a little bit quicker in the future. But
I mean, if you look at that, I mean, we saw 3 people essentially push the same thing right there with Alpha Esports. They're trying to just get middle of the map control. And that's what we said. Whenever they get map control, they're lethal. I mean, look at KO right there, picking up another one in your kill feed. That's big. So now Tradex and KO with 2 big kills to start off this one. Elites, he's going to fall to a nade. So now Chaos, I mean, he's your top fragger essentially in the lobby right now. If anybody's going to be able to do a 1v3, 1v4 situation, it might just be him. But the odds are stacked against him when the middle of the map is completely in control by Alpha Esports. The only player outside of the map right now, KO and Jano, they're looking for this player on the outside. They know Chaos can be running an AR, so it's going to be hard for them to play in the middle of the map. He's going to pick up 1. Won't be traded quite yet, but there he goes. Alpha Esports, again, whenever they can maintain map control, they are lethal in S&D, as we have seen. And the strategy worked for them that time, sending 3 people in the middle of the map, and Combo picking up your final kill right here to finish off Chaos.
yeah, and so unfortunately, I had a little bit of lag in that round. I didn't get to quite see a lot of it, but it seems like Alpha Esports have been starting to get a lot better on the attack, on the defense, where Benza have just been running up on them. They just still need to find a way to counter that a little bit more, especially towards the B bomb site. Benza, they've pretty much been given free reign in the middle of the map, especially with Alpha Esports afraid to really push too far in. But Tradex able to catch Elites on the run up. That's going to be huge. Sees Chaos as well, but the bomb site has been reached. The good thing about this happening this time for Alpha Esports is they've at least killed one, and they have the majority going into the retake, and they're able to find Beal on the transition away from the bomb site. So that is huge. Outside of the map is going to be theirs for the taking. They do lose one along the way, but ooh, the envelopment could definitely come in, and Chaos definitely can make things interesting as he can hop over the wall, but they see it coming. Just got to cover this defuse. Got plenty of time, though.
They got plenty of time, and Benza, I mean, they got the bomb down, but they were down a man from the beginning of the round. It makes it difficult whenever Tradex is playing this well. He's 6-5 at this point, and he got some help from KO right there to finish it off. And just like that, what was once a 3-1 lead is now a 3-3 lead. They managed to win an offense and a defense back-to-back, and that's exactly what you needed for Alpha Esports to try to come back in this series and, you know, try to take this map off of them. Because Benza, I mean, they set the tone in hardpoint, and, great teams in S&D are essentially made from how you react to things. And Benza obviously came out hot, and Alpha Esports has reacted appropriately. I mean, Tradex is 6-3. Jano is 0-5, but I will say he's been playing a very important role for his team. He's getting a lot of intel. So I'd like to see if he can if he starts picking up some kills here towards the end. I think Benza's in for a hurting here in the second map. So we're going to go ahead and hop on board with Beal right now. He's on the top of the map. And again, in Codcaster, we can see all these wonderful outlines. We can see where all these players are. The tension, you can cut it with a knife. Everyone's around each other, but the bomb is going to go ahead and go down to A. KO is going to be taken out by Krebs, and now a 4-on-3 retake in favor of Benza.
Yeah, they will still have a lot of time in some decent fallback positions. Combo, it's just, he's in a difficult spot. He's in one that they really need to keep a Chaos being behind. They're at least going to have a little bit of a heads up that Yano is coming, but unable to get the turn. Benza, the envelopment comes out way too fast, and the coordination, the ability to collapse on themselves together has been the thing that has really been helping Benza out. The coordination has just been a little bit better for them tonight, and that's shown in the fact that this score line is very, very close, but still in the favor of Benza.
Yeah, Benza, I mean, that was a good response for them. Again, it's all about, what strategies you're playing chess the entire time you're playing S&D. Where am I going to put which player at what part of the map, and how are we going to do it differently on every single round? So, I mean, Benza, a good response right there, and a strong play out of Chaos again, who's, now on a 2 spree right there, and he's starting off hot. I mean, he has 9 kills already through 7 rounds. That's very impressive on him. A little over a kill per round. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that in S&D, especially when you're not getting traded. KO going to go ahead and start things out by finding Elites right there. Elites, the player that we saw in map number 1, really take the entire map by storm, is now only 2 and 4. He's going a little bit slower. I think it's just his aggressive play style. Alpha Esports is starting to call that out, and they're starting to be ready for it. It's just hard to continue to play this aggressively whenever Alpha Esports is set up the way that they have. Benza really being forced to slow things down. You got to think that's making them a little bit uncomfortable here, given how much we've seen they enjoy to keep the pace up.
I think it's also that Elise was able to catch them out a lot on the respawn, and running into an opponent that's ready for you every single time is a lot different. So he will be dying in the very beginning. Like Lenny Kravitz, but anyways, Krebs is going to be still chilling in the middle of the map. This is some good overall control. They could make a transition over to A or B. I'm thinking B would be a little bit better of a bet for them, but they don't want to go there because they have literally no intel on it whatsoever. Beal has been spotted and Chaos has been killed. Good shots going onto the face of Beal, trying to get him hit with the stun check, but it's going to be going a little bit wide. Krebs running out of time and running out of life as Tradex sliding in, asking him some questions with the pistol, but Beal getting away, but not getting out alive. Alpha Esports, Tradex with a trade. It will be getting back to 4-4.
You could just see how uncomfortable Benza got, though, whenever they're forced to shut things down and all the noise is cut. They don't have any intel on where the enemy is or where they're posted up. And they just kind of fall apart right there. They're really relying on the fact that they can just run up in your face and pick. I mean, in a one-on-one situation, the gunny is just hot out of Benza. But the strategy from Alpha Esports is what's really dominating this game. I mean, now at this point, Tradex was, essentially sitting around a similar scoreline as like what Krebs is right now. And the man is now sitting at the same scoreline as Chaos. They're really setting him up for success right here. I mean, Tradex, the guy we said you need to watch in S&D and essentially be the person that we said you need to watch in Respawn as well. He's come to play today. Krebs, though, is going to find Jano again and again, and Jano is now 0-8. Krebs picking up 2 big kills right here. Looking for the pistol for the third. Goes for the ego. Now combo is going to fall. It's just like that. Tradex 1-on-4 situation.
Oh, man. Get wrecked, son. I'm sure that's exactly what he was thinking in that situation. Krebs, he's about to find the final player, turns and burns on him. And Benza, they will be getting first to map point. But yeah, I do have to say, I agree with your point 100%. The fact that Alpha are in this whatsoever with one of their players being 0-8, he was going in this round James Bond LARPing, but he's going to be coming out of it still without a kill, 0-8. It's definitely a testament to how good overall their strategy has been in order to feed a player like Tradex, but it's still going to need a little bit more from Yano. He's going to need to get at least a kill, I anticipate, going into this round. Otherwise, they're going to be straight out of luck.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to step it up right now. Like I said, I give him the benefit of the doubt. He's been in some sticky situations. He's been at the mercy of Benza's pace. He just hasn't been able to get anything going. But, I mean, this is the round to do it. Everything else doesn't matter if you end up winning this game and Jano picks up a kill or two here. That's all I can say. But, he's going to already be hit by a nade. He's kind of just getting caught out in these awkward positions. The nade is going to go on to B, but they're not going to be able to get him off that bomb, and it's going to be planted. That's huge. That's a big plant. Now, Benza, I mean, it's a 4-on-4 retake for Alpha, and they have a player who still has yet to get a kill. Make that a 4-on-3, but Tradex, big kill right there to trade it out. 3-on-3 at this point. KO with a big kill right now on Chaos, though. 2-on-3 right now. Tradex, Jano, and KO. Again, a player who's not gotten a kill yet. He's going to have to find one here. Beal and Elites, though, on the other side of things, defending things. And Tradex, this man is on a mission, 12-5. He is going to be called out by Elites, though.
Oh, you got to get that defuse.
He needs to get the defuse down, or the defuse needs to come in. They're going to find the last player right there, and just like that, they managed to take the round. They managed to stay alive. Alpha Esports, what a retake right there with the bomb down.
Yeah, looks like I was mistaken about Yano having to get a kill in order for them to keep going in this game. Somehow, some way, Tradex is putting his team on the backpack, but with a little bit of help from his friends. Alpha Esports finding their way into the final round, round number 11. This could literally go either way, but man, they really got to make sure that they keep control over those outsides of the map. That could have been a seriously bad situation, especially letting Chaos get into a position like that. They just got to make sure they have all their angles covered going into this one. And Yano would really help if he got a kill.
Yano needs to get a kill right now. It's important. This is the round where you need to do it. Again, nothing else matters if you can pick it up right now. Elites is going to fall. That's a big first blood, but Beal, he sees these players.
Oh, what a whiff!
KO and Tradex, he's actually going to find his teammate, unfortunately, so now it's just a 2-on-2 situation. Chaos and Krebs, Tradex and Jano. That was an exciting start to the map, but, if anybody's going to be on this team that you want alive right now, it's Tradex, and on the other side of things, it's Chaos. God, this is so tense. Everybody just cut noise. They stopped everything. Tradex does manage to pick up the bomb, and they know that Krebs and Chaos are ready for it. They're looking for these players to be running. Tradex managed to slide right by, though.
That's crazy.
You can see on your mini-map right now, these players are all around each other. Nobody's making a sound. Nobody wants to make the big mistake here, and that's what really is going to come down to. Chaos and Krebs looking to hold down the A site more than anything. They're really holding on to that one, trying to play retake at B, but Tradex,
I think he's been spotted.
I think he's been spotted as well. Oh my goodness, this is tough. Tradex is going to go and try to get this bomb down at B, and if you're Benza, you got to start thinking about this rotation. They're going to get the Q right now. The rotation's going to come in. The player is back. Church, Jano, this is the time to come alive. This is the time to get all your kills. He's only able to find a few shots on the one, and he's going to fall. Unfortunately for him, he will not finish the game with a kill, and Krebs manages to pick up that trade off the intel. And Benza, what a map number 2, and what a finish to this one.
Yeah, it really did come all down to Yano, but I was really thinking that TradeX could put the team on his back once again. He made a good rotation, but just too good overall positioning from the side of Benza. Yeah, Chaos watching the bomb site. If they do try to go towards their spawn, he's going to catch that. And unfortunately, that's the decision that TradeX did decide to make in that situation, and Chaos was able to counter it 100%. Yano, not really a whole lot he could do with 2 players surrounding him, but he did have a little bit of time to turn it into 2 different 1v1 situations. Being in the inside of the map definitely helps you out with doing that. But only doing 354 damage throughout the entirety of the map, it's going to be a tough ask to get like 200 more going into that one. You're basically almost doubling your damage. But either way, it's a close one, despite the fact that one of your teammates didn't get a single kill. It was a very good map for TradeX, but Benza still going to be finishing that one up 2-0 going into map 3.
I mean, it was just tough right there for Yano. I mean, he only got first blooded twice, so it's not like he was running out and, throwing away his life. It was just difficult for him to stay alive. I mean, Benza, the pace right there. He just got caught off guard a couple times, and and especially in the center of that map when there's so many different angles to watch, and Benza was essentially picking apart every single angle. They were really, switching it up every round. Yano was like getting ready for one angle and wasn't able to pick it up. He was staring at a different angle the next round where they just came from, but of course they switch it up from there, and it's just he got put in a blender there. So I mean, it's a tough position for him. You feel for him right there, especially whenever all the marbles are on the line, and now your team is down 2-0. But again, it was just really important that he picked up a kill there towards the end of the game, and it just couldn't quite happen. On the other side of things, I mean, great S&D play out of Benza as well, especially on a larger map. I mean, to take map number 2, that's pretty important for them, going up 2-0 as we move into yet another respawn. We're going into Tuscan Control. Who are you giving the edge right here for, Kamika?
Well, I feel like I would be an idiot if I didn't give it to Benza, especially after the performances we've seen. Although Alpha, they've definitely been picking it up a little bit. I just can't get over the fact that they went into round 11 with their opponents with one of their teammates not getting a single kill the entire time. So if Yano can just pick himself up by the bootstraps a little bit, then I think that Alpha Esports could definitely make a series out of this. But unfortunately, Benza's just shown that they have been too good at shutting him down, and it's just been one major factor that Alpha Esports has needed but not had in order to get the win. And so I think if Benza can come off the blocks hot once again, like they have done in the first 2 maps, especially if it starts with them winning an attack, then I think this series might very well be over.
Yeah. I mean, especially if they come out and just essentially win an offense, and they set the tone on offense. It's going to be very hard for Alpha Esports to dig themselves out of this hole. I mean, that would be a reverse sweep of epic proportions at that point if they wanted to stay alive in this one. But I'm going to give Alpha Esports the benefit of the doubt. I did call 3-1 for Benza initially, and I think that Control on Tuscan is a kind of map that can go either way depending on how you play it. And there's a lot of different strategies and different ways that you can win the map. So I think that the AR play is going to need to come alive very heavily for Alpha Esports. I mean, obviously, we think of Tuscan as a pretty good mix of engagements, but, I think the AR play is what really dominates this map, holding down long lines of sight, calling out crosses, holding down B, especially with an AR, is very difficult but very important. So, I'm going to give Alpha Esports benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say they take this Control 3-2. We're going to go to round number 5. But I think it's going to be a close one either way, and I think it's going to be a toss-up. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Tuscan Control, map number 3 in your first series of the day. All right, we said it was going to be a short break, and we meant it. We really meant it this time. We're already rolling into map number 3. These teams are ready right now as we move into Tuscan control. Benza, Alpha Esports. If you're just tuning in, Benza off to a hot start, currently 2-0 in the series. Looking to close things out in the respawn right here. But again, Alpha Esports came to life in that S&D. It's just a matter of can they wake up in time to take this respawn away from Benza. So, going into this one, I think the teams are actually flipped right here. So Alpha Esports on your screen is actually what Benza is, and on the opposite side of things, Benza is Alpha Esports. No, we got to flip back. Okay, we're good. So
Nice.
so we're good to go. Chaos Field elites on Benza right now are currently starting things off hot, and just as we said, if they set the tone on this offense, then it's going to be very difficult for Alpha Esports to come back in this one.
Yeah, Alpha Esports, they are going to be losing A rather quickly. They've only gotten 1 kill in this time, and it looks like Benza's just coming out the blocks as hot as they normally do. Mid-map control, looking to get a little bit in towards their spawn as well. Giano could be in a little bit of trouble here. He has gotten more kills than he has in the last map already, so that's a good start for him. But yeah, just kidding anyways. And he's able to find one to Krebs as well, but eventually the strength of Benza is just going to be a little bit too much, and they do find their way into the spawn finally. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to hold this B objective, especially if you're letting BO run up to you like this. And this is not looking good for Alpha Esports in the long game with 2 minutes remaining, already having this much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is on at B again, but B it's easy to hold if you can hold your setup, but it's not easy whenever Benza is frying the way that they are. I mean, we saw Elites and Krebs come off to a combined 7-2 within the first minute of this one. That's pretty incredible. They're actually looking to go ahead and make progress at B as well. So you've already gotten over the hump. You have 4 ticks now. Can they make it 5? Yano picking up a big kill right there on the BO, but the progress is still being made. They're only 1 tick away from winning this one already. And that might be the fastest round of Tuscan Control I've ever seen right there, Comica. What was that? Oh my goodness. I mean,
it's exactly what... It's exactly what Benza was going for, man. Like that's been the name of their game so far, is let's go in fast, let's go in as hard as we possibly can, and this is the outcome. We saw this in P1 of the hard point. We saw this in the first 2 rounds of the Search and Destroy, and we're seeing it on the first attack. I feel like I sort of spoke this into existence when I said this was one of the possible outcomes, and it looks like it was the most likely, as here we are, Benza up 1-0 after their first attack.
I mean, that might have been the fastest offense on Tuscan I've ever seen. They got both objectives. I think within. Yeah, we need a stat check on that. I would like to know exactly how long that took them. On the other side of things, though, TradeX is coming out pretty strong, and they're looking to go ahead and make some progress at B. So Alpha Esports coming out pretty hot by themselves. Krebs now kind of left to defend this right now, as all 4 players from Alpha Esports are holding down a lot of the map. But Chaos, he's picking up heads. He's giving people haircuts right now, and B they're losing control of it. But KO on the other side of things, picking up a big kill. They continue to make progress here. However, it's going to be contested right now. It's just a matter of if they pick up the kill on Beal. They do. Big kill right there. Chaos knows that there's going to be a player pushing him out. He's unable to get that kill there right now. KO on a 4 spree. This man is a force to be reckoned with as they're trying to go ahead and capture B early. I like the strategy here from Alpha, trying to match the energy, and they're doing just that. It's just a matter of can they make it work for them. KO, my man, is on a 5 spree right now, holding down spawns, picking up time, and he finds Chaos as well. What is this man doing? One more player to beat in the back. Can he find him? No, he's not going to be able to do that, but TradeX picking up the slack right now, finding 2 of his own. Can he make it 3 in a row? He does. The trades are in, and Alpha Esports unfortunately just unable to get themselves onto B, but they do get a tick of progress, and now they're working on A here, Comica.
I mean, that's still, I would characterize that as a very good outcome over on the B objective. Most people would die, literally die end game many times in order to get that tick over onto B. And they've already gotten it for Alpha Esports. So with the ability to get transition quickly into A, they're looking pretty good and going into, ooh, as I'm saying that, Caster cursing it. Literally a millisecond of time off is going to be what it takes in order to get them back in. Beal being the spoiler. And they try to go in for a little bit of a sneaky, beaky play to B, but it's not going to be working out. And just like that, Benza, I was thinking that it could be potential for Alpha Esports to get back into this game, but only 3 ticks in there. They could have had the potential for a lot more, man.
Yeah, I mean, they could have had the potential for a lot more. They really could have, shut down this A zone, essentially started working on B again. They had a life advantage. They still do have a life advantage, which is important to note, but I mean, A, they just can't get it done. Combo, though, a big kill right there, looking for 2 more. These players are going to try to challenge it. They're doing just that. I mean, they're throwing lives at A. They think that they're going to be able to stop him right here. They're really trying, and Krebs and Chaos are doing just that. They know these players are going to have to start pushing on A fast. Yano needs to pick up a big kill right now, and they're just unable to do that. They don't have the map control. Combo finds 1. Trades do come in, though. Can they get on to A?
Get that touch.
Can they stop the clock? He got the touch. We have 1 player on A, but he is going to go ahead and go down. But KO, he's getting the help right now. They managed to secure it. A big capture right there. But now only a minute to work with to try to capture B.
Oh, it's going to be tight, but it is still very possible, my friend. It's going to come down to getting some kills here for Alpha Esports, because if you can get 3, then your opponents will be out of lives and the pressure mounts even more. I do see in the back of the map is Chaos. He is the most isolated player, but he's also in the most defensible position possible. So there's a lot of potential for isolating enemy players for the side of Alpha Esports if they just got to make the trades worth it. And it appears that they are getting a little bit of a life advantage. And at this point in the game, 1 life is huge. But they are going to be coming up on the respawn now. Beal going to be able to shoot them all right in the back, not making the transition quick enough, and they will all fall. Only one left is going to be Combo, and he is going to be going right shortly after. So with 15 seconds left and counting in 2 lives up, it is going to be just recovery of the lives time for Alpha Esports. Not going to be able to win this one now.
2 on 4. I mean, they could technically touch the point here potentially, but it's just not going to happen. Benza is actually going to go up 2-0 right there. I mean, they threw so many lives at that A point. Anybody would just say, hey, let's chalk it up. You know, they're going to capture it. That's fine. But, I mean, Benza is so confident right now. They said, no, we'll take a 1-on-3 at A and we'll win it. And we'll force them to rat back and have to capture that and force them to waste time and waste lives. I mean, it was a great call out on their part. It was kind of like an ego chow, but, I mean, it worked out for them. Krebs, man, is 14-8, and he was the man that managed to stop that A capture on him by himself with Chaos as well, kind of controlling the middle of the map. And, you know, they managed to take a quick 2-0 lead. It's just a matter of, I mean, Alpha Esports, this would have to be the ultimate reverse sweep from them at this point. They would literally have to win 3 straight rounds of control and then 3 straight maps, essentially, to go ahead and win this one. But, I mean, setting the tone already is Benza, and they're coming out pretty hot again, pushing on to B.
Yeah, they're going to go and do it right on back, but unfortunately, Combos is going to be in a position to be able to deny Elite's coming back through the inside of the church, but again, just in there with too much force is going to be Benza. They are going to be getting kept off the objective for now, but starting to nurse these streaks is going to be Krebs. He's at 5 now. He's doing a good job of keeping himself away from multiple opponents at a time, sliding into an unsuspected combo, making it a 6. All he needs is 1 more. Camping out their spawn, seeing if he can get it, but also cautious of the people coming up behind him. He's going to be able to find it on a combo. That's huge. And he will be going out now, but they've got so many takes on A. They've still got a modicum of control over on B. And with this objective being right out in the middle of the open, them having this streak that he just got is going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, that streak is going to be potentially the X factor in this one. And say, go ahead and finish up, make that progress, final take progress at A. And Beal, what was that? Beal, yeah, no, that was just tough right there. I mean, whenever Beal is frying like that, it's going to be very difficult if you're Alpha Esports to make this comeback. You got to think they're down in lives, they're down in ticks, they're down in rounds. They really have their backs against the wall right here, and they need to start making a play right now on this defensive stand. If there's any place you can do it, it's on the B zone. You can really hold down a lot of lines of sight very effectively if your ARs play very well, but they didn't think about top church, and Beal comes flying from the top rope, takes out combo, and they managed to get some of these trades, but KO, if he has anything to say about it, he manages to play his life perfectly over there on that platform, stalling the push from Benza, at least for a few seconds.
Yeah, I do like this from Benza, though. Despite the fact that they've been so outwardly aggressive this entire game, they realize, maybe a 4v2 in this situation is not the best of ideas, and we should not totally give up our map control. Instead, they're going to keep it. Sitting right where they're at, waiting for their teammates to get in position for another push. They've got the streak. They're about to pull the trigger on it. I can just feel it. And they should be going right now that they're back up to full strength, hopping on the objective, going to force the hand of Alpha Esports to come out, getting some good trades in their favor, but they've still got KO on the objective. TradeX giving him some good overwatch, but he just gets surrounded and pounded, unfortunately for him. But TradeX still alive. Krebs and Elites both falling to him. And so, keeping a decent amount of control at the cost of many lives is going to be Alpha Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they lost some lives right there. They're down by 6 lives right now, but 50 seconds left. Benza, the clock is not really your friend right now. Beal, however, is going to go ahead and get the opener on KO in the back of the map. He's just playing his life. They know they can whittle down these lives slowly, but it may not even come down to lives at this point. It may come down to Benza not having enough time to finish this one off. Jano picking up a big kill right there. Tries to find 2, went for the slide, but Elites. The headshot is in, the haircut is in. Krebs does invest that streak right now, and they're trying to push on to B. They're at least on the objective. Beal, a big kill right there, and now we kind of have this ramp area cut off. Elites playing this one very well, knows where they're going to be spawning, and they're going to try to take it right to them. But however, big trades coming in. There is nobody on the objective, at least until Krebs hops on it right now with the AR in hand. You like to have him in the back kind of patrolling things, but TradeX, a big kill right there. He's in the window, and Yano with a huge help right there. They do manage to get a tick of progress at B, but the defensive stand theoretically is in if they can stay alive. However, only 3 lives left in favor of Alpha Esports. KO is not going to respawn your top fragger right now. And it's going to be important that they managed to keep it out of Benza's
no.
hands right now. But Beal, with the opener, only 2 players left alive. There's only 10 seconds left. Can they do it? Only 1 player left alive. It's Yano. If there's going to be a hero time right now, it needs to happen, but it will not. Benza shoves it down their throat right there, and they say, we're going to take it to the house. We're going to win this series right here, right now, with 10 seconds left on the clock. Benza with a quick 3-0 in winners round 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, the redemption arc is not going to be in here for Yano just yet. He's going to have to take a little bit longer, a trip to the losers bracket to find himself before he can become the hero that they need him to be. But Benza, they will be taking this one in the hot 3-0 going into the next map. And again, it will be either up against the 8th seed or the 1st seed. I happen to think it's going to be the 1st seed. And so this map in particular, this series is going to be a nice little warm-up for them. They had a pretty close search and destroy. They figured out generally what they want to be doing. I feel like that's going to be a pretty good little, taster, a little bit of a warm-up for going up against their opponents, their top seed opponents in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, so D1 actually did advance in the other side of the bracket. If we, think about who you're going to be playing, you're playing against the top seed right now, and Benza, I mean, that's a good way to warm up right here if you're them. I mean, Krebs, everybody on the team had an individual play in each map that was just, it really was the X factor right there. It was Krebs. Map number 2, it was Chaos and Search and Destroy. Map number 1, it was Elites in the Bocage Hardpoint. And you got to think, I mean, if you got one player on every single part of your team that's really helping out, I mean, Beal as well. I can't discredit Beal either, but if you have one player that's really showing out on each of these maps, showcasing their individual talent, I mean, that's a recipe for success right there for Benza. And if you're going up against the top seed, you're going to need everything to be going your way as they go into their next matchup against D1. So, I mean, that's going to be difficult for them. But, when you play like that and you're coming in that confident, it's got to feel pretty good to start off like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to boost your vibes, boost your confidence going into the next game. And I mean, that's what a lot of this Call of Duty is how you're feeling in the moment. If you feel like you can kill your opponent, then you can kill your opponent. But I mean, feeling is only part of it. Like, I feel like it's even more so than technical skill at some points, because if you can outwill your opponent, then feeling pretty good. You're probably going to be able to do it. And we've seen that in the CDL a lot. And I mean, if you're looking at that, it's going to be the best possible outcome for Benza going into this next one. But I mean, yeah, that remains to be seen. We, unfortunately for Alpha Esports, they will be taking a quick trip down to the losers bracket, and we might see them again, we might not. But, I mean, hey, all the best wishes for them in their losers bracket run. We're going to be coming right on back as soon as we have another match for you, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere.
All right, everybody. We're back with some more LATAM Challengers action. This is the last chance qualifier. If you were watching earlier, you saw us with Benza versus Alpha Esports, and Benza hit the quick 3-0, making their way into round number 2, and we're going to go ahead and follow them because we have a banger of a match coming up. We have D1 Esports, the number 1 seed in this tournament, going up against Benza. Kamika, give us a little recap about what we saw and maybe what we can expect to see here going to this map, or second round of the last chance qualifier.
What we saw from Benza was fast, aggressive gameplay, just completely stuffing their opponents in a box and shipping them off to wherever else, because they were definitely not on the map after Benza was done with them. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to quite do the same thing up against D1 Gaming. We know quite a little bit about D1 Gaming here, and that they are obviously our first seed, and they are the most likely to qualify, not just because of that, but because of just what we've seen from their gameplay in the past. So Benza, they had a great game, a great first showing in the first round, but this is going to require the epitome of skill to go up against their most difficult opponent for qualifying for the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, D1's coming into this one riding high. They're the number 1 seed, and they're essentially the tournament favorites right here. But it's worth noting that both of these teams 3-0'd their opponents going into the second round. So everybody's coming off hot. Everybody's feeling pretty confident. You know, if you're Benza, the nerves may be hitting you. You're going up against essentially the juggernaut of the tournament. If you're D1, you don't want to underestimate your opponent either, just because Benza came off a 3-0 against a very talented Alpha Esports team themselves. So I think, moving forward, we kind of look at the map pool that we have right now, and we're going for a smaller map pool across these 5 games that we have. We have Tuscan, followed by Berlin and Berlin for your last 2 maps. So we're going to see a lot of Tuscan. That's guaranteed. And, if we're lucky, maybe we'll get to see some Berlin here for the last 2 maps as well. So Tuscan definitely favoring some pace, and we saw that coming out of the Tuscan control from Benza here at the end of the last game. Now we get to see it in hardpoint and control again, so I'm excited for that. And then Tuscan S&D, obviously, an exciting S&D map, and there's a lot of different ways you can play that one. So, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a prediction, Kamika. We saw Benza. We know what D1's capable of. Who do you think has the edge in this series with this map pool?
In this unique map set that we've got here, I'm just kidding. I'm definitely going to give the edge to D1, just because they're the favorites going in. Obviously, we've seen just what Benza can do in a hard point, especially elites. Dude just kills people for fun in their spawns. He got so many kills in that game. Basically, a 1.5 KD. He went 48 and 30, I do believe, in his first hard point tonight. And so although I think that he still will have a good performance up against D1, I'm not sure he's going to be almost dropping the 50 bomb, especially considering we're not going back to Bocage. But yeah, either way, I think that elites will have a good game, but I still think that D1 will just be able to shut everything down. They'll just be dominant on the map. It'll be difficult for them to string together enough kills to get overall, ability to push onto the objective. So I think that based off of that, D1 could probably win this one 3-0, 3-1.
3-0, 3-1. Okay, all right. So I'm going to follow a similar tune here. I'm going to say 3-1 in favor of D1, simply because, they got Cowdy on their team, and that man is completely built different, or so I've heard from many people. This man is a presence on the map and might be your player to watch for D1. On the other side of things, if you're looking at this Benza team, it's incredibly talented, and we got to see a lot of that, in the first few maps that we watched them play. Everybody respectively went off on their own map. Krebs with the AR on Tuscan, or it was Chaos with the AR on Desert Siege, or it was Elites with the sub on Bocage. So there's a lot of talent and a lot of diverse talent on that team, and that's a pretty good recipe for success in this game, is having people that can really stick to that role and, essentially be that presence on the map whenever you need them to be, depending on, what's most important at that time. So, I'm going to say I'm going to give it a 3-1. I'm going to say that, even Benza comes out here and sets the tone with the hard point. It really puts D1 on the back burner. Something they're not something that they're not used to, given that they're this, Goliath of a team here in the LATAM bracket. But, I'm going to say that maybe we see a strong start from Benza. They're not going to play scared. They're going to come out and continue what they did in the first series and, really set the tone here. And I think that's what they need to do if they want to have a chance in this one.
You really think that Benz is going to try and come out and thrash D1? I love that prediction. I really want to see him do it. And I think, honestly, it'll be interesting because I'm sure D1 is probably used to having people respect them, respect their authority and, what they are in the scene. But I feel like if Benza doesn't do that, then I don't know if they're going to know exactly how to react. And it could very result with Benza getting an early lead like we typically saw them do every single map in the last series. But I think D1 is going to have a lot better of a time of recovering from that than their opponents. And so if that is the case, then I think this could be a very close map. But still, probably D1 is my favorite.
Yeah, I respect that as well. I think D1 obviously is the favorite for this tournament overall. They're coming in with the most pro points, and they're looking to continue that. D1 versus Benza. We got the winners round 2 starting off right now. We're hopping on board with Chaos as we move into P1.
Yeah, Chaos, a really great AR from the last game. We saw him pop off in the Search and Destroy, and we're going to see if he can pop off once again. Elite, starting off nice with the first kill. He's looking to hit his same mark from the last map, but it's going to be very difficult to do on this map again, especially up against D1. First time, and initial control over the P1 will go in the favor of Benza, but with the mid-map control, D1 will be able to quite easily contest this.
Oh my goodness, Drakes, what was that, dude? 3 in a row right there. Slide cancel, back and forth. Big kills coming out of him as they regain control, and D1, they spawned on essentially the worst side for this hill, but they took control of it. So they've set the tone to start this, but as we say, that rotation already coming in. If you look on your mini-map, that number 3 player, actually, he is going to be taken out. That was Krebs looking to make the early rotation. And D1, they set the tone, and they're going to end up with about a 20-point lead at the end of P1 right here. Zuner holding things down at the end of the last hill, knows that Beal is around him, looking for that final player, but D1 on the early rotation and taking the early lead right here. And that's 4 dead. Aaron, Zuner, and Cowdy picking up 4 in your kill feed right now, and it's been all D1 to start this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, Benza, they did try to do the coming off the blocks quick type of thing, but it was shut down very, very quickly. A lot faster than even I thought for Benza, but D1, they are still looking pretty good at getting their overall map dominance. Benza, they do still have the gun skill in order to facilitate themselves getting back in here. And D1, they're very methodical. They're not going to try and just like solo chow these guys when their players down, because they know that these guys are very respectable and good individual players, and it's not a fight that they would necessarily win. But now that they've got a little bit of an advantage manpower-wise, they will be going back in. But ooh, give them a little bit of reason to respect him again is going to be Krebs as he takes down the both of them, getting the last 10 seconds on the hill and forcing a reset. Benza will still have a little bit of a difficulty to push into the next hill just because D1 are going to be able to get this fast setup off the respawn, but it's still going to be some good time in order to get them back even. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, playing for that last 10 seconds there, I like it from Benza because, you need to start putting together some time, but the rotation to P3 is crucial on Tuscan. This is where you can basically get a full 60 if you're, know how to hold this down and push out the right cuts, but they actually managed to get the break right here. A very difficult break to make. Aaron left in the back alone, but Krebs picks him up, so now they do get the break. So maybe I'm wrong. You don't need to make the rotation to P3 if you're Benza. If the gunny is hot and you're playing well, they just managed to go ahead and shut things down on the end of D1 Gaming. So they managed to break this hill, and that's a big hill to break, but D1 managing to retain control as Aaron and Cowdy in your kill feed are just, picking up the kills right now. The important kills where they count, the impact kills, so you will, and getting that early break for their team.
Oh, nice.
That was an interesting kill there from Beal. I mean, that was a crazy slide cancel. Cowdy left on the hill alone. Last 10 seconds should go in favor of Benza one more, but D1 Gaming already on your rotation yet again.
Yeah, and I honestly thought that based on Benza's positioning that they would be able to hold on to it, but they just went a little bit more all-in than I think they really wanted to for the last hill. More than they really expected to, and that allowed D1 just to slide right on in through the spawn and get control over it away from Benza. This is the hill that they really wanted to get control over, but now it's going to be pretty mixy. Cootie going to be getting a little bit smacked upside the head, and they're keeping it nice and neutral to where they can get the manpower majority once again and push back in. So D1 Gaming looking to live up to their namesake once again. They are playing very much as a team, playing off each other very well, and they're playing like really good individual players, but they're not, trying to overextend themselves like we've seen Benza do sometimes and take risky fights.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really good team play out of them. Everything is very coordinated. It's methodical. It's there's a point to everything that they do. They don't take bad challenges, and they know that. I mean, Cowdy, look at right there. He just backs off of that gunfight. He knows the rotation's more important than his life right now, and he's going to go ahead and try to play for that. So, I mean, Elite's unable to pick him up. They do manage to Benza picks up the last 10 seconds on this hill, but D1, they're already looking to set up for the next one. Beal's going to be the early player in for Benza. He's actually in a great position right now, but of course, if you know anything about P5 on Tuscan, is that there's going to be a lot of grenades coming your way, and he knew that. They're trying to set up for this right now. Beal still staying on time. Krebs giving him some cover fire right now. Big kill right there. But Trakes, he's in for the contest. And as long as this hill stays white, well, D1 stays in the lead. And that's all they know. That's what they know they're trying to do right here. Krebs, nobody really trying to make a mistake at the time. And Zuner, he's going to go ahead and pick up one on Krebs. So that's the opening kill. It's just a matter, can they chain a few more together and make it happen? But no, big kills right there. Beal. And unfortunately, TK coming out of Cowdy onto Trakes. So Hill's back being white once more, and they know they got to push this out if they want to get some big time here.
Yeah, but that's exactly what D1 Gaming wants. Nice little kills there from Trakes. He's going to get the full team ace there and clear off the table. 10 seconds are going to be in his favor. No one in their right mind is going to contest him for this from the side of Benza, or at least they should. And so they're going to be going on to the next. That's 10 free seconds. And D1, they know exactly what they're going to be fighting for here. Going for the next hill. They do lose that fight, but it's still coming off the back of a very nice victory on the P5.
Yeah, P5, that's a very important hill to win, but the rotation to P1 equally as important. If you win the rotation to P1, well, it sets you up for P2, and you can imagine how that goes if you get a lot of that time. Elites and Krebs know that, and they're getting big kills right now. Krebs picking up one at the top of your church area. Cowdy kind of in an awkward position right now. Looks for these players. They're all over this hill. Beal finds one, goes for the pre-fire in the second, just unfortunately unable to get that. So Benza maintaining early control of this, but Trakes, the man who's been very good at contesting these hills, back on it once more. And he reads this player. He reads Krebs like a book, just unable to win the gunfight. Aaron going for arguably the toughest shot in the game and manages to get it with two right there. Nothing left in the clip. He empties it and comes off a 3 spree to break this hill. The final 15 seconds going in favor of D1, and now they're thinking about the rotation to P2.
Yeah, this is where D1 got a lot of their time the last time, and they're looking to do it again. Trakes, he's going absolutely off, taking down Elites now as well. The spawns are still not going to be there just yet, as Beal's going to be spawning over there on the truck. Trakes, he's not going to be expecting it. Gets absolutely smoked before he can really realize what's going on. And so Cody, they're just going to be solidifying their spawns, making sure that things are nice and ready for this push. Once again, I love it. Consolidation effort coming up from D1. Thgoing to let some time go up. They've got the lead by quite a little bit, so they're going to take their time, make the trade attempts over at Beal, but unfortunately not going to quite go their way, as Chaos and Elite going to both take their pieces of kills and get some intel as to where they're coming next. They will be a little bit down because of Elites getting caught out, and that will allow D1 to collapse on them and regain control.
You know, I think that's actually an incredible play right here out of Benza. Benza needed to at least get this hill, you know, the first 30 seconds, and now they can kind of back off of it because they can go ahead and try to play this rotation, but they have two players still challenging it. I don't know if I like that. I would just kind of give up the last 15, go for the rotation, but then again, Benza broke that hill P3 last time with ease, so Chaos is probably going to try to do the exact same thing. Just keep it white for as long as possible and force these players to spawn in the back. Elites already on your rotation here, but Trakes, he's in a great position on the rooftop. He knows he's hidden as well. Chaos has no idea that he's slid right behind him. And anytime Chaos is going to take a shot right here, I mean, Trakes is in a good position to go ahead and pick up this trade, and he might just try to do that. Aaron doing his best to stay alive as well, and Trakes does find that kill on the rotation. Early time goes in favor of Benza, but the roof spawns are now in favor of D1. They're spawning close, and it's a lot easier to break it whenever you spawn close here on P3.
Yeah, Beal's literally a sitting duck on the objective after that, and so Cody able to run right on, but he's going to be pretty much at the mercy of the grenades, hoping that they are just a little bit off. And Trakes, once again, going completely off as his opponents try to approach. He'll finally get taken down there, but keeping a lot of good control in order for his team to get a lot of time off of it. And so while Benza might be keeping them nice and trapped up in there, it appears that Cody has found his way out, only to be picked up by Beal a little bit later. But D1, they're not an animal that can be caged for too long, as you can see, already flooding into the next hill, despite the fact that Benza had a lot more time to re-rotate on them, and Beal going to get caught out in the back. This is the best of all case scenarios for this rotation for D1 that they could have hoped for, until they all died there, but it's still pretty good, especially in comparison to what could have been.
Yeah, I mean, D1's still spawning close. They got the spawns they needed. Zuner picking up 2 heads right there, giving out some haircuts to Elites and Krebs. Can he pick up the third? Chaos going to be playing this one very slowly, playing his life as 3 do go down. He goes for the chow, though. A big chow out of Chaos. That's a big win. He actually calls out this player as well, gets the intel and the kill. Chaos, he is hot right now. 20 and 15 for him. He needs to find another player on this hill, though. They're giving up a lot of valuable time. The slide in from Aaron. He's going to pick up that player. Can he find one more? Oh, my goodness. What a kill right there from Aaron. Make that 3. With the help of Zuner. And Aaron, he's a man on a mission right now. 23 and 20 right now with nearly a minute in the hill. And they're already thinking about the rotation here.
Oh, what an absolutely painful hill for Benza. They are going to be coming into this next hill really down. They're down by about a full 60, and so it could end right here, but even if it doesn't, they need so much time off this. This has to be decisive in the extreme for Benza. They're setting up, and they're getting ready to go. They're tagging Aaron up with a couple of grenades. The slide is going to come out soon. They do get one, but the slide comes in, trying to get the trade outs. Trakes doing a great job of being the last man standing on the objective again. Does finally get taken down. Elites will be able to slide back in. Good stuff from Elites, but coming from the middle of the map is going to be Aaron looking to shake things up again. Does get rid of Beal, but that's not the full danger gone. Gets another one onto Krebs. They're just not giving enough attention to this guy. They do finally take him down, and oh my god, this is just going to be a fight to the finish, but at the very least, they are not going to be losing off this hill, Benza.
No, yeah, they did a great job. They're not going to be losing off this hill, and they actually got a lot of very valuable time. They're managing to hold on to a lot of it, and they're continually challenging it, putting the pressure on D1 to make the moves, but D1 is going to end up on top, and if they take all these last 15 seconds, they're only going to be 5 seconds away from winning this. Benza knows this, and they know they need to go ahead and go for this rotation. It's incredibly important, but when Trakes is playing like that, I mean, it's difficult. Now you're down a man, essentially, on this rotation, and Elites knows that. He's playing this roaming sub-world that he does very well. He's pushed out. He knows his team has control of the hill, at least for now. They're going to try to call out spawns, but everybody's spawning on the opposite side. Elites is out of position, and they know this. Zuner picking up a big one. Trakes coming in from the flank as well. Aaron, middle of the map. There goes 2 down. Zuner and Aaron picking up big kills. Aaron finds another entry kill, and just like that, the hill is broken. D1 maintains control. It's only 4 seconds left for them to go ahead and take map number 1, and they do just that. They set the tone. D1 Gaming, or D1 Esports, go up 1-0 in your second series of the day.
It's quite the valiant effort from Benza, but they are not going to be able to hold a candle to D1 just yet. They just had really too good of rotations, too good of gun skill in important areas, especially Trakes. The 28 and 22 doesn't really do justice to how amazing he did. Honestly, I was expecting to be well over 6 over positive just with the amount of kills he was getting. But, I mean, at the end of the day, his kills were very, very impactful despite the fact that he was pretty close to even. And so, yeah, D1 Esports, they just played it a lot better, more consolidated as a team, not afraid to let a couple of seconds go by the wayside in favor of winning the long game.
Yeah, I mean, they were very coordinated. It was methodical, and it was, it looks practiced. And I think that might have been the difference right there. I mean, Benza, some of their breaks were exceptional as well. But I mean, D1, it was just the way that they played Tuscan. You really do have to play that pretty methodically. If we look at our stat sheet right here, I mean, it kind of shows D1 didn't have any, standout performers per se. Everybody was kind of in line with each other. I mean, Aaron obviously coming in at 29 and 24, doing a lot of damage as well, a lot of objective kills. He played the hill very well, but I mean, other than that, it was just a very good coordinated team effort on their part. On the other side of things, I mean, the slaying was there for Benza, 25 and 20 out of Chaos, 29 and 22 out of Elites. But just, maybe need a little bit more out of Krebs and Beal right there to solidify their position in map number 1. It just wasn't falling for them. And, that happens. That happens from time to time. Elites continuing its hard point performance from the last time. Now I got to see how they respond in S&D. You're down 0-1, and you haven't lost a map yet today, and now you're going up against the best team in the bracket. You got to be able to respond and search and destroy. So we saw Benza being a pretty strong search and destroy team, but again, they struggled against Alpha Esports on that Desert Siege. But now we're moving to a different map, a map that they might be more comfortable on in Tuscan. Kamika,
different map,
what are you thinking? Yeah, a different map than what we've seen, the same map that we just played, but moving into Tuscan. Kamika, what are you thinking now for map number 2?
Yeah, I'm just messing. But yeah, going into this next map, we saw some, I want to say decent things in the beginning from Benza, but they really struggled more going towards the end of the Search and Destroy, especially considering the fact that Yano had 0 kills that entire game. So I am a bit worried about this for them. Just even though they had some great performances on individual rounds, they looked like they were able to throw their weight around, figure out more or less what they wanted to do. But I still can't get it out of my mind. They went round 11 against a team that had 1 player with 0 kills, basically a 3v4 the entirety of the time. But I mean, it's still very possible. D1, they seemed, again, I predicted this going in, that Benza would be able to pretty much go toe-to-toe with them in terms of the killing, but the kills wouldn't matter very much just because D1 were able to just overall get great map control and make the kills not matter too much because they're able to efficiently trade it out. And I feel like that could be very much the same coming into this map. I see the trades coming out, or at least the first bloods maybe even going into their hands and being able to trade out pretty effectively. So I am, for all those reasons, a little bit concerned for Benza's performance. I'll give a slight edge to D1.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get the edge to D1. They came out of this first map and they played against a very talented Benza team and did it well. I mean, 250 or it was like 250 to 197, 187, I forget. I mean, it's still a pretty close score line. Yeah, for map number 1. And Benza's not used to losing, but where they did struggle was S&D previously. And they struggled against a team, like you said, that had a player that literally didn't get a kill through 11 rounds. So you got to think that maybe the S&D is just not quite there for Benza, or maybe Alpha Esports, whenever they played them, just had a really good S&D. So we're actually going to go ahead and jump into map number 2 right now. Tuscan, Search and Destroy. I give the edge to D1 myself. But, maybe Benza comes out here and shocks us. Maybe they got the strats here on Tuscan.
Yeah, maybe they're just not as practiced on Desert Siege as they are on Tuscan, which would make sense. This is one of the most played maps in the entirety of the game. Not big map pool to be coming from that, but still. this is the map that most people love to play. They've loved to play it from the beginning. And so if you're not comfortable playing Tuscan just yet, then what are you doing? But yeah, either way, Benza, as long as they can just come off the blocks hot like they did in the beginning of the game and not struggle with the slowing down part, and they're coming out pretty fast, as I'm saying, that taking down 2 for the price of 1, exactly where Trakes is, but do they know where Aaron is? He's coming down from the bottom side of the map, and he will be able to get a huge kill onto the bomb carrier, so that necessitates Benza to go back for it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Benza try to do what they did against Alpha Esports. They know that the pace is their game. They know how to keep up the pace. They know how to make things play fast, and you know, it worked for them initially, but Aaron, again, it's just like the adjustments from D1 are crucial for them. They adjusted in the hard point well. Now they're adjusting in the S&D mid-round. I mean, it's incredible how well these players are playing together. We're looking at Krebs and Beal now in a 2-on-2 situation. Bomb is down in a very awkward spot in the middle of the map, and maybe for D1 you were lucky and noticed that, but these players over on D1 are just kind of playing it back. Nobody wants to make the first mistake, per se. They know that Trakes and Beal are in a gunfight right now. Beal does manage to get away with his life. Trakes down to about half HP, but he stays alive for the time being. The bomb now back in the hands of Krebs. They're trying to get this bomb down today, and they know that Trakes has to have called that out to his teammate right now. So Aaron now on the rotation in mid-map, 2-on-2 retake situation for D1.
Oh, and they're both trying to rotate, not thinking that their opponents will go for the defuse. I think they saw them actually go for that, so they're going to go for the hot defuse. But as soon as Aaron dies, he gets right on off. Not thinking about doing that anymore. Trakes trying to drop down. Oh my god, he might be able to pull one over on Beal, but Beal a little bit too good. Pulls the head glitch and turns it right back on him. Uno reverse. And just like that, Benza will be surviving this low part of the round, which was my biggest worry in taking the first round off of D1.
Absolutely the most terrifying situation you could be in if you're Beal. Your teammate baits for you, you come out, and Trakes doesn't die immediately. He's sitting there. But you managed to clean it up. You managed to get the kill, and you take the offense on Tuscan. Very talented play out of Beal right there. Very heads-up play. And great team play with him and Krebs. We talked about the team play from D1 Gaming, but that bait and switch right there was chef's kiss out of Beal and Krebs. Very, very strong play from them. Now let's see how they can respond on defense, and they're keeping up the pace. The stun comes in from Zuner, though, so the intel coming in. He's going to invest some more util here with the nade as well. Will it connect? It does. Elites is about half health right there. Cowdy looking for a kill right now himself. And they have full control of this fields area. Again, not taking up a lot of space on the map per se, but controlling a pretty important side of it. Beal just staring at this bomb. He's hot right now. He's 2-0. Nobody's really moving a muscle. It's just like Benza. I mean, they come out strong, fast. They take a lot of space on the map, and then they kind of cut noise and back off. It's a pretty interesting play out of them. The nade does come in, but it doesn't quite get Cowdy, and they managed to come out of that exchange now in a 2-on-4 situation for Benza. I think that 1-on-4, or sorry, 2-on-3, my bad. Krebs and Elites against Cowdy, Zuner, and Aaron.
Yeah, and the Benza players are very divided from each other. I could definitely see D1 being able to isolate Elites as long as they don't give him a lot of 1v1s. They could still do this. But instead, they're going to be running away from Elites and towards Krebs. I like this idea from them. They're going towards the B bomb site, but Krebs, they don't know where he is. Unfortunately, going to lose the fight with the unknown enemy, and they will be losing this. Sees the bomb player going back towards the other objective, but Elites has been found as well. So Krebs, they know where he's going to be coming from, and now they know exactly where he's at. Bomb plant going to be coming off for him, but Zuner, very, very lucky that Krebs ran out of ammo in that instance. Otherwise, it would be a 1v1, but now it's still going to be status quo. Coming in to give him a little bit of support is going to be Cootie, just making sure that he is nice and at bay until this bomb explodes. Krebs not looking to take this one lying down, though, and so he will eventually have to jump out at them, and he will have a 1v1 versus Cootie for a little bit as Zuner is taking a rotation into a great place to watch the bomb from. Krebs, me seeing Cootie trying to bait him out, but bait not necessary. Cootie absolutely world star, and I'm giving him a drive-by shooting as they tie this up 1-1.
They're on the board and in good fashion right there. Again, great team play in the 2-on-1 situation, and they made the most of it. Both teams have managed to get the bomb down today and hold a 2-on-1 and just play the bait, play the trade, and it works out for them. So, Krebs, who would have known what would happen if he had one more bullet in that automaton right there? That could have been a 1-on-1 with the bomb down. It's just unfortunate for him. Invested one too many bullets in that gunfight and paid for it. So, now, Benza back on offense. Let's see what they can do as they try to wrap this bomb towards B.
Yeah, and so D1, they only have one player here. Zuner, I would expect a player in his position to be watching this way, and he will be going there now, especially since Aaron's given him some good callouts. This could be dangerous because Benza is a little bit caught out here. Great nade coming out from Elise. That is the nade spot on point, and they will take him down very quickly. Bomb site now open, and they find Zuner as well. This is huge. Plays from Benza, but Cootie coming in from the same place. Mr. 3-in-1 looking to do a little bit of damage in this round as well. Finds Krebs, but Krebs is going to be giving him a little bit of a turnaround. Trake's only one left, 30 seconds to get the ace and the defuse. Tall task, but we'll see if he can do it.
I mean, Krebs, what was that, man? It was like last round. Oh my goodness, there's another one for him. Krebs finds 3 that round, right after struggling in the last round to pick up a player. He ran out of bullets, you know, and now he's like, no, my automaton's full of damage today. We're full. We have a full clip. We're gonna pick up 3 in this round, and we're gonna redeem ourselves here. So Krebs really being the X factor there. What a play from him. Drake's tall task, 1-on-4, didn't really have much going for him, but Krebs was shutting that down pretty quickly, and Krebs is already almost halfway to some streaks just after that round alone. Let's see if he can pick up an early kill here. If he does that, I mean, he's gonna have to start playing his life, obviously, just a little bit more cautiously than he would have if he had just died previously. If you look at the scoreboard right now, I mean, D1, again, solid team play. Everybody's kind of pretty even, but on the other side of things, I mean, Benza, Krebs is just absolutely dominating right now. Beal getting involved as well with elites. That's 2 down, and D1, they're sitting ducks right now. They just can't really match the pace that Benza has brought out to start this search and destroy.
Yeah, and the bomb will be down as well, so D1 will have to play back in here. They do have a 2v2 situation going on here for them. It just depends on if Benza are still wise to this. They see one going for the cross. I think Beal might have seen him right on back out of the corner of his eye, and he will get the shots onto Aaron. Huge, but Zuner does get a nice little kill right on back. 1v1 versus Elites. Elites not going to be taking this Chell solo, especially since he knows that Krebs is rotating to him, and they can take this 2v1 in just a second. They've still got the bomb down, and they know that Zoner has to come this way in a bit, and he does actually manage to get the bomb, but he's not going to be able to get this one off. He's got a 2v1 situation, which he's not going to be able to win at half health. Benza taking another solid round.
Yeah, I mean, Krebs and Elites, those are the 2 players that have been the hot hand thus far in this round, and you see Elites coming up with, I think, 3 of his own this round, if I'm not mistaken. So is Krebs picking up 3 in the previous round, Elites picking up 3 of this round. Not just individual plays, though. I mean, the team play has been exceptional for them on Tuscan, which we didn't see a lot of in Search and Destroy on Desert Siege earlier, whenever they played Alpha Esports, but they've seemed to have adjusted very well, and they're playing very coordinated Call of Duty right now, very coordinated Search and Destroy. It's been fun to watch out of them. They're coming out hot after going down 0-1. They've hit the regain, and now they brought it up. They get first blood right there with Krebs ripping heads off from top fire right now. Krebs, he's 6-2, and he's on a 4 spree. What a start for him.
Yeah, I mean, playing up against a team like D1, it necessitates them playing together. Otherwise, you will lose. You live alone, die alone up against D1 Gaming. And so playing together, they are living together at 3-1 scoreline right now. They've even, oh my god, I love this from Elise. He's playing this so risky, but I mean, with high risk comes high reward. He does have the bomb, though. He'll be making his way towards the site. Doesn't quite know that Cootie is right around the corner. He rotates back towards his teammates, trying to take this as a full frontal assault. Elites cautious of the corner, but Krebs with the opening kill onto Aaron will open up the middle of the map, but for who? Cootie's coming around the back, does get killed by Chaos, playing right into their hands once again. Trakes is able to get a singular kill, but he's still got to get 3 more.
Yeah, he does. I mean, you gotta try to bait for Krebs here. You get him 1 away from streaks. I mean, they do just that. They do just that. Krebs with a big kill. I believe he gets that final one. He should be 1 off of a streak. It's Benza takes a 4-1 lead. I mean, they're just commanding this search and destroy, and it is Krebs, who's currently 8-2, picking up your final kill. He's 1 off the streaks. If he gets a first blood next round, he's gonna get that glide bomb, which can be huge on Tuscan, at the very least for the intel while you're on offense. I mean, that's huge. So great plays out of them, and they baited for him perfectly. And I mean, like I said, picture perfect search and destroy. D1 needs to come up with a response fast if they don't want to lose this map. They're now on offense on Tuscan, which some may argue favors them, but not when the gun has just been so hot for Benza thus far.
Yeah, and Benza right now does sort of have the ability to play for that streak just because of the monumental lead they have. They can see if they can just help Krevitz feed it to him. And in fact, they're going to go for a very aggressive push to the bottom of the map. It could be playing right into the hands of Zuner, though. Does kill one, and there's more coming. Another 1v1 for him, but the flash will be aiding Elites very nicely. And so he'll be at 4, Krebs at 6. Still looking for that kill, but D1 in the meantime completely overrunning A into their opponent's spawn. It would have been more or less undefended except for Chaos, but they're not taking that chance. They're rotating all the way through the spawn towards B, seeing if they can get a kill, even though their opponents are more towards B.
Yeah, you know, I think they're just trying to call out that Benza's trying to hit the rotate over towards A because they already pushed through the B side of the map, and this is a pretty heads-up play from D1. Pretty big brain if you ask me. But Benza didn't really move, so they're actually kind of well positioned for a retake right here. 3-on-3 retake. Again, this round, crucial, but so are the streaks out of Krebs. I mean, a glide bomb here invested can be the difference between winning and losing a round. Chaos going to be calling out a player over on that back truck, just unable to hit enough shots on him. Krebs getting baited his teammate right now. He's trying to pick up the last kill, and he does. He gets the glide bomb. That's huge right now. Even if he doesn't win this round, I mean, it'd still be big for him. He managed to find a player behind him, finds Cowdy, one-on-one situation, but Aaron knows he just needs to play time. He knows he just needs to play time. Krebs going to go ahead and try to defuse. He's already halfway done. Aaron needs to check the bomb right now. He slides, picks up the kill onto Krebs. Krebs had to have been a second away, but a big play, heads-up play from Aaron right there to check it just a little after 12. Krebs really tried right there, 1-on-3 situation, made it a 1-on-1 and just couldn't follow through. Aaron, though, big heads-up play from him to go ahead and put them back on the scoreboard. 4-2 still in favor of Benza.
He was one more missed shot away from getting that defuse. If he had just hit one more bullet into the side of that truck, I'm pretty sure he would have gotten that defuse off, as well as the streak coming out of that round. So D1, they do get the round, but it's not without a little bit of a shortcoming by giving away the streak for Krebs. By winning that round, they've also given up the ability for Benza to take a huge round themselves. And this play towards B, I like it. It really helps them use the streak, and in they go. They're going to get the intel on where they're at. Aaron, they know exactly where he is, and they're going to be able to take him down with a streak, leaving the site wide open for the taking. Should be a very quick tick coming out from Benza.
Yeah, I mean, get this bomb down fast. Get it down and get it down fast at this point. I mean, you essentially took the site. They only knew one player was on B. However, the rotation is in from Zuner. He's just going to get stunned and taken out elites with a big kill right there. Cowdy and Trakes now the only two players left alive for D1 Gaming in a pretty tall task in a 2-on-4, but they managed to find one. Trakes does find one. Cowdy finds another. 2-on-2 situation. This could be the retake that they need, but the shot's coming in from Krebs. The gun is hot. He's just unable to finish him, but he turns on Trakes with the help of elites right there. Cowdy now left in a 1-on-2. 20 seconds to go. This is a tall task on this B side. He's looking. He's finding. He won't pick up the kills, and just like that, Benza one round away from taking Search and Destroy.
Yeah, just like I said, the streak going to be able to help them take a round, especially since they had such a free reign open to B after it was done. They get that kill with the glide bomb, then they just fly onto the site, and they get another kill on the player that's trying to rotate. From there, they rotate right into the spawn and play it from the backside because they know that D1 is going to be looking to rotate through the middle of the map in the church. And so they wanted to sort of deny that positioning by playing from an even better position, which is D1 spawn, and I love that.
I mean, it was an absolutely exceptional way to take that B site. I mean, the investing of the streak, it worked out nicely. And I mean, they did everything they need to do right there. Benza coming out in S&D a lot hotter. They're going to be the 2-3-5 team that we might have talked about earlier. They, when they were a 3-0 team originally, but this is where they might find where lightning strikes. I guess what I'm trying to say. They're doing what they can in S&D, and Matt, when they struggled in it earlier, and it's impressive to see how they've adjusted things and played as a team so well. So, D1 on the other side of things, coming off to a hot start, really slowing things down right now. And I kind of like this because I know Benza's feeling hot. They said, let's just slow down the pace for a second. Let's do what we do best. Let's play coordinated team pushes. And they're trying to take B just like that. Aaron finding chaos for the opener as well. And just like that, Beal goes down. They don't think Elites is going to be back here, though. There's no way they'd put two players in the back of the map, right? The bomb does go down. Cowdy does find, oh my goodness, sorry. Elites finds two. As the bomb only has 15 seconds left. He's just really thinking about potentially just picking up some streaks here. That's really all he needs. Zuner probably just going to play his life as well. Elites knows that streaks are more important. Streaks helped them win a round earlier. It's just a matter of can they hold on to them, hold on long enough for this one. But no, Benza is going to go down in this round. Elites is not going to be able to get those streaks as D1 makes a pretty good coordinated push onto B.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was thinking, that D1 could have a serious advantage over on their opponents with this Benza. When Benza got stuck into playing slow against their previous opponents, this is what happened. They got a little bit caught out. The First Bloods, if Benza couldn't find them quickly, then they would go into the hands of their opponents because they would get caught out a little bit away from each other just because they're aggressively trying to get a First Blood. But D1, they're playing up against that now, and they do have quite a little bit to climb, but I think that's a good start. That was a very strong round, and I think that is going to be encouraging them to play very similarly. You see the slow push coming out again. D1 is getting very aggressive on them, and Cootie, he's going to be pushing them even further back, relegating their control, but not even going so far as to run up into their spawn, because that would be pure suicide. They're just content with having the 75% map control.
Yeah, I mean, you hear about map control. I mean, it's just like taking up space in Tuscan Search and Destroy is crucial. You have to be able to watch a lot of lanes, and there's a lot of openings in the middle of the map. And if you can control the middle of the map, you have a pretty good shot at winning the round. Look at this spot from Beal, though. He almost manages to find Trakes. He at least gets the intel, knows that player's still outer fields, and they might be able to isolate him, or maybe they just wrap back if they're lucky and try to catch somebody out in the open. They're actually going to go back and wrap to B, where they've had a lot of success thus far. You know, you have Elites with your bomb. You actually have 3 players in P5 right now. Chaos, Elites, and Beal. Aaron does get the intel. The grenade does come out, the stun grenade. He has the information on these players that are rotating. 25 seconds left. They're actually going to slide across into top green, and they may even start wrapping back to A. All 4 players are here. Look at this play on the minimap. However, Cowdy sees him. He said, oh God, I'm not taking that fight. He's trying to wrap around, shooting, pre-firing, finds Chaos, but no, a big kill from right there. However, Trakes does take out Elites. It's a big kill whenever Elites already has 11 kills. And Trakes finds Chaos as well, so a big 2-piece from him. Can he find the third? Aaron manages to find Beal. 5 seconds left. There's just nothing he can do right there. D1 read that play perfectly. Cowdy got the intel, and they take 2 straight rounds. An incredible play out of D1 right there.
Yeah, the big thing was Cowdy seeing that and running away, making sure that he was able to stay alive in order to help his teammates. And like literally, he called that at the perfect time. If his teammate wasn't able to run back from flower pots like that, then that would have been a lot more difficult for D1 to counter up against Benza, because they would have had an avenue of escape. But because they called it out at literally the perfect time, they had them on all fronts. They had them surrounded inside the church, and if they tried to go to the site, they had a player waiting there as well. So great call out, great awareness from D1 to switch things back before things were a little bit too late. Now, slowing things down once again, it will be in their favor, as Cootie is going to be fragging out Elites, getting the manpower advantage once again. And Beal, feeling the need to get something back quickly, is going to be seeing Cootie get across, but Trakes is going to be ending up getting Chaos instead.
Yeah, I mean, Drakes is on a 5 for himself, but Beal the double nade,
Beal.
that really evens things up 2-on-2. I mean, that just takes the wind out of your sails if you're D1 right now. That double nade was huge. However, Trakes, he's on a 5 spree. He might be thinking about streaks if they can make it through this round. He knows, though, they need to start moving quickly. There's only 45 seconds left. That bomb does need to go down, and he knows these players are going to be hunting him out. They're sniffing for him right now. They're all around him, but the audible is in. Beal is going to be a little bit too late to try to catch this rotation, and Krebs might be in the best position over here at B to make something happen. He knows these players are going to be potentially rotating through church. He's going to go ahead and climb through.
Great.
What timing on Trakes right there. Zuner now left in a 1-on-2 situation, and he needs to get that bomb down if he wants to keep the hopes alive.
Yeah, and he will have the potential to kill the both of them, but Beal's not going to go for the retail off of that. That would be pretty tough to do. Plant going down. He will be seeing it, but might be able to catch Beal on the runaway. All Beal has to do is chow one more time and then not die as he runs away, and he will get the kill on top of it. So Benza, going the distance, will be able to take a game off of D1, and a search and destroy at that. We are now tied, ladies and gentlemen, 1 apiece.
I mean, what a way for Benza to respond, though. I mean, it was a roller coaster of emotions for them. They take an early round, they go down, they go back up. They lost the hard point, and they come out in this one, they come swinging, and D1 was ready for it, but Benza just overwhelmed them at the hand of Krebs and Elites. I mean, a combined 24-12 with a 2.0 KD. Are you kidding me, everybody? That's incredible. I mean, Chaos, you're 2-8. Just play bait, man. You did your job. That's all you needed to do. Whenever Krebs and Elites are both getting 9 non-traded kills each on Tuscan Search and Destroy, that is a difficult task for D1 to overcome, and we saw how difficult it was for them. I mean, across the board, D1 played very good team Call of Duty. It's just, you know, whenever somebody is as hot as Krebs and Elites, you got to feed them. They did just that. They managed to invest a streak and take a round, and that might have been the difference maker here, as they only won 6-4. But we talked about how there were going to be some close games. We talked about how Benza needed to set the tones and to set the tone for this one, and well, they did that in the S&D, and you know, in an exciting fashion at that.
Yeah, and now we've got a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. No chance for the 3-0 series now. We're really hoping that a game will go the distance. So it's going to be now even footing for both teams going into this control. We did just see Benza playing on this map, and it looked pretty dang amazing. I'm not going to lie. It was up against I want to say weaker opponent than D1, but I mean, I guess weaker in some capacities, because Benza did really struggle on the search and destroy up against them more so than D1. They did better by 1 round. But I mean, going into this, I think that Benza, they know their game plan. They know how they want to be playing up against D1 now. They have been struggling at some points up against the just overt aggression of Benza. So I think that if they can just keep on doing that, they show that they can be successful with it against our last opponent. So I think that, yeah, it could very well be a map that goes into their hands as well here, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, Benza, again, if they set the tone and D1 just gets overwhelmed, I mean, it's hard for them to make that comeback. And Benza showed that in the S&D, and, you know, and they played so well on this map earlier, it might just be their chance again. They came out hot I mean, as hot as you can, hot as lava, basically, on Tuscan control earlier, and they're looking to go ahead and do the same thing here. I mean, if they set the tone early, it's going to be very difficult, excuse me, for Benza or for D1 to really respond. You don't want to take you don't want to be behind early if you're D1 because Benza could take that momentum and run with it at any point. So we move into map number 3. We're tied up, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Tuscan control.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and boy, do we have a series on our hands now. Finally giving a bloody lip to our first place team so far, Benza, tying things up against D1 in the Search and Destroy we just saw. Now going into the Tuscan control. I am joined by Touchdown.
This is not a replay. We've just played a lot of Tuscan in a row, I promise. Yeah. This is the third Tuscan in a row that we're playing. They must like this map. You know, it's been good for both teams. It's been exciting matches, and it's been pretty interesting to watch thus far. Let's see who can set the tone early. Benza, the team that we said needs to set the tone early in general, actually going to be starting out on defense. Would have been pretty interesting to see how this would have shaked out if they would have started on offense. But D1 setting the tone early. They're already halfway done with A at this point. Drakes finally gets first blood. Aaron supporting him as well, and it looks like A should be controlled. They're already thinking about B and playing for this map control in church.
Yeah, in order to get your opponent to understand you, you got to speak their language, you know what I'm saying? Coming out with a little bit of aggression to counteract the aggression that we saw from them early on. And instead, they're going to just run right through the spawn off the back of that basically full kill and try and get some good control over B. I like that idea from them, especially because they know that they can more or less get A at any moment. They're just going to see if they can get some early control over B. Cody, he's going to be skirting on away from that one and trying to drag his opponent into the path of his teammate, but that doesn't quite work out. Benza sees it coming, and so they will be able to more or less keep good control over that as A does finally fall. Benza loses nothing over at B.
And that was a pretty good defensive hold on their part and a good rotation, really. I mean, they could have easily given up a tick on B here, and every tick counts in this one just because the matches have been so close. But if you look at D1, the way that they played A right there and kind of that rotation into B, it feels like how Benza did Alpha Esports. And I mean, they're really setting the tone early on this one. Already 3 players in the back of the map, and that call-out's been made as Elites did fall, so Chaos knows these players are here, manages to find one, shooting for the second, gets at least the intel, but Elites is there for the support. And right now, I mean, D1 Gaming, you're caught in an open area, makes it difficult to Trakes. Big kill right there, needs to try to find another. He's going to go ahead and hop on the objective, at least pause the clock for his team as they go ahead and reset, trying to get another push on B.
Man, his opponent got the pre-fire and everything. That was just dirty. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for D1 as they get completely and utterly repelled. Except for Zoner. His entire team is going to be going through the top of the map while he just tries to stay alive on P5 and make sure that they don't get too much map control. But yeah, there's not really a lot of capacity for D1 to get some map control in this current moment, except for when they get those 2 kills. Elite's still in a good position to do some damage, but Trakes is going to have high enough sensitivity to turn on him and burn on him. But now, Benza, they are going to be able to hop on into the objective, except for the fact that he's going to get killed by a stun grenade. That one little stun grenade going to ruin that entire play, their touchdown.
Yeah, that stun was big and, you know, came out at the perfect timing. It's just like these little milliseconds in Tuscan control can make all the difference right there. And so we knew he needed to hop on the objective, put some pressure on Benza, force him to come out of their hiding spots. But the stun grenade came in at the perfect time, managed to take him out. So, I mean, if we look at the scoreline right now, Cowdy, the player that's been, you know, kind of leading the team in a lot of regards, is now only 1-6. He's coming off to a pretty slow start. He's throwing away a lot of lives, and I'd like to see him turn it around. Aaron, though, getting some help right now. Manages to find 2. Can Cowdy get the trade right here? Goes for a good trade on their part, and now they have the life advantage pushing onto the hill at least, not necessarily in the game. They're going to go ahead and start thinking about hopping onto B, and Trakes, big 2-piece from him to find Krebs and Elites, and Zuner picks up 1 as well. They're going to go ahead and stack. The stack is in. They need to push this quickly if you're Benza, and they don't know that these players are already just absolutely stacking this thing. They're going for it, but no.
Oh my God!
A double team kill. Aaron, the nade at the worst time, and Beal manages to shut down the push. Now, Aaron, last player left alive. It's not going to happen. You do get 2 ticks of progress on B, but man, what a costly mistake from Aaron right there, taking out his teammates with the team kills.
Oh my God, how do you do that, dude? That was literally a slam dunk in the making, but they still might be able to get it done. Tight margins though. Chaos still able to get in a good position to help. Cootie unable to do much either, and so what could have been a great win is going to be a slightly less good loss. They still get 5 ticks out of it, but man, they really, really should have won that round. I'm sure Aaron is going to be kicking himself after that double team nade.
That hurts. I mean, that was a free offensive win on Tuscan, the same way Benza did their teammates or their opponents earlier. It's just, God, that is so costly for Aaron. You know, he's going to be watching that later. He's going to be thinking about that. If this one goes down to the wire and they don't manage to make it through this round, that might have just been it. But Aaron, going to go and start things off with first blood, trying to get this redemption story started. Benza making a quick push onto A.
I wanted to call that an NA nade, but I forgot where we are right now. Anyways, anyways, we got Benza getting some quick control over the Alpha objective, but things might be turning in the favor of Cootie as he's coming completely around the back and able to mop up shot before the second tick even comes in. But Benza is going to be a little bit more controlled over B than their opponent is. The closest one is going to be Trakes, and he's really nowhere near. They might even be able to get a full tick on this. The bait is going to well and truly be there from Beal, takes down Zuner, but D1 are going to be there and ready to counteract this.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get a tick of progress on B, which is still important. I think they're going to try to play for the kills here, but when Aaron just came out on a mission in the second half, or second round, sorry. I mean, he is
nice.
Chaos. What was that? I mean, Aaron went from team nading and losing the round to potentially saving each objective that he's challenging. But as we say, that progress being made over towards A and on B, but managed to stop the push right now. Benza still trying to go for this B point. A should be in their favor, and they should be at about a 4 tick right now. They need to get 1 more at least to tie it at the end of this one. going to be difficult because whenever you get a team set up on B on defense, it is very difficult to get 4 dead and manage to at least get a tick of progress.
It is a bit easier when you're spawning Trakes right up in the path of Krebs. Unfortunately, he doesn't take the opportunity that's given to him, and he will die. But some spawn tomfoolery from Chaos is going to be delaying the reinforcements from D1, but the 2 people that are going to be on the objective are going to be doing enough in order to clear it off, and Chaos will be uprooted from the spawn as well. So D1 going to be able to hit the reset button and get some great mid-map control off the back of that full team wipe. So the fact that there's a lot of time still in the favor of Benza is not going to be that amazing if they can just slowly but surely hold them back.
And when they're doing this, they're pushing out P5, and they're doing it very effectively. I mean, a little bit team shot right there from Cowdy. He's just cracked right now. He's just looking for everybody. He's shooting at anything that moves, and they're really holding down this P5 area. Benza, I mean, they're effectively cutting off a lane of the map for Benza right here, and that makes it very difficult to get this push. You only got a minute left. You're down in lives. That's a big opener right there, though, on Aaron. They need to find another one. A big kill right there. Krebs manages to find 2, and Beal finds 1. They're going to thinking about hopping on to B. Zooner, last player here, does get a big kill onto Krebs. Aaron finding 1 as well, and just like that, the push is stalled. Aaron finding the second player, and this man is on his redemption arc. He was 7-5 starting this round. Now he's 17-9 with 7 objective kills. This man has been a menace on defense thus far.
Chaos, he was trying to keep the push alive, to keep the position for the secondary push alive, but unfortunately for him, he is going to be getting found out. So right now, Benza is currently down 1 tick up against D1 Gaming. Should be thankful that it's not more than that. But still, the possibility of them catching them is very high. D1 are very well set up, watching their spawn very well. Is going to be Aaron looking to just redeem himself even more. Is going to be the epitome of one shot, but Beal turning the wrong corner at the wrong time. They are going to be flipping the map on them, controlling from the middle while they give up their spawn. This is a really great idea, especially considering how much time is left for the side of D1. The push will have to come out from Benza sooner or later. Without a single kill, they're going to have to go right into a fully manned opponent. Great kill coming out, but the trade out potential is not there as Aaron takes down 2. Getting things nice and ready for Chaos and Zooner, but whipped out the pistol. Zooner will be able to mop up shop. 2 seconds left. No one going to be able to touch for the side of Benza, and it will be D1 winning so far by 1 tick.
Yeah, I mean, they did that defense very well. They didn't give up too much control over B. And that's exactly what they needed to avoid. I mean, granted, you get 2 ticks at B. It could have been a win if there wasn't that team nade, but 2 ticks at B is still a lot of progress, and they knew that was a high milestone for Benza to have to cross. They managed to play that defense well, and if you're Benza, I mean, hey, that's not a bad offense either. You're only down by 1 tick right here. It's really going to be how you respond on this defense. It's going to be how you read the push from D1. Where is it going to go? Looks like it's going towards mid-map and A.
Yep, and D1 with the total control over mid-map could definitely not only get control over A, but if Krebs isn't careful, he could find himself a little bit dead early on. Drake's getting really up close and personal, but Zooner's going to be beating him to the punch, getting nice and close to take down Chaos, but Chaos is going to be getting a little bit more headshots than him, so he does win that gunfight. Either way, D1 getting some solid control over A. No one can really contest them from anywhere. They do give up the mid-map control in favor of trying to make a push into their opponent's spawn, which I do like that trade-off. You just have to be a little bit careful on the way out if you're Zooner, because you could lose the tick at A if you're not careful.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that at A if you're not. He knows Chaos going to be pushing him. He does manage to find 1. Elite's actually going for the chow. We saw them do this against Alpha Esports, and just like that, A is not as easy as it once seemed. And they're back on it. They're getting the kills at B as well. Beal finds 1. They know 1 more player is here, and Aaron. I mean, Aaron, you don't want to go up against him right now. The man is 20-10, but he's kind of stuck on an island. He doesn't really have any help. He's just going to try to slay out for as long as he can. And that might be the best thing he can do for his team at this point. The push may still come towards B. It looks like it is. Chaos. He's ready for it. Chaos and Beal still waiting over this way, managing to find 1. Players are hopping onto B. Beal needs to go ahead and make this push. He looks for the player. Oh, unfortunately for him, he slides right into the face of Trakes, who manages to pick up 1. Krebs looking for the kills, finds 1. They need to stop this tick at B if they want to keep their heads in this one. However, Trakes and Zooner picking up big kills. Can they get the tick, though? A lot of lives being invested here. They're going for it. Chaos, though, big kills right now. Progress still being made at A, but at least the push at B for Benza has been slowed down. Chaos and Krebs picking up the last couple kills over there.
Man, this time has been stalled out for quite a while. It felt like this game has been going on for this round has been going on for 5 minutes, but we still got 2 minutes left, assuming that Benza don't completely kill out D1 or the vice versa. D1 do currently have more lives, but they are going to be put to the test as they're going to run right down the middle at Elites. He's going to have to pull on back because he knows that someone's going to be looking to trade this one out. Unfortunately, no trade will be coming as Aaron will be following his teammate shortly into the grave, and so will Trakes as Elites is going to dumpster him as well and keep great control over mid-map and B.
I mean, Elites, that's just the hero play they needed if you're Benza right now. You cannot afford to give up any more ticks. At this point, theoretically, if you capture A, then you're pretty much tied whenever you go into the next round, going into round number 5. It all comes down to kills, which have done very well so far. I mean, everybody on Benza is, relatively the same. However, I'd probably give the kill edge still in favor of D1 Gaming. So you really got to think about slaying out right now if you're Benza, not throwing away too many lives at the end of this defense. Right now, they're up in the life count, but they really got to play some coordinated Call of Duty to play their lives effectively together. But just as we say that, I mean, Cowdy, he's here for the flank, and he manages to find Elites, a player with a high hand. Zooter finds one as well, and Cowdy with some help right there manages to pick up that last player. Cowdy and Drake's just dominating the platform, and they know this. They're going to go ahead and hop on to B. A tick here could be detrimental for Benza.
Yep, and Trake's able to find another one onto Beal. The contesting player will not be able to get there, but now all alone is going to be Aaron, and he will be falling without even getting the tick. Unfortunate for them, time is starting to not be their friend anymore. It was once, but unfortunately they've fallen out of contact for quite some time. So 30 seconds and 11 lives is going to be the name of the game for D1. Unlikely to get the kills that they need in order to secure it, so they are going to have to win this one out. They're going to have to get these touches down. Funny because your name is Touchdown, but anyways...
I like it.
D1, yeah, I like it too. Trakes is going to be able to hop on and get the better of both Krebs and Chaos, spotting them very far away. So at the very least, he'll be able to keep the stick lead.
They got the tick progress. That's huge. That's a very big play, and they might be thinking about trying to even get the second one right now. Cowdy, he's on the hill, but he won't be spotting Krebs. Krebs, the man on a mission right now. He's been a very good kind of sweeping AR, cleaning up what his teammates can't finish on their kills. Trake's going to think about pushing out Beal, but never mind. Beal shuts that down. That second tick of progress at B is just probably not going to happen here. They're going to have to hit it really fast if they want it. They're actually still trying. Elites, though, he's ready for it. Trakes comes in with another team kill on Aaron. He said, I'm going to get revenge for UTKing me with a nade earlier. Benza manages to stay alive, but not at the cost of losing another tick on B. So, theoretically, I mean, if you're Benza, you really just kind of have to win this right now. Otherwise, you're going to be down in the tick count. You're already down in the life count relative to D1, so you're not going to get that defense for the last round. If we go to round number 5, we think Benza, you need to come out swinging right here, and you need to win this offense.
Yeah, pretty sure it's mathematically impossible now for Benza to get the final defense. I could be wrong if they get 5 ticks, but I'm pretty sure it's not out of the realm of possibility now. Either way, it's going to be, they're going to try and win this offense, or at the very least, do their very best, and it's not going to be enough, at least in the beginning, as the nades will be coming out on point this time for D1, who was once the greatest weakness, is now being their best friend, as Benza's having a very hard time getting control over A.
Yeah, I mean, they really won. They win it for the strategy they went against Alpha, where they're trying to get onto A as quickly as they possibly can. However, D1's done a great job of responding. It's just the trades don't fall their way, so Benza should get a pretty quick A point here. Again, as we said, winning this offense could be, I mean, it's the only way I think that they can win this map, because they will not have defense. They need to win this offense right now, and they know that. So they think, let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and get A done and start trying to think about B. And nobody's going to be over at A for D1 Gaming. They're going to go ahead and chalk that one up. Benza does have the life lead. Aaron gets caught out at P5 as well. This could be the push that they need. The lives are in their favor. The map control is in their favor. And Benza is playing this one almost perfectly thus far.
Yeah, they're just checking the spawns. They kill the player, and they don't seem spawning here, so they're going to be looking to push up now and get control. And oh my god, control they will get, forcing the 2 players from D1 out towards the middle of the map. They could very easily sandwich them. They're just waiting for these 2 players of Elite and Beal to get there, but they could be getting caught in the middle by the D1 players, and that is exactly what will happen. Doing a great job of cutting the 2 halves of the team away from each other. So despite the fact that Benza has great control over the spawn, they're not going to be able to use that to their advantage because of just how well D1 is keeping them separated from each other.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, at least especially in a game like Vanguard, where the time to kill is a lot shorter than other games. I mean, you really got to play coordinated team pushes and play your trades in order to really take control of control, as far as you could say. So if you look at, Chaos, he was in an odd position right there. He's in the back of the map, and normally that's very good for his team, but when everybody's cut, and the map is essentially cut in half, Chaos is in a 1-on-2, everyone else is in kind of like this 2-on-3, it doesn't end up working out in your favor, and Benza knew that. They tried to play for the kills, it just didn't quite work out for them. So they reset, 54 seconds left. They have the life lead, but it's not going to come down to lives in this one. It's going to come down to time and how quickly they can get on this objective. But Drakes, he's chopping off some heads in the middle of this one. He's not going to let anybody touch his B point.
And with 40 seconds remaining, they are definitely going to have to touch that B point. Beal is going to be running right on and right underneath the nose of Trakes. He will lose his teammate, but instantly gets the trade. Coming around the back of the map, though, is going to be Elise. This could be a huge moment for him, but he will die off screen as Chaos is able to get a trade out onto Zuner, but not a good enough trade as they're still not having the manpower necessary to push this objective, which is going to be very difficult for them to do now. Coming through the middle of the map, one last chance with 17 lives. They've got to get on now. Aaron primed and ready. Both of them do not have any grenades in their pockets, so they're nice and ready to get this. Nothing can go wrong for Aaron and for Trakes when they have no team nade potential, and they do secure the round win for them as well as the final defense.
That was absolutely exceptional defense out of them. They lost A early, and they managed to hold on to B for essentially 3 minutes. I mean, that's just what they needed to do in order to secure themselves the defense in this one. And I mean, when Aaron and Trakes are picking up 2 pieces back to back right there, holding on to that B hill or that B zone, I mean, it's just impossible for Benza. They had no answer. It was tough. They had the coordinated team pushes. They could just never get D1 out of their spots. They're back on defense. We see Cowdy giving some teammates some loves right here. He's looking at all of them. He's happy. He said, guys, we're going to win this. We're on defense. But Benza, they're a very strong offensive team on Tuscan. It's just a matter of what do they do right now? Do they go back to the A push like they have been? It looks like they're doing just that. They're going straight back to A to try to see if they can overwhelm D1 once more.
Yeah, and so far, D1 was playing things a little bit holistically just to make sure that the B push, if it does come out, isn't going to be super impactful for them. But the plain old A push is going to be the name of the game again, so they will be able to, not as quickly as you would if you had set up for it, but still pretty quickly deny the tick. Oh my god, look at that again. Beal's still going to be here, but only whittling it down to just Zuner. He's going to be able to still deny the tick only until Krebs takes him down, but this is still immensely slowing down Benza's progress.
Yeah, I mean, Benza, they kind of got caught out here pretty easily as D1 took control of the middle of the map rather than forcing their way through fields where they've been losing those gunfights. So they took control of the middle of the map. Cowdy went for that flank yet again. It just didn't work out this time. Trakes, though, able to clean up the final kill, picking up 2 in your kill feed right now, and they're actually going to stop the progress over at A once more. And the less time that Benza has, the better right now for D1. You want to stop them from getting A at all costs. Aaron coming in with the slide cancel, manages to find a big one, so that tick will not be made onto B. And Benza, they're going to go ahead and reset, go back and try to finish that A progress.
Yeah, and I don't think that D1's even going to be able to get there, so they probably realize this as well. So instead, they're going to try and set up for next and go for a little bit of a haymaker play. I love this from Aaron and the guys. They're instead going to try and get some cheeky kills by flanking completely around the back of them. It's going to be a little bit mistimed, and I think that Krebs is wise to it. So, unable to get any kills in the middle of the map, Benza, this is going to be a little bit difficult because they're so far away. They can still have 2 players collapse back, and they've got some good control over their spawn still, potentially for Trakes if they don't try and fully overwhelm it with all their players. And so Trakes, he's able to keep them nice and at bay for the moment, and so they seem to be too afraid to push him, and that will give time for the rest of the D1 players to backtrack.
Yeah, they're kind of regrouping right now, and Beal knows this. He knows these players are probably over towards P5 because Aaron did get called out over there. Cootie right now gets picked up by Beal. It's a big entry kill. Beal going to go ahead and hop onto the point. Knows he's got some support from his teammates. Trakes is in position, but he won't be able to pick up the kill. Krebs and Elite's finding 2. Krebs needs to pick a big kill on Zuner right here, but just like that, the push is stalled. Chaos comes in, though. That's a big one. He needs to find Cootie as well, but he won't be able to do that. Cootie, big defensive stand right there from D1. Benza, the push was in. It just wasn't quite strong enough, and D1 manages to maintain control for just a little bit longer. You can feel it. It's push. Benza, the presence is there, but D1 just responding very effectively on defense here.
And Beal gonna show Trakes how to properly throw a hand grenade as he takes him down. That's the last one, I promise, dude. But either way, Cootie sliding on in, getting a solid kill. Benza is not trading out as effectively as D1, so D1 should be able to hold this, especially up against Benza, who have 5 lives less than them. Beal with another solid kill, but Trakes able to get the pistol whip and control back over Plat. A full wipe onto Benza will be meaning that this final push this push coming out will be the final one. And it will have to definitely count. Nades in hand. They're going to see if they can get an overload of nades onto the Plat, but it's going to be, yes, they are actually going to be getting it. Nice one coming out from Beal again. This will be their best chance, but Aaron looking to shut things down.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron finds 1, finds 2, and just like that, Trakes with another team kill. It doesn't matter. That's a squad wipe on the Benza. They have nobody in position. There's 10 seconds left, and the defense should go in their favor. D1 Gaming. Absolutely incredible defensive stands in back-to-back rounds, and Benza, just a tough situation for them. I mean, I don't think the scoreline truly reflects what happened there. They were playing out of their mind on offense. They were getting big kills. The coordinated pushes were in. It just wasn't quite strong enough, and D1 Esports what a finish to that one. It went the distance in that control, and they take the 2-1 lead in our second series of the day.
Yep, D1 Esports able to do their thing on the defensive side. D in D1 stands for defense, apparently, as they won all their defensive sides strong enough to where they were able to get the final defense, and Benza not doing too much better on the offense. We're not able to pull one over on them in this one, so if they want to do their 2 search and destroys and respawn, it's going to have to be on the next map, not just because they would, lose otherwise, but yeah. It's going to have to come out now. This hard point is going to be finally switching over to Berlin. And so this will be the last chance for Benza to drag this into a final search and destroy up against D1.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a moment to highlight the stats that we saw as well. I mean, we got Aaron, 34 and 24. The man hit the double team nade for the loss in round number 1, but I mean, what a regain from him. Over 4,000 damage and 25 non-traded kills, and he was holding things down. He was using whatever gun he could pick up. Dropped to 1.42 in your control. And I mean, the slaying was just completely in favor of D1. Maybe it's because they had more defenses. Maybe it's just because they were better coordinated on those defenses than Benza was. But I mean, Aaron and Trakes were definitely your players to watch in that one. And I mean, they went off. They went absolutely off for D1 and really held on to that defense for as long as possible. On the other side, I mean, Benza, it was a tough looks. I mean, you got defense 2 times or offense 2 times in a row. The kills just weren't coming in when they needed to. They weren't getting the trades. The pushes were there. It was just D1 again. The guns were hot and they were just a little bit too strong for Benza. Your backs, I mean, if you're Benza, your backs are against the wall at this point. You really got to think. I mean, it's do or die. The pressure is on, but we've seen when the pressure is on Benza, these guys know how to respond. They know how to hit the regain, and maybe Berlin Hardpoint's just their map. We're going to see if we find that out here as we come back from a short break here. Don't go anywhere. Map number 4 coming right up. All right, everybody. I mean, if you went anywhere, you were wrong, because I would say welcome back, but I know you guys didn't go anywhere. We're in an absolute insane series thus far. We got Benza versus D1 Esports, and, well, we're in map number 4. That's further we made it than the first series, and both of these teams, absolute tanks when it comes to their presence on the map, and we're going to be able to see who's going to come out on this one hot. I'm joined by Kamika, who's going to carry us into map number 4.
Yep, we're in the best series yet, and it's about to get even better as D1 are going to be first onto the objective. However, Benza have shown that they can go toe-to-toe more or less with them in the beginning, but will they be able to sustain all the way through into the end? That is going to be the real question. As the bullets start flying, Cootie is going to be the one that gets the final say on the objective. Slowing things down is going to be Benza, and Aaron will be finally shutting down the push entirely as they're getting quite a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good lead, at least, to start this one right now for D1. So, I mean, they're off to a pretty strong start. Cootie, I mean, my man is almost 30 seconds in the hill to start this one. They're already thinking about the rotation as well. And if you're Benza, well, you chalked that one up a long time ago. You're thinking about that rotation. Beal getting a big rotational kill, though. He knows there's going to be more players coming, and Cootie's actually on the long flank again, something we saw him do in that Tuscan control quite a bit. It's a matter if they're going to be able to spot him out or if they're going to get caught out in the open as these other players start to rotate over. But D1 in a pretty good position, actually, to go ahead and regain for the second hill. Trake's picking up the initial one with Elites, responding with a kill of his own. Just a matter of how much time they can hold on to before the collapse is inevitable at this rate, because Trake's and Aaron are slaying out like nobody's business. They're a combined 10-3 to start this one.
Yeah, that was a great take coming out from D1, getting control over the top as well as the crossfire. It made it impossible for Benza to stay in areas that they couldn't just get shot from up top, and so they systematically took him out, and I love that from D1. It's leading to a lot of time going in their favor for the lead, but Zuner and the guys are still here and able to get the objective right on back in their favor once again. Benza with a little bit of time off this, but it's still nothing compared to what D1 is doing. The breaks looking pretty immaculate, and coming into this map, and what we saw them do on the previous one, I pretty much saw this coming. Everything that they did in the last map touchdown complements the playstyle on Berlin very well.
Yeah, I mean, it does. They're very coordinated in Berlin. Again, all the breaks are very methodical. The rotations are methodical. There's, essentially, you're not doing the same thing every time, but you're doing variations of the same thing on every rotation, just kind of adjusting to your opponent. And, I mean, D1, they did a great job, but just like that, I mean, Benza, they already get the break. They're a very good break team on these difficult hills. So it feels like they've practiced a lot of these difficult hills to break, quite often. And, P3 on this map is a money hill. You can easily get 60, but just as we say that, you got to think about P4 on the other side of things. I know there's 30 seconds left, but you might want to be thinking about rotating already if you're Benza, trying to force these teams to spawn behind you and worry about the next 60. This has been a pretty good comeback from them. They're going to hold on to as much time as they can. The push is in from Aaron and Zuner, though, and that hill will go white, so D1 is going to manage to pick up the last 20 seconds here, not at the cost that Benza potentially rotating early and making their way onto P4.
Yeah, I mean, I would take this if I were D1. You deny your opponents catching up to you, and you force them to play for the next hill, which is not a very easy objective to hold, we'll say. There's just so many long angles, different places to come from, and so many different places you have to stand and without cover on this objective. And Aaron is showcasing this point exactly right now, coming around the back, instantly taking them all out. Krebs trying to turn around and make a little bit of a difference here, but his team is going to be completely wiped off the objective, not seeing Trakes, unfortunately for him, and that will be a clean break from D1.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't rotate early, and you managed to get the break pretty cleanly. I'd say that's a win-win if you're Benza. I mean, you got to be thinking, what happened right there? We got the early rotation. We were all the way set up. We were all the way across the map. Where was the hole? And hopefully, if you make it to the second rotation, you can start thinking about how to correct that. Aaron, going to be sitting on your hill right now. He's the man that managed to get the break, and now he's getting the hill time as well. He's doing it all for his team. Cootie be pushing up the side right here, spots out a player. The call out is in. The kill does not come in, though, so Cootie, a big one right there to help his teammates stay alive on the hill, and he's thinking about P5 already, pushing up the middle of this map, and, well, Benza just doesn't have an answer right now. They're coming out flat, and it's do or die for them in this series, considering they're down 2-1, so they've really got to turn it around as we go into P5 in this second rotation.
God, the pressure from D1 Gaming is just absolutely unbearable for Benza. They can't really seem to get anything going. It's going so fast, especially for a map like this. You're having to just constantly fight all the time, gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. And when you're this far behind, your opponent is just going to keep on getting the favor in their control. So, yeah, even on a hill like this where you don't even necessarily need to get a lot of time off of it, Benza, they're pretty much forced into that box, but they do have to get a lot of time off of it. So, I mean, Krebs, he's doing a pretty great job of it for the position that he's in, especially compared to the fact that his teammates have absolutely no way of helping him. But D1, they're going to completely wipe the slate clean. This is what you need in order to get some good time off this hill. But Benza with the break on the side of the hill should be able to mop it up.
I mean, the hard points have just been completely in the favor of D1 in Berlin. I mean, like we said, it complements their play style. If you're Benza, you really don't want to be in a position, or any team really, you don't want to be in a position where you have to make up time on P5, just because P5 is not a hill where you can chain together a lot of time. You're out in the open, you're in the middle, you're subject to nades, guns, wherever. There's so many different angles you have to watch. And, you know, it's very easy for D1 to get a break on that. So, I mean, it's just a difficult position if you're Benza. Again, you don't want to force yourself into these boxes constantly where you're in these difficult positions. And, I mean, so far, they're doing a great job of holding this P1. But Cootie, if he has anything to say about it, him and Trakes come in strong. And, you know, Caster's Curse say, you're doing a great job of holding P1, but Cootie and Trakes doing what they can to hold down get the break and essentially put that back in the favor of D1 as they take nearly a 60-point lead in this P1 on the second rotation.
Yeah, shots so far, I do want to say as well, have been a little bit more shaky for Benza. Chaos, he is going to be able to finally take down that one, but ooh, nice little turn from Elite. See, Caster's Curse helped them right on back. But either way, Benza with this little bit of time will be able to finally break 100 and get within at least 50 points of their opponents, so they can catch up with another hard point now. Aaron is finally going to get taken down now as well. Beal almost with a turn on to Cootie, but misses every single shot, unfortunately. So Cootie will be able to get another immaculate trade. Chaos up top. Unfortunately for Cootie, he's not able to string it into 3, but he at least keeps it nice and even enough to where Aaron can just walk right onto the objective.
I mean, Aaron gets a free spot on the objective. He's fine to sit here comfortably. He's got 50 seconds to his name. He's not shy of playing the objective in this game. Chaos might be able to spot his gun, though. He's going to be able to pick that up. There's a pretty big fight going on the outside of the map. Aaron and Zune are picking up big kills as well. So, I mean, D1, it's just been perfect thus far. The trades have been there. The time has been going their way. Chaos was on a 5 spree. Can he play his life long enough? No. Cootie will manage to take him out. So just like that, I mean, even Benza won't be able to get the streaks right now. That would have been huge for them. Trakes thinking about the rotation, but Krebs already picking it up. So this might be exactly what they needed. A full 60 here on this P3 can be detrimental to D1's lead. It's just a matter of what they're able to do to respond. Are they able to win this break on the rotation like they did last time? I guess we're going to find out. D1 pressing through P2, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to press through P2, overload that dockside. They know there's only going to be 1 or 2 players over there, but potentially send a player through the middle of the map to try to come in from a flank. And that's exactly what they're doing, and they're ready for it. Benza going to be probably overwhelmed on this hill at this point. The spawn's still in favor of Benza, but the shot's coming in from Aaron Suckery, and he's playing hot. Cootie, Trakes, Aaron, all lighting up your kill feed, and the break is in. D1 breaks P3 yet again.
Oh my god, the nades as well. They're just adding to the pressure. Now the middle of the map, the fire spot is going to be there for Trakes. Elise is literally stuck on this little statue here, but Trakes, he's not feeling keen on taking the shot at him, and he will eventually go down. That does open up the floodgates potentially for Benza to make a last-minute push. This push is taking a lot longer than you would need for it to be a last-minute push, and in the meantime, it's allowing D1 to get a great rotation, looking at Aaron at the bottom of the minimap. And so, yeah, this is not going to be what Benza was hoping for. 12 seconds is great, but the next hill is a really long way away, except for Krebs, who's able to keep it nice and at bay for the moment, and the spawns will still flip back in their favor. So huge moment for Krebs, potentially saving them from losing on this hill.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the game-changing moment that they needed. They got to be worried about Trakes, though. He's currently just jumping on the roof like a madman. He knows there's going to be a player pushing him as well. Must have heard that door open, but he's going to be able to spot him. No, Elite's a big kill right there. An absolutely massive kill by Elite to take out Trakes on the flank. Krebs lighting up your kill feed as well. This could be the catalyst. This could be what Benza needed to bring themselves back in this one. They're still down by 50. Aaron Suckery on the flank. He's going to get called out by Elites as well. They have complete map control. There's no response from D1. They're really trying to break this hill. They're going through all the avenues that you would want to as your team. But they're just unable to pick up the kills. Trakes, though, and Aaron managed to find 3. There's only 1 player left alive. That's Beal, and he's going to fall. So just as we say that, D1, a clean break right there to capture this P4 momentum.
Yeah, this hill is very hard to hold, so Benza, they did about as good as most teams probably would up against the first seed on this hill. Aaron going to be seeing some feats, calls him out for Trakes, and he's going to be mowing him down now as well. Keeping Benza nice and trapped in their spawn, forcing them towards the top of the map, and Cootie's going to be sitting there waiting for him. But unfortunately, they're not quite ready for them to peek out of the warehouse, so they will be losing that gunfight. Aaron and the guys in the meantime holding things pretty nice in that bay. They've got every single corner on lockdown for this objective, and Aaron shooting the bodies. He's like, this game is over, and I don't feel bad about shooting bodies now. With 10 seconds left, it's going to require one final effort from Benza. They're stacking for it. Cootie's right behind it, though, and he's going to look to shut it all down. And he and his teammates will do just that, taking down the entirety of the enemy team, ending this emphatically in the favor of D1 Gaming.
What a finish right there for D1. I mean, they came out swinging and they never stopped, winning by nearly 90 points in that hard point. I mean, they dominated the first hard point. They lost the S&D and they won the control very, closely, but then they come out in this hard point and they said, we're going to put our name on the map. D1 Esports are already in the winners final at this point. And I mean, God, they played that perfectly. Aaron, letting them know with some body shots there towards the end, but I mean, you have to. You're 26 and 18 non-traded kills, and all that damage coming out of him. That's insane. Great plays coming out of him. And if you're Benza, you're going down to the losers bracket, but you played against one of the best teams in the game and you held your own. You can't take that lightly. You got to use that momentum and carry it forward through the rest of the bracket. So we'll see how they finish later on in the afternoon. But for now, we're going to keep following D1 here as they make their run through the winners bracket. An exceptional way for them to do it against a very talented team. And D1 at the end of this, they're the number 1 seed. We knew that they had a really good chance to take this one going into the game. And now who they're going to play? They're playing either the 2 or 3 seed, maybe an even more equally matched opponent. So, Kamiko, what are your thoughts on that series overall from D1 and Benza?
I mean, I thought that Benza did a pretty decent job on most of the maps, especially the middle two. So I do believe that if Benza does manage to climb their way back in, or see D1 either in the grand finals or in the losers bracket, if D1 loses the next match, then they'll probably have to win the control. They look the best in the search and destroys and in the control, but D1 just looks indomitable in the hard points, no matter what the map. I think even on Bocage, D1 would probably just overwhelm them, because even though they were the map is a lot bigger than it is on Bocage, they still look just as fast, and they were making it as intense as a Bocage map. And just like that, we're going to be seeing, you said it was updated? No, I don't believe so. Master Avengers, you did? Okay, sorry. Oh, anyways, EMG or Master Avengers are going to be who awaits D1 next, and let's see who's going to be going to. It does appear that Benza is going to be.
All right, everybody, thank you for your patience. It's been a minute, but we're finally back. We're back. Kamika and I were here for the winners finals of this last chance qualifiers. We have an absolutely incredible match ahead of you guys. D1, who we just followed through the end of the last match, just beat Benza Gaming 3-1 to secure their spot in the winners finals. On the other side of things, we're getting introduced to EMG Esports, who I'm excited to watch for the first time today. Kamika, tell me what you're feeling. What's going in your mind right now?
Well, I'm feeling pretty pumped. Touchdown. That's all I gotta really say about that. But yeah, I got the privilege to watch EMG play some of their games on their stream, and man, do these guys get into it. They were doing the whole Modern Warfare, yelling in their mic as close as they can type of thing. These guys get into it, and I cannot wait to see the vibes flowing as they get off up against the #1 seed.
Only fair that if they're going to bring the intensity in their comms and their chats and what we saw on their streams, well, we got to bring it ourselves, Kamika. So we're going to be excited for this one. It's about to be the best match of the day. I can guarantee you that. We got to see D1, your #1 seed, going up against a lot of very talented teams thus far, but this is probably going to be the biggest challenge of the day. D1 a little shaky in the S&D, and maybe that's where EMG is going to come out strong. So, for my prediction for this one, I'm going to say D1's still going to take it, but we're going to go to a map number 5. Hey, maybe even we're going to go map 5 round 11. What better fashion than in a winners finals to go map 5 round 11? That's my prediction.
Yeah, that's what I'm rooting for also, but what I think is going to be happening is map 5, but not round 11. I'll
Okay,
say that
all
much.
right.
And into the hands of, I want to say that EMG are going to find some way to get in the heads of D1. I don't know. They seem like a team that if they can win a game, they taunt your opponents so heavily that maybe you could get them to play a little bit different. It just depends on if they can win a map early on enough. We saw the Tuscan coming out of the side of D1, and it was pretty nice. They won by about 60 points on that map. Search and Destroy wasn't that great, so maybe they could lose a Search and Destroy. I haven't seen EMG Search and Destroy, but that was the main struggle point for D1. The control for D1, it was pretty good, especially when they were on the defense. They managed to get themselves the final defense. So that's pretty much the name of the game for D1 is winning the respawns.
Yeah, the respawns are definitely going to go in their hands, and it's just a matter of, if you're on the other side of things, EMG, I would say definitely, actually, because EMG, we saw them are still, strong team based off of what we saw in their stream earlier. But, D1 has just been dominant in the respawns, and the way that they play them is just so coordinated. It's not like what we've seen from a lot of teams here. All the pushes have meaning. There's no lives getting thrown away, just empty lives, no kills, no intel, basically. There's always a trade, and there's always a pretty good break in the hard points, and so that's where I'm excited to see where they take this. It's the hard point. I give D1 the edge in the hard points, and if you're EMG, you're definitely gonna have to pick up that control here, and obviously win both the S&Ds if you want to have a shot.
Yeah, I think that based on what I've seen from D1, I will give them the edge going into the Tuscan. And so, yeah, I'm still open to EMG putting a little bit of a seed of doubt in my mind and maybe even into D1's mind, maybe even coming out on top. I'm not going to say that it's not possible. I'm just saying it's more likely that based on what I've seen from D1 that they will probably come out on top, especially if they can keep getting these awesome rotations in. And if EMG facilitates that, what we did see from previous opponents for D1 is that they would make a lot of really late pushes, and D1 they capitalized on that very hard. As soon as you make like one little mistake, one little overextension, D1's in your spawn, they're flipping you out and they're taking the majority of the time. So that's something that if EMG wants to win this, they're going to have to avoid.
Yeah, certainly. I think that X factor for EMG in this one is that you got to match the intensity that Benza had at times and be able to make adjustments to D1's playstyle, because D1 has been dominant thus far. I mean, they've only dropped one map in the entire series. You're already in the winners final, and you're favored to win this essentially. But I mean, it's easy for teams to make these adjustments. Just a matter if they can recognize them mid-round, and that's what separates winners from losers in Call of Duty, is being able to make these small adjustments in the middle of the game. I think that if they match the intensity that Benza brought out there, in the Search and Destroy and in parts of the hard points that we saw earlier, I think they have a very good chance of, at least taking this one the distance against D1, a very talented D1 team. But it really is going to be matching the intensity. Whenever D1 looked like they were on their back foot, it was whenever the speed of the game was brought up a lot higher and they couldn't get comfortable with their rotations and setups that we saw them in. So key factor for EMG, bring the intensity, bring the speed, try to catch D1 on their back foot as long as you possibly can, and essentially just shove it in their faces the entire game, and I think you have a shot here. For D1, it's more of the same. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You've been playing phenomenal Call of Duty all day, hardly even dropping a map, and it's going to be more of the same, more of the methodical pushes, more of the methodical rotations, and really playing good team Call of Duty like we've seen them do.
Yeah, dictating the pace, 100% of the name of the game. It's something that you could always say for pretty much any game, but for this one in particular, it's been whoever's been able to get just control at one point of the game. It's usually been D1. If you let them get in control, you will not get them out of control. So you can't let them get like total map dominance. As soon as you like get wiped, they're pretty much going to have your number for the rest of the game. So EMG trading out effectively, that's going to be a seriously important thing as well. Do we have an update on when the game will actually be getting started, by the way, production? All right, so we had a little bit of a lobby crash. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going to a quick break, and in about 1 minute's time, we'll be back with the game, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, from our shortest minute break of all time. I am joined by Touchdown as we get into this winner's final. Tuscan is the first map. You've missed nothing, and is EMG versus D1.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the shortest minute I've ever felt, but I mean, hey, I'd rather overpromise and overdeliver, underpromise, overdeliver here. So,
Right.
We're back at it fast. Trakes kicking things off with Cootie and Aaron as well, as they're going to go ahead and take easy control of the beginning of this hard point, and it's more of the same from D1, these methodical pushes going in their favor, but on the other side of things, being EMG, a good response and a potential break already.
I mean, both teams have been going toe-to-toe, nailing each other right on back each time, but D1 does finally wipe the slate clean, and they were getting all the time up until this point, so I think it's very likely that they're able to seal this one out. EMG are now feeling the burn, exactly that I was mentioning. As soon as you let D1 get a full team wipe, you're stuck. And all they really have to do right now, EMG, you can't go in for this next ult. There's really no point in you going for it anyway, because there's only 10 seconds left. You just gotta hope that you can get in a good enough position to hold off the Storm up against Aaron on his 4 streak.
Yeah, they got to make sure he doesn't get his streaks. They're probably already thinking about their setups, and they got him. They managed to pick up Aaron. That's a big kill on Aaron Suckery right there. So DJ picking up his first kill of the game, and it might have been the biggest one thus far. They prevent the streaks on Tuscan Hardpoint, where they can be pretty lethal. While maintaining control of this hill, however, we got Dylan already sitting in the hill as well with nearly 10 seconds to his name, and they're doing a great job of holding this down, but Trakes, he's trying to make the break with his teammates. Aaron, Trakes, and Zuner all picking up one in your kill feed, and just like that, D1 flips it back on its head, picking up the final one as Trakes. That's a squad wipe from D1. And EMG, you're on the back burner right now, man. You really need to turn up the intensity if you want to be able to make this break and climb yourselves back into this one, because we've seen D1 get a lead early in a lot of these hard points, and it's just impossible for these teams to make a comeback. So,
Ooh, nice.
EMG, every second counts, and they know that's these last 20. They're going to try to hold on to it for as long as they can, and it looks like they're going to get that last 20, but not before losing this rotation either. So D1 already on the rotation for P3.
Yeah, pretty solid break coming out from D1. It's going to deny a lot of time going in the hands of EMG and keep their early game lead more or less in their favor. Mid-map control is going to be there for them as well. They're more or less forcing EMG to spawn towards the top of the map. They don't care if they get towards the objective. They just want to dictate the terms of where they come to the objective from, and I like that from D1. I really don't like it when I see teams try and control every single aspect of the map, because that leaves you very open to a spawn break. But it appears that EMG are not going to be falling for these tricks, and they will be able to break onto the hill at least a little bit, but the resilience of D1 and their setup is still going to be there.
Yeah, that setup was just, it was almost impossible to break. They had everybody where they needed them, and I mean, if you're Evade right now, you got a tough task. He managed to kill the player in the hill. Can he get the player off the spawns as well? That's Zuner. He does get the trade, though. Lucho, a big kill right there. One player can top fire. Evade does get that, but Cootie and Aaron managed to get the final break. As a matter of, can they stay alive? Dylan gets absolutely 180 turned on right there. Unfortunate timing for him, but Aaron is hot right now. 13-6 right now with 20 seconds to his name. He couldn't find that last player, but nevertheless, he gets the break and extends the lead for D1 once more. They have nearly a 40-point lead going into P4. And P4 is kind of one of those mixier hills where you can get a decent start, but it's pretty easy to break in. And if we know what D1 does well, it's get these breaks in. EMG haven't really proved that they can hold these hard points initially. It's been difficult for them. And so far, they've done a good job. They've got the first 10 seconds, but Cootie managing to get a big kill. Zuner following it up, and Aaron lighting it up as well. Everybody, that's a team ace right there for D1, and they get the break on P4.
Yeah, it's just full team wipe after full team wipe after full team wipe. Every single one of these holes that EMG tries to put together. And it comes very early in these objectives. They always get like the middle 30 seconds. And EMG is always just like scrounging up the scraps like the early 5 seconds and the last like 15 to 20 seconds. And that's a recipe for disaster. You got to be at least able to hold out a little bit longer if you're EMG Esports, especially on a hill like this. They are going to be able to break back in. Again, 10 seconds left. D1 getting the majority of the time off this, and they're set up on the next already. They're content to let EMG fight for these scraps while they go in and get this massive feast of time on every single hill.
They're fine at this point, taking the first 30 and dying the next 30. If you do that for the rest of the game, you'll be fine. Aaron, Cootie, Zuner, again, all in your kill feed, and they have complete control of the map right now. It's just been hard for EMG to make any progress. They have no space on the map, no map presence, no map control. DJ does open things up with a big kill, though. That's going to be nice. Lucho will fall to Zuner. It's just a matter of DJ can pick up another one at the bottom of the well, and he does. The nade connects as well. Only one player left to beat on the hill, and that's Aaron. He's going to manage to pick up one, though. The trade will not come in. He's going to be able to contest this, and he gets some supporting fire. Lucho just unable to do anything. The nades are too strong, and D1 with yet another break holding on to this P5.
Yeah, that's going to be a really solid first rotation coming out from D1. I've seen some teams finish it at this point, get close to finishing it at this point, but this is basically as much as you can ask for from in a winner's final from D1, especially with Aaron popping off like this. Look at that. He's just making them all look so silly right now. 22-9 after the first rotation. That is quite the stat line, considering that we have not been going on for very long in this map.
No, yeah, I mean, it shows in this team's score as well. The slaying is just there for D1. I mean, they're essentially outslaying them by like 7 or 8 kills. No, sorry, way more than that. I don't even know. I'm not going to do the math in my head right now. But D1 is completely outslaying them thus far, and that's been the advantage. I mean, slaying is the name of the game in Hardpoint, and D1 does it well, along with really, coordinated breaks like we saw right there. And, when somebody like Dylan on the other side is 6-18 and Lucho's 11-17, you don't have a single player even or positive on your team. It makes it difficult to even make any kind of comeback in this hard point. They're really going to need to start getting some kills chained together right now if they want to have a chance. Wow, Lucho, big kill right there. Actually, it opened things up, but not before Aaron, the big man on the map, finds a 2-piece of his own with that automaton in hands, and that man is over double positive, and we're almost 2/3 of the way through this point.
Yeah, maybe a little bit closer than you think. Like D1, they could end this pretty much at any time now. It's starting to look like it could be done in the next 3 hills. It's like 2 minutes, maybe even less. But yeah, Cootie looking to make that a reality right now. Finds Dylan Targaryen and tees him up nicely for a kill from Zuner. Just like that, EMG on the back foot, trying to come out from the back spawns. And Lucho, man, that is a kill that you have to be getting, but luckily Evade was there to be killing him. But it's going to be just getting enough time for the D1 players to get back in and mop up shop once again. They've reasserted their spawns, and they don't really care that this time is not going in their hands because they've got a full 100 points on their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, this we might be thinking about a 100-point club at this rate with how well D1's been playing. I mean, we're going to see Dylan try to make some plays on this hill, and actually setting up for the next rotation, EMG's in a pretty good spot. If you pick up the last 20 seconds here and you win the rotation, I mean, that could be huge for them. So they're going to manage to pick up the last 10-ish or so seconds. So I think it might end up going white here towards the end, but not if Lucho has anything to say about it. A couple big kills coming out of him. It's just a matter of who wins the rotation onto P4, and it looks like the edge does go to EMG as they're thinking about it. They have pretty good map control here. They're holding down mid-map, outside of fields, as well as the top of roof, and they're doing a good job of that. They have 2 players set up on roof. However, DJ just going to get ripped by Aaron. When Aaron is playing like that, it's going to be very hard to stop him. The trades do come in, and who other than Aaron, the man who is 30-15 right now, coming in, picking up the trades, The break is inevitable at this point. The numbers are in their favor. Cootie, though, will fall, but Zuner is there for the trade and picks up another one as well. Plays his life and picks up 3. Zuner, he's playing out of his mind as well right now. Big plays coming out of D1. They're going to get the break once more, and they're fine to let this hill go white. They have almost a 100-point lead, as we said. And well, Trakes, he's already in position to start holding down these spawns.
Yeah, dude had literally 2 HP left and still won that chow. That's pretty dang incredible if I do say so myself. And D1, they're going in for a very late chow on this hill. I mean, they can afford to do that at this point, but it does sort of give a let off the brakes for a little bit for EMG because you're still fighting very hard for the previous objective. It gives EMG a lot of time to set up on this objective where they don't, where you can, if you do manage to set up, you should be able to hold your opponents at bay. They have not been able to do that yet, I do have to say. So D1, I'm still liking their chances, even though EMG has been given a little bit of a gift on this rotation.
Yeah, they've been given the gift of the early hill time, but I mean, if you're D1, you're probably comfortable breaking this. Trakes finds 3 in the kill feed before getting taken out, and well, who other than to clean up the 4th other than Aaron? This man is on a mission right now. Him and Trakes absolutely mopping the floor with EMG. It's a bloodbath in P4, and they have very well, they can't win it here anymore, but they're probably going to get a lot of this good time here. And I mean, if on the other side of things, EMG, you got to start thinking about the regain. S&D might just be your game here moving forward, because I think this hard point's all but chalked up here, Kavka.
Yeah, and D1, they just kept control over the top of the stairs the entirety of the time. There was absolutely nothing that could be done for EMG just because they had no counter to that. As soon as you get the trade and you go in, you're instantly dead. So EMG, they're going to try and stack up on this next hill, but they're not in a position to deny the incoming frag grenade, so it's going to be very difficult for them to keep up the HP and by proxy keep up the hill time. Glide bomb now coming in to try and kill these off objective players, and it's not quite going to be hitting anything, at least keeping them on the inside of the base and letting them know generally where they're at. Nice turn from Cootie, but the stairs are still going to be in the control for the time being of EMG. They're trying to break in through the front door. Someone's breaking in, but it's still going to be EMG holding things down. If they can get this at least a couple of seconds longer, then they might be able to push this into another hill, but Drake says, no way, not today. Full team wipe. You guys are not touching this ever again, and we are going to be winning this one right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, Lucho, tall task right there. Last man alive, 2 seconds to go, and D1. I mean, hey, honestly, if you're EMG, you brought that one back within a reachable, somewhat reachable distance. But D1, I mean, that was just, there's nothing but positives to take out of that. It was very difficult. EMG dug themselves into a hole early, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Not even one break, but the break comes in because D1, they're just too strong. I mean, look at them. The slay power, 33 and 19 out of Aaron, 30 and 20 out of Cootie, 27 and 19 out of Trakes, and 24 and 15 out of Zuner. I mean, you can't really ask for much more. Aaron with 26 non-traded kills. I can't stress how much this man did on this map with 10 objective kills as well. I mean, he was just phenomenal. He played out of his mind. On the other side of things, I mean, Dylan started out like 5, 7, and 20, I think. It just wasn't working out for him, but he did manage to make a comeback there towards the end, and you know, I'm happy to see that his scoreline did not finish how his game started, but they're going to need to carry some of that momentum into the next map as well. EMG, you know, strong showing in the second half, definitely not in the first half. It was all D1.
Yeah, that's a pretty gross stat line from D1. Over like 75% of their kills were not traded out. And that's something that you can't be having happen if you're EMG. That also matches what I was about to say next, and that is when D1 went in for these breaks, they got the team wipes like in the blink of an eye, dude. Like there was nothing EMG could really do back. Like they just came in so fast. They figured out where all of them were at. Every single counter shell that came in had a counter angle for it from the enemy team. And D1, they just got it done so fast. EMG could not recover from that. And they got their subs done even quicker. So D1, this is exactly why we were saying they are the team to beat when it comes to hardpoint. Search and destroy, that is going to be another story as it has been a point of struggle for them.
It's been a struggle for them so far today, but it's a very strong team overall. And you got to think that maybe the second map we have Berlin S&D that may favor them a little bit more than what we saw them on earlier in Tuscan. But again, it's been all D1, and I'm excited to see how they respond in Search and Destroy, because maybe that's just been they've been focusing on the other maps. Maybe Berlin is their bread and butter, and they're ready for it. But you never know. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Map number 2, D1 versus EMG in winners finals. There's nothing but positives to take out of that. It was very difficult. EMG dug themselves into a hole early, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Not even one break. back. Map number 2. We had a very short break yet again. Hopefully ready for some more Call of Duty action. We got EMG versus D1. Map number 1 going in favor of D1. They had a very strong hard point, just as expected from them, but they'll be able to carry that momentum into an S&D. We haven't seen them win an S&D very easily today. They've only won 1 as far as they lost 1 actually to Benza earlier today, but you know, maybe Berlin's their map. Let's go ahead and see where they're going and start off with this bomb on the attacking side, or EMG. Let's see if they take this bomb on the attacking side right now. It looks like they're running it towards B.
They're running it towards B and losing DJ towards the middle of the map, but the nade is going to be fragging back onto tracks. And ooh, talking about mid grenade throw, Evade is going to be able to evade the bullets of Zuner enough to where he's able to kill him. And now the bomb will be planted. But I like this from D1. They're trying to deny the post plant positioning from EMG. You know that they wanted to plant it for in there. Lucho able to take down Aaron, but Cootie, he's got the post plant position on lockdown, but they just flip it right on him with the superior numbers. Very difficult for him to do this, especially where they all have a same common sight line. There's no chance for him in that. Great start for EMG.
Yeah, great start from them. I mean, Lucho came out strong, Evade came out strong, and Dylan, the man who struggled at the beginning of last game, just came out hot as well. So Lucho picking up 2 that round, followed by his teammates, both getting 1 each, and it's a pretty clean offense on their part. So that's what we like to see. That's how we like to see them regain after a pretty shaky hard point. And maybe EMG is a 2-3-5 kind of team. That's what we suspected they may be. And Lucho proving that point already. Man's already 2-0. On the other side of things, I mean, D1, Zuner is the only one who got a kill right there, but he got traded quickly. And how are you going to respond on this offense? Well, they're also going to take it to B, just like a lot of people do on Berlin here.
Yeah, surprises me 0%. DJ trying to get Aaron in the same spot that was just done against him, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to deny the run up into the site from the fire window. They didn't quite get there in time, and Aaron able to catch the flanking player as well. Lucho does manage to get the guy on the train car heady, which is huge. And Cootie gets overrun inside by Evade. They're trying to shut down all the doors. They know they've got the spawn more or less on lockdown, except for Trakes, who's managed to backtrack his way into a good position, and time is a-ticking now. Trakes getting found now as well. Aaron not in a really good position to deny the defuse. He's going to have to find that later on. Lucho, he's running towards the bomb site, and Aaron's got literally the perfect spot. He has been spotted by Evade, so a clean defuse will be available for Lucho as they get their 2nd round in a row.
I mean, 2 rounds in a row, and Lucho and Evade are 7-0 combined. You can't really ask for a better response to that hard point than just to come out and slap them right in the face, take 2 straight rounds, and have 2 players that are flawless. I mean, this is the perfect start from EMG. They're playing this perfectly. Evade and Lucho with the AR and sub respectively, and they're playing their roles perfectly. The trades are in, and it's just been hard for D1 to really make a response thus far. Now we're going to see how they respond on this defense, and if I'm EMG, I'm probably going right back to B. You had a lot of success. Just maybe switch up the spots a little bit, and I think you'll catch D1 off guard yet again.
Yeah, we've got a little rule of 3s going on here. We've got Lucho with 3 kills. That's a 3rd round, and only 3 kills for the entirety of the D1 gaming squad. So it looks like 3 is the magic number for EMG as they go in here. Cootie is able to get Dylan Targaryen without a little much recourse coming his way, so that's good. And the post plant is going to be pretty much what they're playing for at this point. D1, they got their kill. It's going to be not so easy for EMG to hold on to the post plant position on A. But if they do go to B, it's more possible. Trakes is going to be seeing this coming, though. That's a great little bit of a line of sight he had there. But the D1 gaming players are very far away, pretty much too far away to help him right now. So one of them is going to go for a flank, and the other will join Trakes at this defuse attempt.
I love that anchor there by Trakes, though. I mean, he was able to at least call it out and give the intel to his team. So, I mean, every second counts, like we said, but it's just a matter of how well they can respond to the changing bomb site. Cootie has been spotted. He's been called out. DJ following him up. Managed to pick up the kill. Big kill by DJ right there. Leaves it Zuner and Trakes now. And a 2-on-3 retake with only 20 seconds left. And you don't want to hand them streaks here. I'm thinking you might want to play your life to try to sit back and play for a kill. But they're playing for the round. They know how important this round could be. DJ, though, manages to pick up a player on his own. Zuner does get evade. So that's a big kill right there. Those are some streaks that may potentially be off the map. But you are going to fall in this round again. So this is going to be 3 straight rounds for EMG coming out hot on this S&D. Oh, Lucho falls as well. That's a huge kill right there. That is a huge kill right there for Zuner. If he did not get that, I mean, that was another player potentially on streaks, but Zuner manages to find both of them. So I take that as a win right now if you're D1. These players aren't on streaks anymore. You're down 3-0, but it's essentially, you know, just play your best S&D from here on out. You don't have to worry about the streaks, and you might have a shot here. So big plays coming out of Zuner there at the end of that round.
Yeah, I mean, a loss is still a loss, and especially when it's 3 rounds up against you, it's like Buzz Lightyear once said. It's not what's it. Shoot, I'm messing up my own quote. It's falling with style is basically what D1 is going for right here. Falling with style, losing with style. But I mean, Aaron, with those 2 kills, is going to be making the first round a very strong possibility for them right now.
Yeah, Aaron, big 2 openers right there, and some trades come in, and well, just like that, the round's over. D1 Gaming, they caught some wind behind their sails at the end of the last round, and carried that momentum into this round. So they're finally on the board here. It's just a matter of how EMG is going to respond now. EMG kind of did whatever they wanted to, mopped them up pretty quickly for the first 3 rounds, but we've seen this time and time again. D1 is very good at adjusting mid-game. So let's see how they can try to carry this momentum into their defense now.
Yep. And Aaron is looking to be the point man for them once again. In the last Search and Destroy, a lot of the recent rounds, Aaron has been a serious standout player for them. So looking to do that again with, I believe, 2 kills in that round that really helped his teammates out. And EMG, they're going to get beaten to the bomb site, and D1 are really, really playing for this denial on B. It's good on EMG not to fully commit, otherwise they'd be walking clean into a death trap. And so slowing down the pace is definitely going to help them out here, especially when they realize how much free real estate is over on A, which is where they've got the bomb going now. Lucho just lingering around, seeing if he'll be able to catch any of the players up in fire. They will be looking out that window at them. So he's seeing if he can catch anybody just lurking on the way out while his teammates go for the A plant.
The A plant will go down, and I mean, that was a great spot right there from D1. I mean, Aaron was in position to see where the bomb might have gone down, but now at least has the intel. These players rotated over to A just a little too late, so a really good bomb plant from EMG to stay out of the line of sight of D1 there and not give them any free information. The bomb is down with 30 seconds to go, and it's a 4-on-4 retake. If we're going to be retaking any site A, it's going to be a fun one just because there's so many different lines of sight. Aaron decides he's just going to go ahead and go for the defuse. So the nade does come in, and the player will fall. Evade does get that kill. There's only 18 seconds left. They need to move quickly if you're D1. They managed to find one right there. However, Lucho responds in your kill feed. Cootie picks up one as well. Now it's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Trakes and Cootie versus Dylan and Lucho. However, Lucho is going to be called out by Trakes. Now Dylan is just in a 1-on-2. He needs to get the defuse. Or he needs to keep the players off the bomb, and he does just that. Cootie unable to help, and he will fall to the bomb. Now that's just funny right there. So Dylan, a big kill, and EMG is going to take your early lead 4-1.
Yeah, honestly, as soon as I saw them get that kill onto the player outside, I thought there was the possibility that one of them could get the hot defuse with just the amount of time remaining in order to get it, but they didn't get it in time. They weren't able to just sprint out. Maybe they had just barely ran out of sprint or something. Either way, it would have been very difficult with the EMG player in prime position to see the bomb a mile away and shoot him down with the AR. So EMG inching themselves ever so closer to their first map win up against D1. And D1, they are still looking to find a way to crack this EMG defense.
Yeah, it just hasn't really happened for them. I mean, if they're not getting 4 dead in the middle of the map at the beginning of the round, I mean, none of the rounds have really gone their way. And EMG's setups have just been strong. I mean, Evade 7-3 right now, Lucho 4-3. I mean, there's only one really standout star with Evade right now. DJ has actually been doing a really good job of getting these first bloods as well. Can't discredit that. But, I mean, D1 has been playing down a man and playing into the setups of EMG pretty much the entire time. Trakes is actually on a 5 spree, though, before he gets taken out. So Trakes on the other side of things doing everything he can for D1. It's just hasn't been enough right now. Now you're in a 3-on-2 situation on offense for D1 with Aaron and Cootie. And, I mean, these two have been a duo in a lot of the respawns, but it's just been difficult for them, to say the least, in some of these S&Ds. Lucho anchoring this A site. Oh my God, Aaron, what a shot. The tension there. Obviously, we could see it. These players can't, but what a snap from Aaron to even things out at a 2-on-2 with 30 seconds to go.
And EMG are actually going to be in great spots to deal with this. I thought that D1 were definitely pushing over to B, but oh, DJ, he gets caught trying to play both sides at the same time, and that's going to be confirmation for Dylan. They could have very easily just ran right back towards him, but Dylan's going to bet that they're not, and he's going to have to hope that they didn't. Sees Aaron, but Aaron sees him right on back. So D1 finding their key to victory, and that is slowing down the pace as soon as even if you lose the initial gunfights, because your opponents will eventually make a mistake. Leave a straggler out for you to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, they recognize it. And again, these mid-round adjustments for them have been strong. They constantly have been getting first blood. DJ's picked up 2 or 3 in the last couple rounds. And, you know, if you're down a man, you really got to play that slower just so you don't end up giving them a free life. You don't want to play that too quickly either. So, I mean, they really slowed things down. And EMG just, you know, basically handed that round to them. That was their round to lose, and they ended up losing it. They're going to go ahead and take things back over to B, though, where they've had some success on offense. Just a matter of, can they get the bomb down? If they get this bomb down, it's been pretty successful, and Dylan's already on it. Lucho's got the support on the outside. It's a quick plant. Trakes does get first blood, but Bomb will go down in favor of EMG. It's just a matter of can they hold on to these angles long enough to stop this very lethal D1 team from defusing it.
Yeah, and to that end, they're going to try and keep Dylan on the inside, getting a second kill of the game and instantly scurrying back on inside. Trakes, he's definitely been heard by Evade, or he should have been heard by Evade. And oh my god, why is he being allowed to do this? That's crazy. Just run right up to him and kill him. And the turn and burn! Ooh, that is going to sting from EMG as they get on a map point. D1, I thought that they really had a chance going into that defuse, but they let Dylan run all over him, and they let Lucho turn on the burners, I guess, and take him out.
Some Luchos in the chat, guys. What was that? That was an absolute 180 turn on, gets shot in the back, flips it around, wins the round for his team. Currently on match point right now. D1 Gaming, your backs are against the wall. EMG, this is your chance to go ahead and get on the board in the map count, and they're going to go ahead and try and go for a very hard stop at B. They have a feeling that this D1 Gaming team is going to try to play it through B. However, they're playing through the middle of the map, kind of keeping their rotation open. The trade does come in. DJ will fall after getting yet another first blood. This man's been good for it all day, but now numbers in favor of D1 as they manage to catch a straggler. Lucio out on the outside. Absolutely incredible plays thus far from D1. The bomb is going to try to go down. Cootie will be spotted, though. Dylan manages to pick him up, and they know where Zuner is as well. They have the call-outs. He just needs to stay alive. Will he get the assassination? No, he just goes for the safety. He goes for the safe kill, and just like that, EMG, what a response right there in this S&D. They got slammed in the Tuscan hardpoint, and they came back out and said, Berlin S&D is our game, and you're not going to take it from us. 6-2, EMG, finishing things off with Evade, 10-4 on that map.
That was such an amazingly crazy way to finish that one off. I think that was, what, a 2v4 or 2v3, something like that. But either way, D1, they had such a great opportunity for themselves to get that plant off. But unfortunately, they didn't check all their corners, especially from the spot that Dylan was sitting in the last objective. He was literally, the last 2 rounds was Dylan just running around the inside of the A bomb site and just killing everybody. So unfortunately, they did not check for him there, and it will lead to D1 struggling to finish even a third round in their favor. And now we'll be going into the control.
Yeah, I mean, D1, obviously a stronger respawn team than the RS&D. We've said that all day, but EMG really setting the tone. I mean, that's got to take the wind out of your sails a little bit if you're D1 after coming off a very hot hardpoint performance. And at the very least, taking a lot of these S&Ds the distance, but just not this time. They got slammed, absolutely put the brakes on them, and EMG came out strong. I'd like to see if they can carry that momentum moving forward. I mean, if you look at like some of the key impact plays right there, EMG, I mean, they got first blood almost every single round. They really dictated the pace. They controlled the map very well. And that's something that kind of works a little bit in control. It's a kind of a similar mindset. It's, dictating the pace of every game, obviously, but map control, very crucial in control. And I'd like to see how they set that up. We go into Berlin control. We saw how good they were in Berlin S&D, but maybe that carries over to Berlin control as well. Kamika, what are your thoughts for map number 3? Out of what you've seen from these teams thus far?
That's an interesting thing to say, because we did actually get to watch EMG play, or at least I did on Lucho's stream while we were in a little bit of a break. EMG, they won their last control on Berlin, no less, 3-2, and it was a pretty dang close one. So they seem to be going pretty toe-to-toe, and I do believe they were on the attack in the final one, and then they won it by running their opponents out of lives. But yeah, D1, their name of the game, their claim to fame is just doing better on the defense and not necessarily winning the attacks, but making sure your opponents don't do that either, and getting just enough ticks to get that final defense. I think that if EMG wants to sort of mess with that a little bit, that this is the map to do it. This is one of the most successful offensive maps in the game right now. And so I think that if they can pull one up on D1 like that, I think D1 could definitely struggle to do the same thing to them.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen control thus far for D1. You're right. It has been very slow paced. It's been very much, let's play for the defenses. Let's play for the defenses. But you don't always want defense on Berlin. Some teams are more comfortable on offense. A lot of teams end up winning it on offense. So we'll see what happens in map number 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. Map number 3, Berlin control, D1 Gaming and EMG for the winners finals. Oh, y'all, if this map looks familiar, it's because we just played it. We're going into map number 3, D1 Gaming versus EMG Esports. I'm Touchdown here with Comica Casting in a very exciting match thus far. We saw D1 take map number 1 with ease, followed by EMG just whipping it back around, pulling a full 180, and taking the S&D with no problem. We're going to go ahead and move into this control, though, on Berlin. Let's see how these teams respond. Again, D1, the stronger respawn team thus far today. So my apologies. So we have Zuner and Cootie right now picking up a couple big kills over here on B and A. They're actually taking control of both zones right now. EMG, if you're on the other side of things, I mean, well, you're off to a pretty slow start. They're going to try to get this defense back on A, though. Again, you want to try to focus on not losing A on this map. It's been critical for many teams' success. EMG on the other side of things, I mean, they managed to play pretty good defense. Dylan, who struggled in the initial respawn, currently 4-2. B should go in the favor of D1 right here, but a big slide cancel from Dylan managed to slow things down, at least for now, but not if Aaron and Cootie are on it, and B should be pretty much all but D1's to lose. A great start from them to go ahead and get initial control at this point.
Yeah, and they will be able to slam dunk this one. This is usually your given hill, and EMG, I think they're just trying to deny as much time as possible as Dylan's sliding on into the DMs and asking some questions of Aaron there, and he does not have the answers this time around. Aaron, he will be not getting that final tick at B, but taking this as an invitation to go over to A because of the strong committal from EMG over there. This is the hill that you can afford to give up, but you cannot afford to give up anything really on A. You've given a lot to D1. They're going to keep you nice and at bay generally, but Dylan with a solid grenade is going to be leaving Cootie nice and alone. They do not deny the tick at the last second, and so that will be a huge gain for D1.
Yeah, D1 also has the life advantage right now and almost 2 minutes to work with on this A. They can play some TDM here for a minute, but not like that. Not like that. That's how you play TDM. You end up losing a big kill to Lucio right there. The lives are almost even, and you're wasting a lot of valuable time right now. They're trying to get into their setup. They're trying to work this flank, it looks like. It's what Cootie and Trakes like to do on controls. They like to get behind these players and kind of force them out of their comfort zone at the back of the map. And Evade almost gets caught out in the open. He will be taking out Trakes with the pickup right there. Lucio and DJ on the other side of things really holding things down at the beginning of the trains, but that's a squad wipe for D1, and that's a stack if I've ever seen one. They're going to go for this stack, and Trakes looking for these kills on the rotation. He's going to be at least making some noise, preventing that rotation from happening quickly. You got to stack this right now if you're D1 and go ahead and get this second point.
Oh, huge, huge, huge from Evade. He completely takes out their back line, and Cootie not feeling so hot on the objective right now, not feeling so high and mighty. Going to be running on away into the path of Lucio, but speaking of running in the path, Trakes going to be finding Evade on his, and it will be a wipe clean for EMG. They are down in the live, so this could still very well be in the hands of D1, either by getting total control or getting all the kills. The EMG, this is really not the greatest of positions for them. They just have to hope that they can see their opponents first and get the kills, or at least seeing them second, have a little bit better than aims than sooner.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zuno right there, he does get taken out, and that was a big life to be losing. He's now 5-on-5 with 35 seconds left, and you can see EMG really slowing things down. They know what's at stake here. This offense could come down to these players just simply getting more kills, and Cootie picks up Lucho right there with the headshot. A big kill coming out of him. Only one tick of progress on A, and the trades are just in. D1 unable to make EMG unable to make a response. There's only one player left alive, and that's Lucho, and he's going to fall. So D1 manages to hold on after a shaky start to that one, but nevertheless, a big win coming out of them on this offense.
Yeah, breaking with their typical, we try to win all the defenses type of thing for D1 Gaming. I mean, the map necessitates it. If you're just sitting back and trying to just play for the best defense on this map, you're doing it wrong. And D1, knowing this, are going to be going in and taking an attack very, very quickly. EMG now have to respond in kind. They're going to be going to A very quickly. And D1, they're pretty much set up for this. They're prepared to lose B, but not A. And so they are 100% ready and willing for EMG to push this objective, or maybe not so much as I thought, as they don't trade out as evenly as they would like.
No, they did not trade that very evenly, and it looks like they should be able to hop onto this A point, at least start the progress here. All you need is a tick to really kind of match the progress that we saw from D1, and they're even in lives right now. So I'd like to see if they can get a tick with Evade. That was just tough, man. There was people from every angle. Everyone from D1 knows how valuable A can be, and you don't want to give it up. So they're expecting this push, and they're doing a great job of handling it right now. If you're EMG, you got to be thinking about how can you get to B right now and at least make some progress over there. But DJ and Aaron, or DJ and Evade, are picking up big kills in your kill feed right now to try to at least contest A. But just like that, Aaron and Trake's offering head cuts half off. They're getting 2 right there in your kill feed, and just no response from EMG right now. You know, if I'm D1, I'm taking this defense right now, and I'm thinking we're doing pretty well. But just like that, I mean, Berlin can get turned on its head so quickly, so you really have to be prepared for where that next push is going to go. But as we say that, I mean, Zuner's ready for it here. He knew that these players were going to start wrapping towards B, and he was prepared for it. And, well, if you're EMG, you've made no progress whatsoever on this offense.
Yeah, and you got to be you got to start to mind the fact that you are running out of time. Lives have been whittled down for both teams pretty evenly, although it's slight advantage for D1, and they haven't even fully capped the B objective yet. D1 can still do a decent amount of damage to them, if not getting them off the objective, but in the spawn. Trake's with a solid kill, and it is going to force a little bit of mindfulness to be had for EMG on the objective as they're about to get pushed. Evade trying to live up to his namesake as best as he can up against Trake's, but you cannot escape the fate that is laid out for you by D1 Gaming. They're doing so much irreparable damage to them, making them run out of time, running them down on lives, and they're looking to win this defense pretty much either way.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty poised to do just that, but again, all it takes at A is one squad wipe, forcing them to spawn in the back of the map, and then you completely flip Berlin on its head. We've seen it happen before countless times. It's just a matter of, can you get the break in? And if you're D1, can you manage to stay without too much pressure on you? Or can you withstand the pressure from EMG? And Evade's making it very difficult. He's picking up 1 on the stairs, looking for 2. Cootie goes for the challenge, but he's going to get destroyed by DJ. So EMG now looking to try to make this final push onto this zone right here, at least one of these last pushes onto the zone, and they're just unable to really get anything going, but they do manage to pick up the trades. They do know Aaron is alive in the back as well. This is a big kill. Zuner and Aaron do manage to find 2. There is going to be some progress done on the A point potentially here in just a second, but not if Trake's has anything to say about it. 2 hop in the point, and just like that, D1, a solid defensive stand, including, oh my goodness, Trakes. He is on fire right now. The automaton is shooting faster and harder than anybody on the other side on EMG, and he's really taking control of this A point.
Yeah, with no respawns remaining and less than 40 seconds for EMG, it is going to be a really hard push. They've got no map positioning whatsoever in their favor. They're getting pressured in their spawn with some grenades. And D1, they're just setting up the Testudo formation, watching each other's backs, every single angle on lockdown. If they don't get the kill, they'll get the info, and then they'll all turn. But Cootie is going to get caught in the outlying area. Good thing is that they can replenish that. But again, EMG cannot. They've lost 2, and D1 just keep on coming, and they don't stop coming. D1 are going to be able to get this defensive side as well.
Yeah, the pressure on defense right there was, I mean, you usually talk about the offensive pressure, but the pressure on that defense was just, we're going to sit in the middle of the map, we're going to push you out and force you not to get on any objective for the majority of the game. And it really made, you know, everybody on EMG just feel a little uncomfortable. They really couldn't get settled on the map, and that's when it gets difficult. I mean, everybody right now, negative for EMG. On the other side of things, Aaron Suckery, the player we've been talking about for a while today, he's 17-11, and he's going off on this Berlin. He got comfortable there in the middle of the map with that automaton, and he was mowing down some heads for most of the game. Let's see how they can respond here on offense yet again. It looks like it's going to be a solid B push, taking what they can, taking free real estate over at B, including a first blood from Trakes.
Yeah, going in pretty quickly, but ooh, Dylan almost able to do some great stuff with the sub in the close quarters again. He might not have the most impressive of KDs, ladies and gentlemen, right now, but let me tell you, in certain moments, he will absolutely go off and make your opponent's life a living nightmare. And so, EMG, realizing they're on the back foot, they know they can't just sit back this time. Although being too overly aggressive is what killed them in the last one, they cannot afford to just let D1 waltz in and get this for free. So they're going in, trying to do some damage, evade, live up to the namesake almost again as Aaron does shoot him clean in the back. A decent amount of damage done to themselves out of that EMG. It's not really worth the push that they put in my personal opinion, because you still got a lot of time and more lives in the hands of the attackers going into this next one.
Yeah, and one also thing to note is that Zuner did manage to pick up streaks as well with this automaton, so this man is now streaked out and he's ready to go ahead and start helping his team take A. You know, using that that glide bomb, he can essentially force them into that A point, and then they can collapse on them as a team. It makes them kind of force themselves out of their positions. And I think they know that. Aaron getting a couple big kills here on the next hill as well. EMG really needs to start responding right now if they want to claw their way back into this one. But when Cootie and Aaron are frying the way that they are, it makes it difficult. Zuner and Aaron now back in the kill feed. And it's just back and forth. D1 picking up two-piece after two-piece, non-traded kills. And it's just been tough if you're EMG. Now you're in the spawn trap. You're essentially in the blender here. It's so hard to get out. The glide bomb comes in. Zuner picks up one. Progress being made at A. Lucho does manage to pick up a big kill right here. He needs to get the two-piece if he wants to keep his team alive, but he will fall. DJ hopping back in, trying to stop this progress from happening, but Trakes is a man on a mission, and both of those points have progressed. It's just a matter of can they hold on for just a few more seconds, and Trakes doing just that. The man is frying right now. 21-17, and potentially the final cap evade coming in for the kill, but Trakes yet again, they secure the final point, and D1 takes a clean 3-0 on Berlin Control.
That is literally as clean as it gets. Could not have said it better myself. D1 with the hot 3-0 in Berlin Control. I was thinking that EMG, based on their performance against their previous opponents, might do an okay job in this, but clearly not good enough to even detract D1 ever so slightly at all. So yeah, that's going to be all the respawns won so far for D1, and we're about to go into another one. This is about to be a Bocage hardpoint coming up real quick next. But first, we are going to have a quick look at the stats. Aaron, star of the show once again, but slightly outshined by his teammate Zuner by a margin of 1 kill. And so I can't really say that Aaron he has just overall been one of the best players, but Zuner has been coming in really clutch as well, as you can see with the stats.
Yeah, I mean, just very even team play out of D1 and the respawns. It's a little shakier in the S&D, and EMG was definitely a little bit more consistent in the S&D. But I mean, if we're moving into a Bocage hardpoint, you got to give D1 the edge. I mean, man, they just have not dropped a respawn today, and they've played them all and won them pretty convincingly at that. And if somebody like Aaron and Zuner are both frying with the ARs the way that they are, I mean, you got to hope that your subs bring it up for you on Bocage, which is a sub-heavy map, but the AR presence can still be felt, and one of those players, well, they're going to be running that, and EMG's got to be scared on the other end of that one. So don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we head into map number 4. Bocage hardpoint, currently 2-1 in favor of D1. Let's see if they can close it out in map number 4. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with what could be the final map of this winner's final. It is EMG versus D1. D1 currently 2-1 up against EMG after some very successful respawns. We're about to get into another one to see if EMG can put one together with 2 search and destroys for the comeback victory. I am joined by Touchdown.
Back, guys, and now we're here for an exciting one. We're here for Bow Cage. I'm already out of breath. It just started because there's already so much happening on this map. D1 off to an early lead, though. The kills going in their favor. Cootie, Drakes, and Zuner lighting up the kill feed. And P1 is a very difficult hill to control, but not when your guns are frying the way that they have today. Lucio on the other side of things looking for one. He's going to fall to Cootie. Cootie's been a man on a mission with that SMG. He's been a tough kill all day long, and you know, he's living up to the D1 gaming name. Division 1 gaming, they're playing this one exceptionally well, but DJ, not before he gets 2 pieces of his own. However, a 20-second early lead for D1 could be a pretty good start for them. It's just a matter of how EMG can respond going into the rotation.
In my opinion, that is pretty dang good for D1 to be getting that 20 seconds off of P number 1, and D1 also going to be getting the spawns in their favor as well, so they're feeling pretty good going into this P2. EMG have kind of clawed their way back into some modicum of control to get themselves into the barn at the very least, although they're not going to use that. They're going to run straight up the middle of the map into the guns of D1, which I really don't know if I agree with, to be totally honest with you. It's going to cost them absolutely everything, and just like that, EMG are stalled out and waiting for themselves to make another push.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been hard for them. The team pushes just haven't quite been there, and especially whenever you see somebody like, you know, Aaron on the other end of things. I saw somebody in the chat earlier say that he's been a changed man after that team kill we saw earlier, the double nade on Benza earlier in the day. He's been a changed man. He's been frying ever since then. He already has the most hill time for his team, and well, he's only 4 and 5, but when your team's up by 20 seconds, it's a pretty good start on his part. Zuner picking up the trade right here. He's 6 and 2. He doesn't want to leave all the spotlight for Aaron today. So Zuner, he's off to a great start as well. They're actually going to give up the last 10 seconds here and potentially the lead. We're going to see a lot of lead changes potentially on Bow Cage. It just goes back and forth, and EMG is perfectly comfortable taking this scrap time, but they know they've lost the rotation. They have to get smart here, and Lucio does this, that, hopping up on top of the gate, and he's on a 5 spree thinking about some streaks here, Kamika.
Oh, that's fine that they don't have the rotation. D1 was not covering the bottom of the map nearly good enough to stop EMG from breaking on in and trapping them in their spawn. Evade is going to get pressured pretty hard here, so EMG, the floodgates are going to be open from D1. He didn't manage to get a kill, so they are going to be full ranks going on into this. It forces EMG a little bit off, but Lucio's still staying in a ratty, nice position and take him on down. Zuner, unfortunately, going to get the final bullet kill onto his teammate, and EMG flipping the spawns at the last second will be able to keep it. Drake's coming in from the window, a little bit of depth from above, taking him down and off of the objective for the very moment at least, forcing EMG out to the spawns, and this is keeping it nice and easy for D1 to make a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, D1 kind of shocking. You know, we think that the hard points pretty much always go in their favor, but it's just not quite happening right now. EMG played that third hill pretty much perfectly, or played that rotation pretty much perfectly there. They got the break pretty easily, and it just, you know, the setup wasn't quite there. The setup that we've seen work so well for D1 today, but Evade is just cracking those setups by flying off the top rope, picking up 2. Unfortunately, he is going to fall, but Cootie, he does manage to pick up that trade. He gets the intel on this player on the deep side of the map as well near the tank, and well, they're managed to stay alive here. The contest is in from Lucio. It's just not going to quite be enough. You don't want to be an AR in that position. It didn't quite work out for him, and just like that, D1 regains control of this hill.
Yeah, EMG are going to have another chance to make a counterattack, and this hill, it is pretty easy to get a contest on and force your opponent out, so that's really all they have to do is just get in a contest spot and chill. They don't even really have to get a lot of this time off it, but they're going to go for it anyway. Much credit to Lucio sliding into the DMs of his opponent and getting the better of him, as well as Aaron. Turn the other corner. You got to do something about this, man. You got to do something about this guy. And nothing is going to be done in response, and Aaron falling double duty in a row. And just like that, that is going to be EMG resizing their lead up and getting into the next hill based off of some late deaths from D1.
Yeah, Lucio just put Aaron in the blender right there. The man is 12 and 6. He has 5 in a row. Make that 6 in a row. He's picked up the AR as well. Good position for him. Cootie on the other side of things, though, being a little ratty, playing it pretty slow in the tunnels, and he's trying to prevent these players from hopping onto the point. I mean, heck, a white hill at this point is better than nothing. It's just a matter of, oh, Lucio actually did pick up those streaks right there. That's huge on his part. So DJ and Lucio lighting up your kill feed. A team nade comes in from Dylan, taking some advice from Aaron. Unfortunately, he is going to fall, but I mean, it's a good break right there from D1. It's just EMG now still has the better positioning. It's matter, can they hold on to it? Cootie going to be hiding behind the boat, just playing his life. That OBJ player doing his role so well right now. He's going to pop up, and he looks like he's going to get some support from his teammates. He won't fall quite yet. What kind of kill? Cootie with the huge kill on the point to at least gain some more time back. They're only down by about 30 seconds as we finish our first rotation.
I mean, not the most impactful kill, but still very impressive nonetheless that he was able to get it.
It was cool, okay?
It was cool. The cool factor was a 10, but the effectiveness was a little bit more of like a 2. But either ways, EMG coming out of his first rotation looking pretty good. But D1, they have had the capacity to get a lot of time off of P1. It seems like that is something that they're going to be looking to do again. Trake's sliding on out off the objective. They know exactly where he's at. Unfortunately, Lucho not able to save his teammate's life. Keeping Aaron nice and penned up, though. God, Cootie coming right around the corner and managing to do... Say that 3 times fast. Cootie coming around the corner. But either way, EMG, they are going to be looking to break into the spawns, at least denying the P1 time for the time being for D1. And this is already better than how they started the last rotation.
Yeah, I mean, certainly better. It started with a quick 20-point lead for D1, quickly became a 20-point lead for EMG on that rotation. Cootie picking up 3 in your kill feed. The man is not going down without a fight, 16-9. We've seen not quite a few individual performances out of D1, but more great team performances. But Cootie really trying to put the team on his back right now. Wants to go ahead and send EMG down to the losers brackets as they secure their spot in the grand finals. But EMG, I mean, they're coming back with a vengeance right now. The team play has been there, and Lucho, this man, 16-10 with a 1.6 KD right now, nearly a minute of hill time to his name as well. I mean, he's playing out of his mind. The rotation is in, and EMG, they managed to get the break yet again. They get the initial time. It's just a matter of can they hold on to this map control as Dylan is pushed all the way up into the enemy spawn. He will get spotted and will get taken out, but not at the cost of his team going ahead and getting that hill time yet again.
Yeah, a little bit of contest time coming out from the side of D1, but they're all dying once again. 30-point lead coming into this last little half of the hill for the side of EMG and Lucho. He's already looking to make his mark on the next one. Literally running side by side with his opponent and absolutely not realizing it. Maybe he thought it was a teammate, but Trake's realizing it a little bit too late. He's going to hop out the window before he can potentially kill Lucho out of that. That's a little bit of a comedy situation. But either way, D1 looking for the good for the next hill as long as they can keep control over the bottom side of the map. I feel like I'm watching a replay of the last time we saw this hill. But if they can just keep Aaron watching there, they will be in a lot better of a spot.
Yeah, certainly better than they did on the first rotation. That's big, but Dylan already getting Aaron out of that spot. Cootie, however, is going to respond with a kill of his own. Trake's getting some help from Zuner right there. One more player to beat. It's Evade and Dylan. They managed to pick up the kills, but D1 now on the hill. This is crucial time for them. Evade, a huge kill right there onto Zuner off the rotation. Aaron looking to try to find these players as well, but the forces from EMG, Lucho, just too strong right now for D1. They have no response on this P4, and they're really, or P3, and they're really struggling to chain together a lot of time despite rotating early. That is the worst feeling. Aaron looking to push into this hill right now, trying to help his team out once more. Manages to find one. They get the break, but one more player is there. It's Dylan. He will get taken out, but not before the team kill happens from Aaron. It's this last 15 seconds can be huge. EMG already thinking about the P4, and they're already rotated. Zuner now on the rotation himself, looking for DJ.
Yeah, EMG content to let these last 15 seconds go by. That's like half their lead gone, but if they can manage to keep good positioning in the middle of the map like they're doing, that's a great spot for Dylan. Not necessarily with the SMG, but it's still a great spot nonetheless to keep them nice and suppressed. It's a major angle of attack for D1 into the hands of their opponents. And Dylan, I mean, DJ, he's going to be seeing everything going down here. Coming from the outside of the map is going to be Zuner. He's going to be potentially their one little hope, but he gets found now as well. This is dominant in the extreme for EMG. And they could very well break 200 off this hill.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard hill to break 200 off of. It's a hill that can be contested very easily, but I mean, D1 just has no response for the holds out of EMG thus far. They're going to go ahead and try to get this contested. Trex, I like that spot right there. He doesn't able to get that player, but it was an impactful spot, got the intel, and now EMG just kind of forced to play this very choppy, scrappy kind of hill time right here. It was very mixy, but Aaron comes out with the 2-piece of his own right there to hold things down for his team for the last 15 seconds. Is a much more manageable deficit from them. They can hold on to this hill time. But again, this P5 is so crucial. The rotation here can make or break teams' success in this game, in Bocage Hardpoint, and they're not really on the rotation. EMG is already set up. It's just a matter of how quickly D1 can try to break this. It's inevitable with how this gameplay has been played out. But they really don't have as much time now to waste. They got to get this break in. They got to get it in early. And it's not going to help when Lucho and DJ are lighting up the kill feed the way that they are.
Yeah, this is actually going to be the hardest hill for D1 to break, especially with the positioning that they've given up. They've got the ability to hop down from the middle of the map there. Dylan realizes this. He's trying to do anything he can to stop it, but unfortunately, there's just too many people here. D1 applying too much pressure, and Dylan going to be falling now as well. Nice turn from Trakes, by the way. And now they will be able to get some time on this hill for themselves. Evade falling in the middle of the map, and this is starting to look a little bit dominant from D1 coming out of this hill. They're pretty much going to need all the time that they can get off of P1, something that they've normally been able to get, but they are desperately going to need it now. It's not going to be a bonus, it's going to be a requirement.
Yeah, they absolutely need it right now. They need to basically step up to the plate right now, and Trace knows that. He's on a 5 spree. I mean, streaks here could be huge for them. He manages to find one, can't find the second. He knows that somebody's going to be looking for him here any second. Lucho on the flank. Will he get the kill? Yes, streaks go in the favor of Trace. A big kill right there, and 3 go dead in favor of D1. Again, P1, not a hill you can hold a lot of time on, but if you're D1, you have to start pushing this time out quickly, and Trace knows that. He's pushing up the middle of the map sooner, picking up 2 in your kill feed. Evade coming from the flank right now, though. The spawns do flip. This is huge in favor of EMG. They need to get these kills. However, they can only find one. D1 manages to stay alive for just a moment longer, and Trace knows that these players from D1 or EMG are going to be starting to hop this hill as they have gotten the flip, but D1 doing a great job of holding down some of these crucial points on the map and stopping EMG from hopping on this hill.
Yeah, I think they're just going to keep on hopping on this hill. Ooh, another team nade coming out. Just have to point that out. But yeah, EMG, they're going to keep on hopping on this hill as much as is seemingly possible to put pressure on D1 and not take these spawns away from them. But pressure not being applied enough. And so Aaron will just run right on through, almost evades evade, but not quite going to be able to out-evade the master of evading. But either way, we've got EMG still set up for the next. Still some people that could possibly take that away from him, and in comes the streak. This is a very key time for him to do it. Gonna have to take the guy off the objective, I would have to say, to stop the clock from going away from them. He will get him, and so that forces EMG to come all out of their holes, surrounded completely by their opponents. Trakes not able to get that kill onto Dylan. All the time is going away from them now. Aaron is going to be able to get in a great position and reassert control. It's still 10 seconds that are necessary for them to lose, but it's still in it with a chance for D1.
Yeah, D1 definitely has a chance here. Oh, that was a big mishap from Aaron. He stopped shooting. That was a big kill to get on Dylan. Now you have an AR in a good position to break this hill, and EMG knows it. They should go for this break right now, and Evade knows that he's on the flank. Cootie there to try to provide the support. They managed to find one. They know that another player's there. It's Evade. Evade with the flank. A huge 2-piece from him. A huge 3-piece from Evade to potentially close this one out and send it into the map number 5. EMG, you're 1 second away. Can they hold it? They hold it. They do it. EMG wins a respawn on the unbeatable respawn squad of D1 to force map number 5. An exceptional finish and a great play out of Evade to cement this one in the books. We're going to map number 5 here, Kamika.
And there's the respawn they needed. EMG. That's the one excuse that they needed to go on and potentially win this series. We'll be staying on Bocage, but it's going to be a search and destroy this time. And with it, they looked really good in the Berlin. It was a 6-2. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, they looked very, very good in the search and destroy. So D1, they might be in a little bit of danger here. Looking at the stats real quick, we're going to see how things went at the end of that Bocage.
So if you look at these stats right now, it was like pretty much all D1 to start this thing. But then on the flip side of things, you had Lucho start popping off, and then all of a sudden it was Evade popping off, and then it was Dylan popping off, and everybody made these incredible hero plays for EMG to will their way to that respawn. And that's what, that's what they needed essentially. We know that this team is capable of winning an S&D. We saw that in Berlin earlier, and they needed to win a respawn against D1, and D1 just fell flat, man. They had the rotations initially, they were winning the gunfights, everything was kind of going their way, and just the kills and damage didn't fall their way. It was hard for them towards the end of that. So, I mean, if you're D1, it's a little scary. It's the first time you've been in this position. However, you and I did say we do believe we'll be going to map number 5, potentially round 11. That was my prediction. I mean, with how even these teams have been thus far, I wouldn't be shocked to see it. We're going into Bocage, map number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the winners finals. If you missed everything so far, it is map number 5. It is about to be a fight to the finish, a banger if I ever seen one. It is EMG versus D1, and I'm joined by Touchdown.
Map number 5. We called it at the beginning. We knew it was going to happen. We have that, intuition. You can look in our eyes. D1 versus EMG. We've seen a lot of back and forth play thus far. It's been difficult for both teams to really get anything going. And, well, we called map 5 potentially round 11 because these teams are so evenly matched, and it's been just that thus far. Very even matchup. D1 off to a strong start, and unfortunately he's going to get taken out. But Aaron with a huge two-piece right there on Evade and DJ. Big plays coming out of them. They did everything they could. The sniper is out on the hands of Lucho, but he's just going to be overwhelmed by the hands of our friends over on D1. So D1 off to a very strong start at the hands of who other than Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron had two people barreling down the way at him. I thought that Evade was going to get into a really crazy position because Aaron had just turned away as he ran out right in the middle of the open. But unfortunately, unfortunately for Evade, I should say, he turned back around just in the nick of time to see him and the flank that was coming about and stop certain disaster for D1 in that round.
Yeah, I mean, the play ended up being just about perfect. It was all about timing. Those, like we said, those milliseconds, microseconds that can really turn games on their head, and D1 was prepped for it. Aaron and Cootie now 2-0 each to start this one. A very strong start, but EMG, they're no strangers to S&D themselves. It's just a matter of can they respond. Vocage a little different than the way that Berlin has played for sure, and well, D1, it may be favoring them as they continue to take the early lead. Cootie now 3-0 with an Aaron 2-0 as well, and they're playing out of their mind. They know that their backs are against the wall in these winners finals, and you can secure yourself a spot in the grand finals if you win this. That's where you want to be. D1 trying to make it happen right now.
And Dylan is going to be the sole survivor. I don't think he realized he saw Cootie there. But the bomb is going to be planted over at the A bomb site. Cootie coming now back to check it. There's the COD timing. It strikes again as D1 going to get an easy final kill on a planting player and get themselves up to 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's a quick 2-0. I mean, Vocage plays quick in S&D typically, but could also take the full minute and a half. It just depends on the round. But, I mean, D1 really coming out swinging on both offense and defense, getting the first bloods, making the trades happen. And now you got a player that's already thinking about streaks. Cootie, 5-0. This man, right. As we saw him in the hard point earlier and in the control, he can really turn a game on its head whenever he wants to. He's a very dominant sub in this game and in the LATAM scene. And, if I'm a CDL team, I'm putting it on notice. This man has been absolutely frying today for D1. And he's been very consistent. Let's see if he can continue that consistency and work himself into some streaks now with some help from Aaron right there. They managed to rip a player off a B, and they're taking the pace and they're turning it up yet again as they try to get this bomb down over on the other side of the map.
In the meantime, Evade going to see Trakes perfectly. No Overwatch is going to mean Trakes is literally a sitting duck. Rotation now coming out from the side of D1. Not too many players still lingering over there except for Lucho. I don't think he's going to be able to hear anything going on over here just yet. It's a good thing that both players are looping back around a bunch of different directions. He's in a great spot to where he could see Zuner. Oh, he sees the window open, though. He should know this is going on. So he will be forced out of that, coming in from the different direction. Zuner, he will be very, very lucky that Lucho doesn't check that in time, but the plant does not go down, so time is still not the friend of D1 in this round.
No, I mean, that was a very good audible that they've made, and they're essentially setting up for B now. Zuner, though, he is going to be the last one alive as Cootie does fall. It's a big kill. Cootie was close to streaks, and EMG, that's a perfect way to respond on this defense. He managed to take the guy off of streaks, and you get the last kill in the round as well. So now you're finally on the board in this map number 5. And, well, I mean, just great team play out of them. Lucho really anchoring that site, and it was just crazy how he managed to open up that window at nearly perfect timing on his part. And, on the other side of things, for Cootie and Zuner, that was a tough 2-on-3 to be in, and they played it the best that they could, but just the audibles from EMG, just a little bit too strong mid-round for D1.
Yep, and off the back of that, EMG, they're going to get a little bit of confidence back. At least your opponents didn't win 3 rounds in a row like they did to them in the first Search and Destroy, but D1, this is a map where you can definitely get split up and taken down, especially with that first kill. That's a 2-2 split, and it's definitely going to be informing them that they should be going over to B because 2-2 splits are very common. But good little hits from Aaron is going to be letting them know that everything is coming his way, or they're at least players that are in the general area. They could still make their way towards the middle of the map, and that's what Cootie is checking on right now. The play is going to be over towards A, and the bomb player runs right on past Cootie. I don't think he realizes that is the bomb player, but if he did, he should be staying very close and calling his teammate over. Lucho going and dying in the bomb's hands as well. And oh my god, great save coming out as well. And so it will just be Dylan against Cootie and Aaron. They know exactly where he is as well. The challenge is coming out together. The bait and switch is on fleek for D1 Gaming as they bait another one into their trap.
That bait and switch was just about perfect. I mean, that's just gonna. You can't really talk about better Call of Duty from them. They had a 2-on-2 situation. They bait and switch the first player. Then it's a 2-on-1 situation. They say, Dylan, you're gonna catch that one as well. Bait and switch. Aaron and Cootie playing phenomenal Call of Duty between the two of them. We're talking 12-3 through 4 rounds. The world is their oyster, and well, the game might just be theirs already. It's 3-1. D1 taking the early lead in Search and Destroy.
Yep, AMG. They are going to go all in on B, though, and I'm sure that... Oh, that's huge! They actually caught the bomb player in that little push of theirs. I don't think they quite realized that, but Lucho, he's still going to be staying here. Bomb has been recovered, and so they're just going to sit here and wait. Lucho, he's been spotted around the corner. Nothing he can do. He's literally stuck there and got to hope that his opponent doesn't reach shallow, or that he's too afraid or something, but nothing he can do. Zuner getting a little bit just killed on the site. That's huge for Dylan, but... DJ will be the sole survivor. Bomb is down on the other objective, but they know that all they really need to do is kill this one player. God, DJ getting slowly away from the player mid, but into the hands of Aaron as D1, very surprisingly, I might add, getting a 4-1 lead over their opponents who beat them very badly in the first Search and Destroy.
They must have heard us talking. We were like, D1, you're not the S&D team. You got to be scared. They said, we're not going to play scared. That's what they expect out of us. They beat us in the first search. Well, let's go ahead and slap them right back in the face. Aaron and Cootie, we got some sprays coming out of DJ on accident. Let's see how they can respond on offense. This offense is huge for EMG. 2-4 feels a lot better than 5-1. Evade going to be your bomb carrier. They're going to look like they're pushing it towards the middle of the map / leaning towards A. The information is going to be called out by Aaron. He does spot a player. The stun does connect. Lucho does fall. Evade, however, gets trade onto Cootie. So now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Evade must have spotted Aaron right here. He sees him. Dylan with the big kill right there. However, Trace does pick up one before getting traded. Now it's just Zuner left in a 1-on-2. And EMG, the quickest round we've seen thus far, goes in their favor. A great play coming out of them. And it was just, pretty good coordinated team effort right there on that defense to clean things up. You're back on the board. 4-2. Again, a lot more manageable than 1-5.
Yeah, in that round, especially with how quick and efficiently it went down, that's going to feel good. That's going to feel pretty good if you're EMG, and a game that relies as much on vibiness and feeling good as this game does in order to perform well, that's going to be a little bit of a boost for them. So, D1, on this attack, it really depends on what EMG does. It appears that this time they're going to be going for a little bit more of a typical approach to the map. They keep one person on each outside of the map and keep most of their forces middle, and they play off of whatever intel that they get. Not a whole lot of grenades have been thrown, so they're just going to try and sneak their way on up for this plant. Trakes is going to be able to find Lucho on the inside and evade, skirting on out and killing Aaron, but still the advantage is going to be had by D1.
That was a big play by Evade right there. He knew what he had to do. Oh, Zuner. That was a big kill himself. But Dylan finds a 2-piece. That is a huge 2-piece. It's a 1-on-1. Trakes and Dylan now. Dylan been playing out of his mind today, but not before Trakes manages to spot him out. A perfect call out from his teammates, knowing exactly where Dylan was going to be heading. And now it ends up being 5-2. D1, 1 round away from going to the grand finals. And of course, who other than Trakes, who's been great in S&D today, picking up your final kill.
Yep, they're getting really close to pulling the Uno reverse on them with the 6-2. You 6-2 us, we will 6-2 you. Trying to win the one search and destroy that matters the most touchdown. And D1, they are 1 round away from it. It would have to require a very catastrophic meltdown combined with a great uplifting of EMG in order to come back from this. While it's still possible, D1 have a lot going for them right now.
D1 has a lot going for them indeed, and they're taking advantage of it. I mean, they're really just calling all the right plays, and EMG... they haven't really had a response thus far. It looks like they're going to take this one to B. Will they be spotted? Yes, Cootie spots him. He's going to take some shots. Will he get turned on? No. Okay, V manages to almost get a few shots onto Cootie down here. Cootie manages to play his life and stay alive. And, well, now it's a 2-on-3 situation right now if you're EMG with your tournament stock, essentially, or at least your winner's bracket stock on the line. Zuner finds the last player right there on the other side of B. So, Lucho, your island, he's in a 1-on-3 situation. Crazier things have happened. It just matters. Does Lucho have the ice? Does Lucho have the ice to clutch this one up? We'll see. Cootie, Zuner, and Trakes on the other side of things.
Lucho, enemies on all sides surrounding him. What is he going to do? Is he going to fight or is he going to flee? He's got Cootie right around the corner. Doesn't even realize it. And D1 will be winning the one search and destroy that matters. Putting this one to bed. Sending EMG down to the loser's bracket. And they will be living up to their first seed expectations. Making their way to the grand finals.
They may deserve it with the way that they played Call of Duty today. It didn't quite go to a round 11 like we had discussed potentially, but it went the distance. It went to map 5, just like we were talking about. An absolutely phenomenal search and destroy out of the boys over on D1, who have been struggling in S&D for the majority of the day. But, I mean, nevertheless, closing it out here. They did a great job there in that search and destroy. And, you know, if you're EMG, you can't really take that to heart too much. I mean, you got to be thinking that you had a pretty good series overall against the top seed, and you're still going down to the losers bracket. It's not like you're out quite yet, but I mean, D1 at this point, you're one step away from qualifying for challengers champs, and you got to be feeling that the pressure is on. And well, hopefully your hands don't get cold as you got to wait on the losers bracket to finish. But nevertheless, a great series out of both of these teams. And EMG, you can still see them on the other side of things in the losers bracket, see if they can make their run.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a little bit of a break. We're going to be switching out the old casters. Cash and McCormill coming right up for you, as well as is the losers bracket. So don't go anywhere. Still plenty of Call of Duty coming your way when we come back from this break.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the LATAM Challengers LCQ. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. Alpha Esports in Benza. Up 1-0 is Benza inside of this best-of-5 series. It's the lower semifinals. One of these teams is looking to secure themselves top 3. Obviously, they still have a long ways to go if they want to even try to qualify for the championship for the Challengers series. But well, at least right now, Benza is looking good in the driver's seat of the series. I guess beforehand, my name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. Cash, how you feeling? How you doing? It's great to be back here.
No,
Finally
it's
doing our
wonderful to
LATAM
be
stuff.
back in. Yeah, it's wonderful to be back in Challengers action, man. I'm excited to kind of dig in and finish out the rest of this LATAM Challengers LCQ. And yeah, like you said, Benza kind of off to a hot start in the series. They played map 1 Bacage kind of off screen and took that one 250 to 100. So it is a rematch from round 1 between Benza and Alpha Esports. And yeah, so far Benza very much in the driver's seat, very much in control, and want to take this one.
Yeah, it was a quite a show-stopping one in the map 1 hardpoint. It was a 250 to 100 scoreline for Benza on Bacage, and if you know Bacage or you know Vanguard, that is quite a scoreline and quite the deficit for a Bacage, especially for the first series, or first map of the series, when you know that elimination is in the back pocket and in the back lines. But overall, this tournament has been really a fun time so far.
Yeah.
Obviously, NA and EU are still going on at the current time with LATAM, so if you do want to check those out, the streams will be running simultaneously throughout the day. But as we kind of get into the later half of LATAM here, we're in our top 4. Obviously, only one team will be able to make it and qualify for the amateur championship. But really, Cash, as we look ahead in this series, going into the search and destroy here on Desert Siege, there's a lot to take away from this. But clearly, I think the most important thing to bring up here would be the fact that these teams have already played each other inside of the winners bracket.
Yeah, and it was a breeze for Benza earlier on. Now, it can be very hard to beat the same team twice in a day. So, for Benza, I kind of had apprehension coming into this, saying it is hard to put the same team down twice. Now, for Alpha Esports, you find yourselves on the back foot early on. I mean, you take a beating like that in a respawn, and it can kind of be hard to get momentum going into a search and destroy. Benza been playing really good search and destroy. That was the only one they took off of D1 Gaming earlier in that series that they lost 3-1. So I expect sharp gameplay from them as we open up on Desert Siege. And for Alpha Esports, you're just trying to regain and forget map number 1 and start fresh.
A nice little first blood there comes through for Benza, but it is Alpha who return right back to it. 3 versus 3 here. 20 seconds ticked off the clock. Bomb down by the university building. And now with the man advantage, Benza will be up. Beautiful kill there from Itra, but Beal will be there for a trade. So in a 2 versus 2, dead even. About a minute left on the clock. Bomb still down. Benza going to be looking here on the defensive hold to try and keep Alpha from getting further up the map.
Playing around the information they have with bomb being down, you've got to look to make a play on that here. Maybe try to find a pick first if you can, Jano, trying to reposition and maybe catch Biolak in here. Going to get the information on the cross, going to get the scoop on the bomb, and still gets out with his life. This could be huge if he can get over this A site. A scramble coming in, a mad dash, and now player number 1 on the pinch. Might be able to shoot these 2 players in the back if he gets good timing.
Gotta be careful. Was able to get the first. Gauss down below. Trying his might to try and get the kill, but Chaos walks away with it. Now Jano in a 1 versus 1. Chaos around the corner with the pistol. Slowly but surely gets the great timing there. The pistol kill comes through. And with 2 big kills there in the end, it thought maybe for a second Combo was going to be the showstopper for Benza, but it's Alpha Esports who walk away with the first round here on Desert Siege. A nice start here in map 2 to get some momentum back on their side.
A good one to clutch up and take, as you said. Combo probably should have finished those 2 kills, as you'd mentioned, but you give Alpha the opportunity to clutch up. They do just that. Chaos off to a 2-0 start here. As they take the defense, going back to offense, we'll see what they look to bring out on Desert Siege. You can see some different strats, see some different ways people like to work around the map, and we'll see what Alpha Esports want to give us here. But being up 1-0, like you said, a great way to bounce back here early on in the search and destroy.
An offense for Alpha Esports. Looking to go ahead, slowly start to work their way around the map. See player number 6 working towards that B bomb and towards the top of the university building. Chaos on the outside looking for Combo, who's just laying all the way back down the far side of the map. Kiyoizi starts to make the move up. Waiting, patient. Feel. Second kill in the round. 4 versus 2. 45 seconds left. Retake now for the side of Benza.
It was great picks on the long side of A to put the pressure for Benza to try to flood through that lane, thinking that's where the attack was coming from. You had players winning their 1v1s on the bomb site, and sure, Intra finds one on the flank here, but so far it's been a fairly clean offense. For Alpha Esports, they've got to find a way to clutch up here. Not a lot of pinch come in. Player 8 knows they're going to be coming through. Going to have eyes on it. They're going to win the ones that are on the other side of the map as well. And for this one, clean, clinical round coming in from Alpha Esports.
And that's just difficult too, because you're trying to retake from the outside there, but you have realistically no sight of where those players are on the side of Benza, who are just playing oh so patiently. And then when Chaos is just sitting up on the outside, now at 4-0, you're just able to take off Itcher wherever they so choose. So a beautiful defensive setup there after they go ahead on the offense and get that bomb down early on. Do apologize for the color swaps. The yellow team is going to be Alpha Esports, and the blue team will be Alpha Esports for the foreseeable future inside of this Desert Siege. So it might be confusing at first, but we'll take you along through it with the ride. It's around the rest of the Alpha Esports roster, though, on an offensive push now. They're going to go directly into the mid-map building. 3 players from the side of Benza going to be playing over towards A. They're just trying to play this a bit more passive, look for these first bloods, and maybe walk away with a round here for 3 in a row.
A lot of mid-map presence, and if they can make play around it, find a pick, that would be great as well. A couple gunfights going around across the map. Longer range at that. A grenade going to connect, so a great first blood to open up with now. Do you collapse on this, or you just play around the information you have and, well, force the other squad to make a play?
Looking to get a little finessey. Had the opportunity to get around the back lines. We'll stay put for now. Yeno, beautiful shots there. Headshot going to come through. 3 versus 2 here, though, still for Benza, the man advantage. 45 seconds left. Bomb yet to go down. And now Yeno will be in a 1 versus 3 here towards the end of the round. Shot's going to be good onto Krebs and has to read that Chaos is coming in for a flank all the way behind. And as Chaos is now at 4-0. That 5th and final kill could spell streaks potentially a little later on. But actually, it's Yeno who completely slips the line, but Elites might be able to spot him. Going to run into the crosshair. Alpha Esports will finally get themselves on the board here with the first round JK. It's Benza who win 3 in a row.
Benza with 3 straight and continuing their dominant performance as we had that mistaken flip-flop earlier. It wasn't Alpha who was responding. It was Benza continuing to put gas on the pedal here within this series. And up 3 rounds is where they'd like to be. Their eyes are set ahead towards that D1 gaming matchup, which is what bounced them down to this lower bracket. That would be a grand final matchup. So, of course, you're taking it 1 game, 1 round at a time. But that's what their eyes are set on here, and it's been dominant to start through this Desert Siege now at what could be the halfway point. Very clinical S&D.
Slowing things down a bit here on the defensive side. Offensive's got it quite aggressive into the mid-map building, as we've seen time and time again here on Desert Siege, at least throughout the duration of our search and destroy thus far. Itcher finds the first blood on Beal. It's going to leave things in a 4 versus 3. 30 seconds, lots of time to work this bomb over towards the A or the B site. Plenty of room to work around the map as well, especially if you spot out Itcher. Maybe if you walk away with a kill there, it'll even things out at a 3 versus 3 and make things a bit easier for yourselves. At the same time, though, Chaos will get number 5 in a row. 2 more kills. We'll talk about a glide bomb. Itcher all the way back is going to be able to beam Chaos, though, so that will shut down the hopes for utility, at least for the time being. Alpha Esports quite close to being able to get their first round win here on Desert Siege. It would be a breath of fresh air for themselves, especially since Benza has been steamrolling thus far, up 1-0 in the series, and now a 3-0 lead here instead of the S&D.
Time going to come into consideration before anything else. The players for Alpha Esports playing such a spread that I don't think he's going to be able to isolate these kills. Has to make a play on this A site, and if you're Alpha Esports, you're making the correct read. Bomb working this way. Elite sure does get a pick. It's going to rotate back to B. Is the gunfight going to be ready and go his way? We will find out. But not much time left to get the bomb down.
And he didn't see the backside of his body, but I mean, they're just so split across the map right now. And sure, you might be able to go ahead and plant this bomb. It was so good the way that Alpha was able to play that, because you have 1 player watching the A site, you have 1 player watching the B site as well. And with time being crunched so little, you really just come down and hope you win your one-on-ones, but you trust your teammates in that situation to make the right play, and Combo will walk away with that. So for the first time here on Desert Siege, Alpha will get themselves a round win, a nice little defensive good for them. And well, Cash, maybe that's the breath of fresh air that they needed to start putting on a few rounds in the quick succession.
It very much could be. Intra, of course, at 5-4, really kind of paving the way and carrying the momentum for the team. But behind a good defensive clutch up, like you said, could be the leg up they needed to get something rolling here in the series. Very heavy presence over at the site for Benza, and they're going to bully it out, trade it back out. A 3v3 situation, but across the map, bombs going down on A.
Post play and setup's going to have to be good here from Alpha Esports. Already spotted. They know exactly where both those players are, and Krebs wins a huge one-on-one. Goes and Ego chows the second player, and Yano as well. So just like that, what could have easily been a 2 versus 2 situation if Krebs would have gotten a little more aggressive, turns into Krebs just going for it anyways, and winning Alpha Esports yet another round loss. Benza is on a tear right now here on Desert Siege, and in this series, they are looking to make quick work of Alpha like they did inside of the Winners Finals.
That's just the confidence they've been playing with all day. Of course, this was a round 1 matchup, and Benza been playing the same way ever since. They get unfortunately bounced down to losers and have to look to make the run here. But like you said, confident and clean as ever from this squad. Now on Desert Siege, just looking to put away 2 more rounds and get this done on the offensive go. They'd love to take this one and put themselves at match point here. And for Alpha Esports, really finding first bloods and playing your life has to be the key to success here if you want to look to stay alive. Bomb quickly going down on A.
Smooth sailing thus far. First blood off the board already. Chaos once again has been the rock and centerpiece of this Benza roster here, not only inside of the series, but throughout the entirety of today. So good inside of the region. But as quickly as he falls, it's a 1 versus 3 that now falls into the hands of elites. Left side, shot's going to be there. Won't be able to find Yeno just yet. Everybody now collapsing from Alpha Esports. They'll get their second round here following the defuse, and that at least will stall things out for a minute and give the side of Alpha Esports a little bit more room to breathe. Remember, this is an elimination match. If Benza's able to take this S&D, it would put them at match point and 1 map away, 1 control away from sending Alpha Esports home packing and ending their season in that same breath.
Here we are. Inside of the series, it's been electric day it's been an electric day thus far for the LATAM region. You don't want to be down 2-0 in a series like this. You want to still find a way to be able to represent this region and claw and fight your way back. Again, still a long way from over, but with so many talented teams here, someone is going to come out on top at the end of the day. Benza looking to try to make their statement now, and it's about to be a bloodbath that ensues here at mid-map.
The bloodbath, and nobody wants to take that first step of aggression just yet. Everybody got to the spot that they wanted to. Still looking for the opposition to make the mistake is either side. 30 seconds off the clock now. Bomb still yet to work its way either towards that A or the B site. And you can see those yellow arrows. They are just playing so passive. Wanting Benza to make that aggressive move. Wanting them to take that step forward. That nade will hit onto Yeno, though. That might be able to go head for 2. Won't be able to pick up the kill just yet, though. So Alpha Esports will keep their members alive and keep Yeno all the way over towards that A site. Forced to back off for a minute. At least, though, we'll find the first split onto Itra. That's going to allow Benza to start making this move forward. If they want to play the university building, they can. If they want to wrap back over towards that B site and potentially cut down Keo with the bomb, they can do so as well. And with only 30 seconds left, Alpha Esports is in quite the precarious spot because they have limited time to make a move against the mountain.
And very limited site control as well. In the map presence, you can just flow from side to side if you are Benza. But Keo making something happen here on a 3 streak, trying to get through mid-map and going to get cut down. And that, unfortunately, will be the round going the way of Benza. Again, it just comes down to having that map control and that map pressure that they're able to maintain. You win the gunfights where you need to, even if it's a stagnant hold. You know that you can get from site to site with ease. That's the kind of one of the good things about Desert Siege is with mid-map control. It allows you access to any point on the map that you would like to. They've been taking more than advantage of it. Chaos at 8-2, having a search and destroy performance himself, and for this Benza squad, I mean, again, just fundamental clinical S&D from the squad.
I mean, you also love the fact that of how long it takes for Benza to even make a first initial move there. It was Alpha who were forced against the game clock there because they had to get the bomb outside of the mid-map building. And when you don't push a site right off the rip, it's going to come back to bite you. This time, though, it's going to be Benza with bomb in hand. All of a sudden, now they find themselves over towards that B site. Bomb going to be worked its way over. 2 kills already off the board. They're at match point right now. This round would seal it, would take them to a 2-0 lead, and then thus the control would follow shortly afterwards. Beal gets the bomb down. 40 seconds left for Alpha Esports to save their map and the round.
Got to work quickly. You've got to find these picks. You know you have 4 players to chop down. You know they're going to be holding these AR power positions, these long lines of sight. Chaos doing just that and able to find the kill is rewarded for his patience. Now left in a 1v4 and seemingly no time to do anything. Gonna at least try to find a kill or 2. Is almost able to find the second. Spinning, snapping around, hops the bomb instead and isn't quite able to get it. Benza up 2-0 in the series.
That right there is clinical S&D. You get those first 2 bloods, you get that bomb down, and you don't allow anybody from the opposition to be able to catch you off guard. Every kill is traded out there after the fact, and the sniper will clean things off all the way towards the end. Elites with a beautiful shot there will close out the Desert Siege and send us to a control for map number 3. Again, Cash, you know, this series was a bit closer inside of the winner's bracket. Here this time, though, really there's just no contest of who the better team is at this stage. Benza, after the 250 to 100 point win in map number 1, and now a 6-2 victory here in the S&D. They're steamrolling the side of Alpha Esports. There's obviously plenty of time for a comeback to spark here, but when you allow Chaos to go 10-2 over the map, that's pentapositive. That's the double PP right there. So everybody loves a little PP.
That's something that Benza have been doing really since D1 Gaming beat them in their last round as well. It's just been such dominant showings where they want to get back to that grand final. They feel like they got bounced by the best team early. They wish they could have taken that, made it a bit more competitive. And it seems like as quickly as they were making those mistakes, they've been able to turn them around and correct what was going wrong for them. So, of course, we still have a lot of Call of Duty left in the series, and before we even get that way, and still a couple series ahead of them before they could even sniff grand finals. But for the time being, I'm all but convinced the squad can get all the way back there, and they're looking for that rematch. And for Alpha, like you said, there is still time to mount a comeback. Of course, we are at this oh so important swing mode. How often? I mean, even think back to like Major 4. How often did map number 3 kick off a reverse sweep, and how many game 5s did we see? So again, for Alpha, you can look to make it happen. But seeing how the slang has gone, even Bocage is one where the kills have to be flowing and going your way. They also weren't in the Desert Siege. Now you're going to go to a Tuscan, a map it's just that much less forgiving, right? If you make those mistakes. So they have to find a way to reel it in and make something happen. Starts with kind of one of those 1v1s and gunfights around the map.
And that's kind of the big thing, right? Because, it doesn't take a genius to look at the scoreboard and say, okay, well, even though we didn't get to jump into that first hard point, 250 to 100, obviously there was a lackluster compartment in the game, whether that be just not being able to turn kills into hill time or just not being able to get kills around the map in general. Slaying obviously was the issue in the first series for Alpha. That's why they lost to Benza in the first go around. Here, the second time, it seems to be even more personified for Benza in this regard. So with a 2-0 lead already going into a Tuscan control, if you're Alpha Esports, it's as crazy as it may be, it's still possible in that same breath, simply because of how day-to-day Vanguard is and how kind of coin flippy it can be at times. And if you just win that coin flip going into the map, you win that first offensive or defensive round, you get a little bit of momentum under your belt, and you finally get Benza down a peg. That's when you can start to make your move, and that's when you can start to come back in the series. Alpha Esports got to this point for a reason. They're here for a reason. It's not like they just, we're kind of like, we won a couple games. We were kind of decent in the region this year. You're one of the top 8 teams in your respective region. You have an opportunity to qualify for champ still. Although it's looking grim right now, that doesn't mean the Grim Reaper has to stare you in the eyes and commit to it completely. So you just got to come out here, map number 3, take care of business, and go map by map. You have nothing to lose.
Exactly, and that's what I had for their keys to success, right? Is you've been making losers runs. You've been down here since your round number 1 loss to Benza. Take it one map, one gunfight, one mode at a time, and soon enough you'll find joy mounting a comeback in a game number 5 situation, and that would show tremendous resilience as well. But for Benza, after the D1 gaming loss that they suffered at the hands of very dominant Respawn gameplay that we've seen from D1, I needed to see them in this series show some life, show the ability to be you have to have really a Bocage performance like that to kind of show me, right, that you can stand and hang with D1 gaming, with how impressive and dominant they've been. To come out and put a Bocage down like that shows me that they're itching to get back to that position. And yeah, I'm starting to see that Respawn prowess out of them. Of course, we still get at least one more Respawn within this series, but if they can continue to play dominant like they have been, I don't have any question in my mind that this could be one of the best LATAM teams to qualify out of LCQ, and they've just got to keep the ball rolling. And I mean, hey, they look to be, I have no reason to doubt them at this point.
I mean, the majority of the teams in LATAM have had their fair share of successes and pitfalls throughout the entirety of the year. I mean, you go back, you look at the previous cup placings, you look at land placings, and teams have been up, teams have been down, and they've been all over the place. So again, it's a testament to how Vanguard plays on a day-to-day basis, but it also goes to show that, if this Benza team wants to make a lower bracket run, they can. If Alpha wants to do so, it's going to be a lot more difficult, but sure they could. I think really the only team that we've seen truly put up a test besides, the previous challengers to D1 in that upper bracket of EMG has been this roster of Benza. So if Benza are able to take this and force their way into a losers bracket run that gets them to the losers finals against EMG, I very much think that with the tenacity, but in the momentum that Benza have built themselves, they could absolutely force their hand back up to a grand final against the side of D1 Gaming and put themselves in a spot to where they could qualify for amateur champs. But that's still a long time away. We have a control that we need to get through first to even talk about maybe going to a map 4 for Alpha Esports. First tick of progress about to be done here for Benza. Colors are going to be correct this time. We apologize for what they were inside of the search and destroy, but as that first tick of progress comes through, only 10 seconds have been knocked off the clock. Finally, though, Alpha Esports starting to win a few gunfights. They've got a few players now starting to surround Beal, who's by himself all lonely on an island over here at the A site.
Maybe lonely, but winning gunfights at that, now on a 3 streak here, single-handedly taking this A side as his teammates have stacked over towards this B side. The progress is going to be nearly tied with how many people they have over here. This is a very dominant, quick transition over. It started with Beal winning his gunfight. Now put Alpha Esports in the bind. They have to find a way to collapse on this B site.
They've already got 2 ticks, though. Itra still here. Dex trying to go big. Can't win the 1-on-1, but it's Keo who helps out from the spawn side. So on the weak portion of things, they're going to be able to get back on over. Cash, the problem is it's a 3-life advantage to the offensive side with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to get back over to that B site to capture one single tick of progress. You'd be a madman to get bet against this offensive team right now, especially with how they've started out. 4-0 here from Beal. Elite's now at 3-2, and everybody here. But Combo could play spoiler all the way back on the flank. Chaos might read it though. Chaos gets the perfect read, and they're on the point. They're able to get the first bit of progress on this last tick, and as everybody falls, it's Chaos who pops a nice little 3-piece. Everybody's going to start to stack the point here. One more kill will get them completed, and that's going to be it for the first offensive round. Benza with an absolute thrashing of Alpha to start things out here on the Tuscan control.
It was so quick, and you called out that player for Alpha could play spoiler. They had people on the point. It was just too slow. Sure, they read it and ended up getting the kill, but it was just crazy how quickly it went down. Even though he was at P5 and in position to collapse on radio or plat, it didn't matter. The progress was still going up. The gunfights were being won on the players coming out of Alpha spawn. So for Benza, yeah, dictating the flow of the map already, playing with the pacing that they want to. It's high energy, it's high octane gameplay, and well, it rewarded them there tremendously. They get the hard thing out of the way in taking an offense here on Tuscan, and they're already looking to put the hammer down on defense.
Well, fortunately enough for Alpha Esports, they've gotten over towards this A site, and they're going to be able to get that first bit of progress. Keo, a nice little 2-piece there, goes with Dex to pair. Now they can start pushing out to the spawn side of Benza and maybe trying to trap them in that back sort of spawn by the church. Chaos going to be with the AR over towards that right side of field. Elite's nice little 2-piece is going to knock them a couple Alpha Esports players back to the respawn side. But you can see player number 5 in Yeno all the way back over by B, trying to split this defense to where they can work on 2 sites at once. He'll be able to pick up the first kill. Doesn't read that the player's coming around. Oh my God! We'll put him in the dirt, cowboy. Go off then. Okay. The progress still being made. Chaos going to be able to shut Yeno down, but what was a beautiful play there turns into 2 ticks of progress back over towards A. My God, I'm going to need to take a breather. Cash, please do your thing.
I mean, I hope for Alpha Esports, this is something that they can carry and take momentum with. Sometimes it takes a gunfight like that to get a little more, chip on your shoulder, play with a little more confidence. They get the A site secured with still over 2 minutes, and they have the life advantage. So they're sitting in a very good spot. Hopefully that gave them some energy, some life in the comms, and gets them a really good B push here if they not only want to take an offense for themselves, but look to stay alive in this series. Gunfights going even for the time being. Alpha Esports still with a 3-man presence here, just waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Maybe going to wait for a teammate to come up off spawn, but Beal getting a little overzealous here in radio and possibly going to pay for it.
Runs down the staircase, plays the bait and switch with the teammate of Chaos, who's all the way in the back, waiting for Alpha to push up the map. Not as much time here to push over towards B, let alone the ticks of progress that Benza had with 2. And as Chaos sets up on the head glitch yet again, everybody that has pushed through radio from Alpha has fallen, and now it's back to the respawn block again to try and push as a 4-man here through P5. If they're able to get out, it'll be a good opportunity for some good ticks of progress here. It's not guaranteed of anything, and as Beal is able to find one, it's a good trade immediately after the fact, but the respawns are in. It's a 3 versus 3 back over towards the B point. Nate gonna keep them from pushing over towards the point for now. Chaos all the way in the back, and Elites with Krev gonna be able to go ahead, pepper everybody up, and take care of the Alpha players. Now it's a 4 versus 2, and you've got to be careful of Beal because he set himself up inside of P5. Everybody gone, and now everybody back once again to the respawn side of things for Alpha Esports. This offensive attempt has had some good moments. Unfortunately, they've been shut down every time it's been looking good.
Depending on how quickly, if they even look to group up, maybe one more team pushes this. Chaos on 5, going to try to lock down streaks. Keo going to make a play in the back to shut that down, and you're winning your gunfights in top church and radio, so you're holding up that attack. Really, with 2 players falling, this is going to be the last push. It hasn't been as quick from them. It's been through P5, very one-dimensional offensive play. Benza have been able to respond to everything they throw at him, but with 3 down, this could be their opportunity.
The opportunity, but they've got to make sure Keo stays alive, and he wasn't able to do so. Now everybody else is trying to push up. Beal was able to find one. Yeno was there for a trade, but it was Krebs who shuts down every last hope. Combo, the only one pushed up close over towards this B point right now, and as the respawns are none remaining for Alpha Esports, it looks all so dire. They've got to sprint to the point. It's a foot race to get onto it. They won't be able to touch it. Benza now with their 2nd round in a row. It's an offense and a defense back-to-back. 2-0 up inside of the control. Now 1 round away from securing themselves a top 3 placement and finding their next matchup versus ESG inside of the losers finals.
For Alpha Esports, it was just a bit too flat, a bit too predictable. You gave a really good push through P5. It ended up not working out. Then it seemed like everyone proceeded to solo chow through all lanes of the map. And, well, that's just not going to get you anywhere, especially against a team as good as Benza, who very calculated and decisive, making this push through P5 early. They want the B site once again, and they want to take it with swiftness.
Keo slides into P5, doesn't realize that Krebs is just hitting in the corner. Gonna back off for now. Benza and everybody trying to get over towards B. Combo tried to make a flank happen, but won't be able to make it stick. First stick of progress completed over towards the B zone, or I thought it was. Actually, it was Itra who came onto the point to stop it oh so quickly. Yano, the last one all the way in the back to fall by P5, and that's going to be 4 down. Now the tick of progress is completed over at B. It's a 5 life advantage, and now they're starting to split the point yet again. The defense has a choice to make here. Do you give up B and risk going over towards A, or do you try to throw lives at both of the points and then risk losing everything? 5 in a row now from Chaos. Looks like what we saw inside of the hard point. Combo gets into the point. Now they're just trying to keep everybody off so the B point doesn't get completely captured. And as Chaos goes for 6 in a row, he can't get the glide bomb. But now it's Benza who are making their push over towards A. Beal still trying to play spoiler over at the B site. They thought they had it cleared out, and they finally will. Now it's a little bit of breathing room for Alpha Esports, but they still have a ton of Benza pressure all the way over towards that A site.
Gonna have to be a quick transition back on defense if they want to collapse on this A site. Benza gave it a good opportunity, got 2 ticks of progress, so you are rewarded, but a 4 down is going to grant them this A site for free. You already have Beal once again, the menace over on the B site, trying to cause problems, trying to make it that much easier for the team on transition. And for Alpha Esports, you've been fighting on the back foot this entire series. This looks to be no different here. Benza, in what could be a whirlwind, closing out a Tuscan control with 2 offensive wins. I mean, it's on the cards for him.
And I mean, Cash, with how much they've ping-ponged between both of the A and B site, they now have 2 full minutes to work with to get back over towards B and get that last tick of progress. Very similar to what we saw last time. And the fact that they have an 8 life advantage with a 20-12 lead, it is very, very doable, whether it be just pushing up and getting these kills or finding that last tick of progress at that B site. Beautiful movement there from Chaos to stay alive, but it's Yena who comes off the weak side for help. Keo now will back off, force 2 from elite shots all the way on the top of Radio. And now you can start pushing in towards Radio side and into P5 if you are Alpha Esports. Right now, your main concern and your only concern should be evening these lives out as close as humanly possible and then playing for time.
It just looks like a little bit of disconnect from Alpha Esports. You already have Beal once again slipping the crack. Of course, Chaos at 21-7 to mention quickly, but Beal has been slipping the net against this squad, and it seems like a little bit of disconnect coming in from the defensive side of Alpha Esports. It seems like they've been on damage control the entirety of this control. They're finally getting more control of the site, but with 5 lives remaining, I mean, Corn, this one's over, surely, right?
You'd have to think so. Unless these 4 players can do everything humanly possible to win a 4 versus 11 in the lives. 2 lives already down. 2 versus 8. Yeno, combo to keep their season alive. It all comes down to a 1 versus 8. You gotta stay alive for 40 seconds. Not let them touch the point and walk away with all these kills. It just does not seem doable. 22-9 for Chaos and everybody else still alive. Benza will take 3 straight rounds here in the control and 3 straight maps in the series to advance to the losers finals, knocking Alpha Esports from from contention inside of the Challengers LCQ. Their season has ended inside of Challengers. They can play wherever else they want to, just not inside of the Challenger scene the rest of the season.
Wonderful performances. I mean, you look at Elites and Chaos, right? 16 and 19 non-traded kills, respectively. Again, just very dominant from them, hitting form at the right time. If you've got to make a loser's run, well, it better look this good. And I don't think you could ask for much more from Benza as they go into the lower finals here. And yeah, a heck of a season for Alpha Esports to come out and be a top 8 team in your respective LATAM region and to put on the showing that they did. I mean, hats off to them. Every team here deserved to be here, of course, and some started to shine more brightly than others this late in the game.
Sure.
And for Benza, you're more than satisfied with that performance, but job's not finished yet.
Yeah, job's not done. You still got to win 2 more series if you want to qualify for amateur champs, which will be played on lane with 7 other teams. There's already been 4 teams that have qualified, though, Cash. Actually, make it 5. APAC had an added 1 last night, but they'll be joining the side of Toronto Ultra NA, Toronto Ultra EU, Team War, and ESG if you're able to get through the LATAM ringer and go on to be able to take that grand final and use that last qualification spot from your region. Challengers has never been more competitive throughout the 4 regions. And the fact that it's only 1 qualification spot for each of the 4 regions just makes it that much more of a push to be able to get to that spot. But it's also going to allow you to have that much bigger of a spotlight. So congratulations to Benza, at least for making it onto the losers finals. But again, as Cash said, job is not finished.
We still have so much more COD ahead of us. And again, between the 3 teams that are left in EMG and Benza and in D1, I want to say, given what we've seen today, right, D1 has to be the favorite. Of course, they've earned that winner's bracket grand final spot. But, I mean, the showing that Benza just put on, you more dominantly beat a team the second go-around than you did this morning. I mean, really, it's anyone's game. Of course, EMG took a tough loss to D1. You know that they want to try to rectify here against Benza. But with these 3 teams left, I mean, it could be a coin toss anyway. Again, we talk about Vanguard being the day-to-day, who's going to show up and really play lights out. And that's kind of, I think, for me, what it's going to come down to, right, is what player is willing to make those superstar plays, take the route around the map, and have it pay off for them. And, well, no better matchup to have a look at that than Benza versus EMG coming up.
As Cash said, Benza, EMG on the horizon. Losers finals, a best-of-5 series to face off against D1 Gaming for a qualification spot at Challengers Champs on LAN. My name is McCormiel. With me, Cash. We'll be back from a short break with our losers finals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LATAM Challengers LCQ. We started the day with 8 teams. We're now down to 3, but only 1 will be making it out and into the Challengers Finals. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. Benza, EMG Esports Losers Finals. Winner goes to the Grand Finals to take on D1 Gaming. We'll have to beat them in 2 best-of-5 series if they want to qualify for Amateur Champs. 1 team will go home, ending their season in the same process. And Cash, it's been a long day of a lot of matches across all 4 regions. We had APAC all the way last night. If you are joining us from the North America side of things, obviously Europe is still going on right now. The Grand Finals for that region is underway. If you want to go watch that, it's on the same YouTube page. Just go ahead and click on the European stream. North America going on at the same time. But 5 teams have qualified already, Cash. Europe, they're about to have another team join them. And EMG and Benza, one of these 2 teams could potentially join those teams that are already qualified, but it'll have to be difficult getting not only through D1, but just the series alone.
Yeah, obviously someone's going to make it out of the series. What we've seen of these 2 squads today, especially what we saw of Benza, I don't even know that you could call it recency bias. How they've been putting on since falling to D1 Gaming has been nothing short of brilliant. They look to try to carve their way back for that rematch. EMG looking to do the same thing. Both teams have fallen at the hands of D1 Gaming today. But the way Benza have been playing, it's been a bit too on point for me. And where we've seen EMG falter, it's been pretty dramatically. So going into this one, the early favorite has to be Benza for me. But yeah, it's been quite the day of games. And to be where we are now, again, any of these 3 teams, like I said, kind of going into break, could go and take this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk about where we came from, so I guess we can go ahead and take a look at the bracket real quick before we really start talking about the majority of this series. But, looking all the way back, when we started in our winners bracket, we had a lot of... I guess the thing that might open your eyes the most might be that Masters Avengers team, who were really good throughout the entirety of the year. That the 3-man core, stayed together for quite some time. It's a shame that they were lost so early in their losers bracket run, coming in as the 3rd seed. But that's just how time goes. EMG 22-2 already. P1 about to go ahead and find itself over and done with. We'll find a rotation over towards P2. Really, nobody is set up just yet, but it is EMG who technically have that preferred side of the map in their favor. 10 more seconds here on P1, and then P2 will pop. It's those purple arrows on the bottom right of your mini map that you need to look for as Benza tries to go ahead and break on through, with BL leading the charge.
Benza all day have done so well playing together, moving through the map as a unit, and for EMG you get a great bit of time off P1 on the favorable side, and you're also getting this first 10-15 seconds or so of time on P2. The collapse quickly coming in from Benza here as kills going all white in the feed. For EMG, I need to see more of a statement game from them here, not only in a hard point but in a respawn period. They've been playing a bit disconnected, a bit uninspired and one-dimensional, and so coming into this one, that kill feed doesn't make that any easier. I've got to see them make a stand, at the very least, make this hardpoint competitive.
P1 went good. Early portions of P2 were great. EMG now trying to break on back in. DJ and Dylan will go ahead and pair for 2. You try to find Krebs, who's sitting up on top of the platform. We'll be able to finally go ahead and take care of that last player. And you see player number 5 in the middle of the map. This is one of those players you would love to watch cut off that rotation and find their way over towards P3. The unfortunate part of that is the fact that everybody from Benza now spawns by P5, and they can start making their way all the way back to the left side of your map by P3, set up on the well and set up on those back head glitches to take everybody out. And as Elites is able to find 2 inside of P5, all it comes down to is Krebs winning a 1-on-1 over by the Arch. Will do so, and now that's P3 in the Fountain lockdown, and EMG are going to be forced to break back in here on Benza. First couple of nades over the top. Stuns are going to come through as well. Krebs will cut down that first pushing player, trying to get them off the back. It's a team nade, and it's the most unfortunate time. Still a 4 versus 3 at the point.
So coming back from a 15-point deficit, but looking to not only take but surpass the lead here against EMG Esports. You'd like to get a break early and try to keep the lead as much as you can, or at least keep it close going into P4. For the time being, they're focused on that break. And, well, for Benza, you're holding the angles that you need to, watching the lanes, and cutting down EMG as they look to come in. It was a hot start for the side of EMG Esports. Now slowed down just a bit. Benza able to respond big. It's 3 for 1 on transition. Sure, if you're EMG Esports, you've got this P4 locked for the time being, but with 10 seconds left to make a play, you know Benza's going to do it. It's just a matter of where is it coming from.
And that's just a pitch perfect P3 hold right there if you are Benza. Elites was on 4 in a row, now at 10 and 6. Was cut down before he was able to find streaks. But speaking of streaks, it was Krebs, who's now on 7 in a row, still up on the spree at 12 and 3. As I said, of course, he gets cut down, but was able to earn the glide bomb for the side of Benza. So now that EMG are in the bottom of P4, it's a break from all sides here from Benza. Unfortunately, that first push does get shut down. So the first 15 seconds goes purple. The white side of things now going to be trying to push on back. It's Elites, who has been oh so aggressive with that SMG thus far here on Tuscan in map number 1. Who's leading the charge yet again. 2 players from the north side of the map, 2 players in from middle. The player in top church is going to get cut down first, and now it's a pinch and collapse here from Benza. It's a beautiful way to get into this hill. They're going to make it stick at least for the time, but it's everybody now from EMG Esports who's able to double back on in. Of 8 with a 2-piece is going to shut things down. A nice little hold at the bottom of P4 will give EMG the lead yet again.
For EMG, you look at the score column and they're losing overall in the slaying department, and still with a 10-point lead. So you can just only imagine when they start to get those guns warm, when they start to get going, they could really run this score line up here on P5. We'll see what they're able to do, as Lucho is outnumbered but able to find one in bottom of P5, and the rest of the team looking to wake their May over from Radio and from Plat. It's going to be Benza in control. This is going to be a messy P5. As we know, the tax grenades coming in from left, right, and center, but for the time being, EMG in control. Elite's going to try to make a play from basement. Teammates there to clean up as well. They're starting to earn this time, just down 10 points.
P5 can turn into a money hill quite quickly. It can also turn into a chaotic hill as well, with all the stuns and nades that will be thrown in from the team that's trying to go ahead and break on through. Stun going to be out though. Nade to help along the way. Elise was trying to keep everybody inside of the radio side from the pushing EMG roster. Ave going to be the first one here to touch on the point. Going to force a couple of positions out of hand from Benza, but it's Chaos who goes big for 2. 4 in a row now make it number 5. 3 straight kills. DJ down below trying to make quick work of something, and in the middle of the map, guess who shuts it down? It's Chaos yet again. 16 and 9 to pair with 18 and 8 from Krebs. He has had himself a phenomenal day of Call of Duty, and it is not stopping here in map number 1. Almost another streak on the table here, this time for the side of Benza.
You're down 15 points going into P1. If you're EMG, you're okay with this because you got a really good hold on P1 the last go-around. This time, Krebs is going to invest a streak, and now your defenses are softened that much more as the push coming in from Benza through field side. You'd like to be able to lock down the same amount of time, 40 or so seconds, if not more, through the P1 side. The push coming in from Benza. A kill going to go their way for the time being, and site control mid-map. Up for grabs, EMG trying to maintain hold of it. They win the gunfights, and now they win on the hill.
And it's unfortunate too, because if you are Benza, you invested that glide bomb to where you were supposed to lock down the majority of P1. EMG came back, won the majority of their gunfights, and boom, now they have themselves in for the rest of this time. So with 20 seconds left, sure, if you're Benza, you have that rotation out over towards Church, and you can play for P2 if you like, but EMG is going to extend their lead to a portion now, or at least we're trying to extend their lead to a portion that was going to be relatively unattainable over by P2, especially if there would have been a flurry of pushes time and time again. But with a 145 to about a 130 lead here, it's a 15-point lead for the side of EMG. Won't stay like that for long unless Beal can make some work quickly in the hill.
And play developing through Church Alley in P5. No kills go on the way of either squad yet. DJ's going to open up with one. The contestant coming in, and it's going to be purple in the kill feed for the time being. Elite still trying to hold things down from the back, but you get site control, you get a quick break, and you still look to run up your score for EMG. A wonderful execution from them on P2.
All the way through the front, you can see Evade playing the cheeky spot up here around the corner. Chaos isn't going to look for it. He's able to drop down and find the kill. Sprints back up to the top of Plat. You're going to see Beal inside of the hard point as well. Does some fancy movement. Isn't able to walk away with the kill, but it's going to be the side of EMG, who now have themselves 25 seconds of scrap time, pushing the side of Denza all the way into the back right spawns. And this is where you can start getting in the depths of hell. This spawn trap can be so deadly, especially as you start talking about the rotation over towards P3, and it's looking almost exactly identical to what we saw the first time around, where Benza's able to get 1 or 2 players to slip on through and then hold for the P3 spawns.
And it was Chaos who won the mid-map, got the squad spawns in over and outside of Fire, and gifted themselves these spawns for P3. And yeah, you're gifted these spawns, and you're reaping the reward of being on this hill early. A 1v1 going to go the way of Dylan, who is starting to warm up here at 17 and 20, bringing this one back for the team and extending their lead to over 30 points. It's another quick break for EMG. Benza, they were gifted the opportunity to really have the chance to run the score up, tie it, and overtake the lead with a full 60 hold like they had the last go around. That's not the case here. EMG playing a much different respawn than what we've seen of them, at least in their last series, and looking to try to run away with this one.
Maybe it was that Bocage hardpoint that gave them the confidence, that gave them a momentum throughout the rest of this tournament to be able to beat teams in modes that, well, relatively we weren't that confident in. Maybe they weren't either, but at least we'll slide through the middle of the map. 190 to 153, about to cross the 200-point threshold, and as DJ's still holding the back, you know it's a one-on-one for the rest of the scrap time here. Chaos out from around the corner, gonna go. DJ, maybe a couple body shots to add on to the top there, is feeling himself here in map number 1. 200 to 153. Benza not looking great here on Tuscan.
They aren't, and this is shocking coming of how they came off of their last series against Alpha Esports, but you know, once you get into this portion of the bracket, you've really got to earn your keep. Benza having to do just that. If they can respond to the big P4, well, they're right back in this game and could even take the lead here and start to work their way towards a victory, but it is chaos and it is a massacre inside of Church, and once again, EMG Esports, they're coming out on top, and it's been a very good hard point from them.
Well, that might have been the catalyst. A two-piece instead of the hard point wasn't enough to get Benza back on in. EMG's continues to build that lead for themselves. 23 seconds left means that we will not be able to see this hard point come to a conclusion where EMG will win. We're forced to rotate back over towards P5, and that's where Benza turned P5 into a money hill the last time around. It was Chaos who went on 6 in a row and got himself a glide bomb in the same process. Krev around the right side, going to be able to take down Lucho. DJ trying to go massive here for the side of Purple and EMG, but unfortunately won't be able to make the quick work of the player. And now it's Chaos who can push out over towards the plat side for Benza, who is now inside of P5, trying to get at least to that 200-point mark. It's a very, very large margin of victory for the side of EMG right now. They just need 10 more seconds here to win the game.
They only need 10. Win condition set, pinstripe kill feed, and the collapse starting to come in. Now you've got to win your gunfights. If you're Benza, if you'd like to stay alive, wonderful tax come in to soften the defense. Dylan able to find 2 in that exchange, and now they're on the point. You've got to go. You've got to fly out of fire. If you are Benza, will it be enough time and will it be enough effort? We're going to find out.
I don't know. 2 seconds left. They're going to break through the front door. White arrows and everybody in the kill feed going to be turning for Benza, but you have to not only hold this hill down, but rotate back over towards P1 just to give yourselves even the smallest margin, the smallest chance of being able to come out here. And it's the side of EMG who do not want to let this go right now. You can see 2 arrows already over towards P1 though. So if you're able to go ahead and to keep all 3 of these players off the point, maybe you keep yourselves alive, but it's only 1 player left at the point right now. Goes in for the contest. Beal is there, but unfortunately can't walk away with the kills. EMG send 3 to the old hard point when they knew Benza needed to rotate. That's a great play, and it ends up costing and working out perfectly for them as they take it 250 to 202 in map number 1.
And great effort from Beal there to try and hold off, to try and make something happen. But like you said, just the awareness and heads up play from EMG to send a couple more players that way and say, look, we only need 2 seconds for scrap time. Let's just try and kill these players off because you know they have to rotate. Not all 4 players are going to be here. That's the case. They take map number 1 in a more dominant fashion than I had anticipated them taking. Granted, Benza did get over that 200-point mark. And for me, this kind of raises the question as we look over the scoreboard. You know, Krev's going 31 and 20, and unfortunately, you know, for the loss to have a scoreline like that. The same thing for Chaos. A much more balanced attack from EMG. That's what we said we wanted to see from them coming into the series. It looks to be just that. It's not the prettiest, but it gets the job done at the end of the day.
I mean, kind of the biggest question mark we had coming into the series was what hardpoint or what respawn were we going to see out of EMG? Were we going to see previous rounds of the winners bracket before they went up against D1? Or were we going to see a team that looked discombobulated after a hard loss in the winners finals? Well, I think we got our answer there in map number 1 with that 50-point margin of victory that EMG built for themselves. Benza did look good at portions of that map. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to put every hill together and put a solid hardpoint together for themselves through map 1. So we go back to Tuscan yet again. We'll stay there for maps number 2 and 3. Gavoo 2 for map number 4 if we need to go there, and Berlin for map number 5. But I think a lot of people will be quite surprised that EMG was able to best out Benza inside of map number 1 there, at least in the hard point. We'll start talking about the search and destroy now, Cash. This is where EMG were besting D1 until that game 5 against them. I think they can try to bring that confidence back up against the Benza roster, who admittedly also did look quite good in S&D.
Yeah, it's really a coin toss here going into this one. We've seen both of them take an S&D off of D1, and it's one where, again, who's going to show up? You asked what kind of respawn team we're going to get out of EMG. We ended up getting it, kind of those flashes of that winners bracket run that they were making. And now for the search and destroy, if you can put up a search and destroy like you did against D1 Gaming, you took that on a Berlin 6-2. Granted, we're on Tuscan and it's against a different squad, but if you do what works for you best, of course, and it sounds like such basic coaching 101, but really stick to the game plan, right? Don't get too fancy with it. Don't try to get too crazy. Trust your teammates' calls and really execute well, right? It's trading well in those first rounds and executing on either bomb site. That is basically the recipe for success on search and destroy. It's nothing revolutionary or profound. It's just the execution part that really gets a lot of teams hung up. And for Benza, you want to find a way to respond here, because if EMG continue playing this well in the respawns, you want to be able to get a search and destroy.
Yeah, sure. And really, I think what it comes down to and what it boils down to for Benza is the fact that I don't think they expected EMG to play with as much aggression as they did.
No.
Because against Alpha, Benza was able to just rip through them at every turn. It was Chaos with the AR, who was also playing extremely fast-paced, that was able to hop into a hill, get a two-piece for your team, and then allow everybody in the reinforcements to come back through. You rarely see an AR as an entry, but that's what Chaos was doing at certain times throughout that last series against Alpha. You saw that at times here on Tuscan, mainly by P4, when he was able to entry with that two-piece. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find anything else, and his teammates fell around that. But I think the way that EMG have also started to work the map, they're okay with fighting you for those last 15 seconds of time, because they're confident enough in that next hill to be able to break into it. So if you're Benza, you need to be careful. Obviously, it's going to translate slightly into the search and destroy when it comes to being able to push aggressively and catch your opponents off guard early on inside of those rounds. But overall, I think Benza can adjust to this quite well. I think they know how to fight aggression with aggression, or maybe play a more passive approach to a game, especially if EMG are going to push up that halfway portion of the map and put themselves in negative positions to where you can easily capitalize upon that, get that first blood, and then get yourselves that man advantage in the round. I don't think this is going to be a series that Benza just lets go to the wayside. So EMG is going to have to dogfight through this S&D the same way Benza is going to have to as well.
This might be one of the most evenly, matched series that we've had all day. And, that's what you expect whenever your higher seeds start to kind of get through and get into these, lower grand final positions. Again, both of these squads showing S&D prowess. And it makes me ask the question, we still have a lot of COD left in the series, but is D1 Gaming then that good at respawns to where we saw Benza put the work in on Alpha to try and dominate them there? We saw D1 Gaming dominate both EMG and Benza in the respawns. So the search and destroy, of course, coin tossy, but again, maybe D1 Gaming is just that good. We have to see all the stops pulled out on these squads here. Search and destroy, you're just looking to try to get great reps in. And yeah, I think for Benza, you nailed it. They have that adaptability, the ability to take what the map's giving them. Of course, you're going triple, 3 rounds on Tuscan. It's going to be who's more comfortable, who knows that map better, what lanes of the map do we need to have locked at all times. Of course, S&D mid-map is going to be something so important, but I think Benza have the slight edge in making those mid-round adjustments and taking what the map gives them, not forcing anything, where EMG have been caught doing that, and, well, that cost them a series against D1 Gaming earlier.
And I think, going back to the conversation of D1 specifically, each of these two teams, whether they win or lose here, one of these teams will have to go face off against D1, where they'll have to best them twice in 2 best-of-5 series back-to-back, which has already proved to be difficult for every single team that's played up against them in the winner's bracket. But I don't think there's a single person that you could have asked or talked to before this that didn't have D1 as at least the preliminary favorite inside of this bracket to make it out and qualify for champs. They were a phenomenal team all year, despite roster changes, players moving around different regions and whatnot. This is still a team at its core that is phenomenal, and they play great Call of Duty together, especially in respawns, and they can turn it up in S&D when they need to. Obviously, not all the time does that show through, but that's okay. That's stepping stones. The best teams consistently in the challenger scene, and this has been for years, have been the teams that are going to consistently win their respawns. There's 3 respawns in the series. Sure, S&D wins championships, and we can have that conversation later, but if you're able to take those respawns and then be able to sneak out an S&D here and there, you're going to be the better team 9 times out of 10.
It just makes it a much quicker series. It makes the job that much easier. So for EMG, they're looking to replicate that here to get back to that grand final scenario. You did the hard point. You did the hard point. You got the respawn that you need off the board. Can you also find the continued S&D success that you've had all day, or do you let Benza answer back? That's something that we're going to have to wait and find out for. But we've got so much left in the series that I wouldn't be shocked if it goes to a game 5, right? Both of these teams, we've seen them find success and get to a game 5 in EMG earlier. We've seen Benza with respawn dominance that sure was lacking there, still close and competitive, but so much left. And the maps that we're playing, staying big, and with the AR presence both of these teams provide. I mean, again, I'm just saying, I hope it goes the distance. I'm so excited for it too if it does. But yeah, both these teams have such electric AR presence, more so than any of the 3 teams left, of course, here playing, that it really could go anyone's way if someone decides to catch fire like Chaos for Benza. Had the score line to represent that, just unfortunately didn't get the objective time that they needed in order to win. So again, interested to see how this looks to shake out for the rest of it, but we've got a great series here ahead of us.
We do. Well, we don't want to keep you guys here listening to us ramble on and on and on about this. At the same time here, though, Aim Esports, Rocker Academy, Grand Finals in the European region. One of those 2 teams will qualify for amateur champs. We're going to send things to a quick break as the lobby gets ready. When we come back, map number 2, a Tuscan search and destroy between EMG Esports and Benza. Game 2, Tuscan search and destroy. 4-3 up is Benza after a first blood came through from Krebs. Unfortunately, though, Chaos will be traded out immediately after the fact, so it's a 3 versus 3, dead even. Vade actually spots the second player out, goes for the ego challenge directly into the sights of the AR, who's holding the angle with the pre-aim. Not exactly sure if I love that challenge, but it leaves things in a 2 versus 2. Still a minute on the clock with the bomb down over towards that A site. EMG got to be careful here.
A little bit more of the same that we've seen from EMG and Search and Destroys. They like to play split across the map, and they really try to trust the fact that they want to take these 1v1s. DJ, the sniper, is going to be that much more vulnerable, but now you see the collapse coming in from Dylan through fire, maybe to try to get an angle on someone mid-map. Not going to be the case yet, but DJ connects with the boomstick, and that's going to put them up in a 2-1 advantage. Bomb needs to get scooped up by Krebs here and planted, or find these 2 kills, and the timing doesn't quite work out, but he is in quite the bind here with 25 seconds left.
He had the perfect pre-aim, but he's going to be able to switch to the AR just in time, and Dylan's not going to go ahead and challenge that bomb, but he doesn't need to yet because he has the line of sight on the A site itself. So if Krebs gets a little aggressive around the corner, doesn't check it. Oh, he does though, but he's going to have to back off. He's forced to get on it. Dylan's going to have to hop out the window to go chase down Krebs. Krebs is going to hop off it though. He's going to go around for the challenge. Oh, Krebs! Oh, don't do him like that! Rings around the rosy. Hey, bud, we'll see you next round.
I mean, the finesse, that was so dirty by Krebs to do. I was curious if he was going to try to stick a plan or hop off it. We don't oftentimes see people hop off the bomb to make a play like that, hits the slide cancel around the bomb, and I mean, for Dylan, that's just unfortunate. You just want to try to forget that one and put as much distance and time in between you and that round as possible. Fortunately, it is only just a 1-round win for Benza, but a good confidence boost at that, and Krebs also on 3. We'll see how they like to play around DJ having a snipe, and if they like to chow mid-map as hard as they have been.
Off the backhand of what was a phenomenal play there in a 1 versus 2 from Krebs. They'll just post up here on the defensive side, waiting for everybody to start making their way up the map from EMG. Looks like the bomb's going to start rotating back over towards that B site now. Slowly but surely, middle map control trying to be cleared out as much as humanly possible. Yes, up on top of the church, going to run directly into the line of sight of Krebs as Evade falls. It's going to be Krebs who now goes down, so no streaks anymore for the side of Benza, but it's still a 3 versus 3. Bomb in the hand, going directly over towards A. Beal's there, though. Reads it perfect.
I'm not sure what Dylan was trying to do there. It looked a little bit frantic as he kind of tried to, I don't know, just run out with his pistol and maybe find some information or try to get the bomb scooped up again and get it down. Doesn't work out for him there. Chaos finds a kill. Beal able to take the pistol challenge easily around the corner. Benza won a 2nd round in a row from what, again, was just frazzled gameplay from EMG on the offensive end. And as you were kind of alluding to, people holding pre-aims and being in their positions here for Benza.
I mean, that's kind of what I was like hoping they would do going into this game. It's, you know that the side of EMG is going to play aggressive. They have tried it every single round thus far. Sure, DJ's played back a little bit with the sniper, but everybody else has been ready and waiting for you to walk into pre-aim. So if you're Benza, keep up the same work. Let them come to you. Get that first blood and then work a play off of that. If you want to go over to B, make a hit there, sure. That looks like it's exactly what they're going to try to do here. Everybody into P5, trying to run out the doorway. Nobody's going to be there for a contestation just yet, but Dylan all the way in the back on top of the truck, gonna pepper up some shots into 1, but Chaos is there to help out Beal. That's a 4 versus 3 in the B site, wide open.
You hate to have put that much damage in just to not find a kill, and Lucho gonna find the kill on Beal before the bomb goes down. So that kind of plays spoiler. Evade finds a second as well, so it was favorable site positioning and map presence for Benza flipped on its head. Can you convert it if your EMG is still up in the air as it's 2v2? Excuse me, 2v1.
That was the last one alive. Was able to make magic happen the last time. 45 seconds, bomb down on the B site. If you're EMG, you should know exactly where that bomb is, as you killed the planter beforehand and nobody was near site to be able to pick it up. Krebs hasn't rotated just yet, and actually I don't know if they know or not. It looks like they're just going to play all the way towards that backside spawn. Krebs will give away his position though, so now DJ can start making that rotate back over towards the site. 30 seconds left here. Nobody making the move just yet. Krebs is going to have to get aggressive at some sort of junction in this map. Question is, when will it happen? First couple of players trying to shoulder around the corner. Nobody wants to peek out on Krebs yet. And finally, the shots will come through. EMG Esports are on the board for the first time here in Tuscan.
A good way for them to clutch up in a round where, yeah, you knew bomb was going down on B for certain. You just had to simply shoulder the corners, like you said, and not give away too much, not challenge too much. EMG showing that they can slow down when need be, but still playing very fast and then through the early parts of the round. So far, it's only put them down to the 1-round deficit, so not hurting them too bad for Benza. You still are trying to take advantage of that aggression, hold your pre-aims, let them walk into it and find some easy kills. And for EMG Esports, You're just trying to get mid-map control and look to get this bomb down, at least towards this A site to start. DJ with the sniper, gonna have some information.
We go again. First blood, Benza, Chaos. Second one there immediately after the fact and all the way at the top of the church. He has absolutely beamed the side of EMG off the map. That's a flawless round there for the side of Benza as they once again will their way across the map. They played passive pre-aims beforehand. How about they get aggressive for a round and show you what's good?
And this is where you start to pose that question, how much longer does DJ keep the sniper out, right? He's been able to get the information mid-map, but not been able to land a shot. And you start to have the question, whenever you have 3 ARs looking down mid-map from the side of Benza, you might need to switch things up here to give yourself a chance. You don't want this to go to a 4-1 situation and get worse than what it is. For Benza, though, you'll take what you've been able to do on defense, on offense. Not been able to calculate too much into success, but hey, aggression through the mid-map from Elites is responded by Lucho, and you're already crossing through mid-map, so you're just waiting for maybe one more pick to get this bomb down A.
The third time inside of this S&D in 5 rounds that Elites himself has been able to find a first blood for Benza. So important to be able to get those first picks in a round of search and destroy. You get so much more map positioning. The rest of the opposition forced to play to your hand, at least until they can try to get a pick for themselves. 2 versus 3. Both players inside of the church. DJ's actually going to spot the cross immediately after the fact, but doesn't realize there's 2 players all the way back in the spawn. Now, DJ could get some good timing here. First one around the left side corner. Won't be able to finish it off with a pistol. 1 versus 3. Dylan has the information that they were wrapping all the way back through the spawn side, but Benza makes the heads up play to wrap back to A and say, okay, well, you know what? If you're going to start making that push, and we haven't seen you yet, we pretty much have that's like completely clear.
We'll see if they recognize where Dylan could be coming through from. All arrows trying to lock down every lane that you can around this bomb site. They should be more than ready for this. And, well, they're grouped up enough that should be able to play the trade. So for EMG, you're going to go down 4-1 here in the series, or excuse me, in the search and destroy. Benza able to respond big, and as we're spending 3 maps in a row on Tuscan, they definitely adapting and showing that improvisation much better here. Whenever EMG showed them aggression, they played passive, and whenever they need to get aggressive through the mid-map to take control of a round, they can do just that, showing you a little bit of why they deserve to be in the grand finals. And why they're trying to answer back to draw this series up 1-1. EMG Esports, you got to make something big happen here. It's do or die time.
What I've noticed in the middle of the map is both teams are trying to send 1 or 2 people to middle map every round. But EMG, when they've sent their players there, they've just been trying to get through and get back to safety immediately after the fact. They're not looking for the kill first. They're looking to evade first, have to play the kill after the fact. Benza's looking for that kill first. They're trying to get that pick in middle map. And once again, guess who? It's Elites who comes through with a nade over the top. Dylan cut down 4 in a row from Elites. Evade now, not going to be able to get away. Elites, guess what? Boomstick, Sniper, DJ, bye-bye. We'll see you in the next round. 5 in a row. Looking for the last 2 in the round to be an ace and a streak to go along with it.
As teammate and Krebs just playing P5, looking mid-map. They have a feeling this bomb's still over on this side. Not going to get eyes on it, though, and the bomb will go down. A 2v2 retake going to have to come in. We'll see what the post-plant setup looks like for EMG. Looks like a near back-to-back gameplay, trying to watch this play coming through field. And, well, if Krebs hits some good timing, might be able to find both players in spawn as they're going to opt to rotate around and reposition.
Oh, Krebs up top. First player in the top of fire going to be there. Not going to realize that the player's coming from behind. Just kidding. Turns around. Lucho says goodnight. Tucks him in, reads him a bedtime story. They'll defuse the bomb, put this match point. It's 5-1 for the side of Benza, who have looked nothing but dominant here in map number 2. This Tuscan is all but theirs for the taking.
It was round number 1, and now for them it was round number 6, where Krev just has 2 unbelievably heads-up plays to secure the round for them. And we talked about it coming into just the day, the top of the show for us is, okay, who's going to step up and make the big plays whenever your team needs it? For Benza, it's Krebs. His number's been called, and he has risen to the occasion here in this series. This would draw them up at 1-1, of course, but in this search and destroy, trying to answer back, and like you said, in a statement fashion, in a dominant fashion, and well, it's going to be all 4 players coming to P5 door. Dylan, they could line up.
Oh, Dylan, going to get cut down, though. He had so many players, so many bullets that he fired into a couple of players, weakened them up, but wasn't able to take anybody with him. Now it's a B plant immediately after the fact. Benza using their aggression to their advantage. Evade from the top of radio is able to find 1. He's got help from his teammate inside of top church, but you've got to look for Krebs and Elites who are outside here on the platform. First one, challenge around the corner. Evade is there. Krebs goes big, finds a 2-piece, and finally they can say goodnight to the map. 6-1 overall. Benza respond immediately here in map number 2. The Tuscan is theirs, and we're now tied at 1 apiece inside of this best of 5 series.
It was cool, calm, and collected out of Benza. There was no rush to their gameplay. They weren't forced to be made uncomfortable by EMG, and it started off with that early work. Like you said, they held the pre-aims, and then whenever, okay, we've got a 3 or 4 round lead, let's go ahead and apply some pressure. Let's get some aggression. Let's make EMG uncomfortable. EMG never quite had the answer for them there. That's why they lose that one 6-1. And for Benza, a wonderful way to respond. You're going to go into a control where you've looked good in the respawn. You unfortunately fell in the hard point, but you want to try to rectify those wrongs. And, well, that starts with Chaos having a 7-3 Search and Destroy Elite, 6-3 as well. It was the first Blood Kings, and then it was also just a strong AR presence through the mid-map in Krebs and Chaos that were able to secure such a dominant win for Benza.
I mean, we can talk all day about how good and how influential the kills were from the side of Benza, but you look to EMG, there's a very clear discrepancy on that team. Evade 7-6 overall. Sure, the rest of the team couldn't even equal the amount of kills that Evade had when combined together. They combined for 6, Evade had 7. So really, there was just a lack of help around. But when you die 3 times first, if you are Evade, it's not going to help out the rest of the team. And overall, DJ, Lucho, everybody was just getting left in 1v odd situations across the map. And again, tip that to Benza. That's exactly what their game plan was. They played passive, allowed EMG to go to them, and then when EMG started to back off, that's when Benza decided to get aggressive, and they wanted to be the team that was going to be the enforcers in that map. That's how they won 6-1, and that's how we're back to a tied up series at 1 apiece between both of these two teams. We're back on Tuscan for map number 3. A control is on the horizon, and Cash, really, my question is now, are we going to get the EMG that we saw in the series against D1 for the control, or are we going to see the Benza that we got in the last series to get to this point? There's so many questions on the board. There's so many applicable statements for this next matchup. Really, there's only one word I can go into this with is questionable.
I think questionable is a great way to frame it up. Again, we keep seeing, such hot and cold gameplay out of EMG, and sure, it was hot in map number 1, and they take it in a 50-point or so win. Benza respond confidently and collectively in map number 2. I feel like for Benza, they're never, not even that they're never out of it, they're never frazzled, right? It's hard to get under this team's skin. It's hard to get them off their game plan. Sure, they lost a close Tuscan hardpoint to kick things off, but again, whenever EMG's playing hot, it's hard to beat them, right? You see them come out in Tuscan like that. You see what they made in their early winners run before getting bumped down. But whenever they're playing cold, it is near ice cold. It's a 6-1 hardpoint loss. It's getting beat, dominant 250 to 100, or different things like that, and search and destroys, or excuse me, in hardpoints. For Benza, it seems like they're always either maintaining or spiking. They're never flat. So their highs are high, but when they're playing low, it's not quite as low as EMG can seem to dip at times.
When they're low, they're still decently high in that same regard. So fun series thus far. EMG, they're still looking, on the bounce back here now as we start loading up our next map of a Tuscan. But really, realistically, Cash, as we load up into this game, the reason I was putting a questionable thing on this is because I really don't know what to expect coming into this next respawn. Because sure, EMG, they played great at the beginning in the first hardpoint here on the same map, but when you're talking about a Tuscan or another control on Tuscan, it's completely different. And I actually think that guy might have stick drift the way that gun is continuously going down. So it's Chaos too. So I mean, if Chaos is playing the way he is with stick drift, I mean, you got to tip that absolutely 100% of the time. But a minute 30 on the clock here. First push by EMG over toward Day on the offensive side. They're looking to get that first tick immediately, but it's going to be Chaos who's trying to fly a nade over the top. Krebs, no surprise, helps out with elites to find those first few kills. 1 off the board for each team. First tick of progress looking to be completed here. Nobody really to play spoiler just yet from Benza, as the player inside the top fire was spotted out and forced to back off.
Deal and in a position to maybe hit a pinch, but mid-map for the time being locked down by EMG. That's granted them 2 ticks of progress at A, and only 9 seconds have ticked off the clock, so a great opening if you are EMG Esports. You want to find some more kills on transition to make it that much easier for you. DJ with an SMG going to get mixy around mid-map. Krebs is able to respond back, and the defensive forces getting set up for Benza. Push through Church coming in from EMG, and Lucho opens up with the first blood.
Nice shots out of elites there from the top of the platform. Going to keep players from EMG off of this point for the time being. Defensive hold needs to be big here. Got to look for Lucho, though. Trying to play on an island for the rest of the team right now. You see play number 8 in Krebs, though, all the way in the back. looking for this player. So Lucho won't be able to get and slip through the back lines without being spotted unless Krebs backs off. And that's exactly what will happen. Oh, Lucho plays this perfectly. The timing couldn't have been worse there from Krebs. And now as Beal starts to make his way back over towards the point, he was trying to collapse onto it. 3 players over towards this B point now. Elite's all the way in the back. DJ's going to be looking for him, but Elites will win the 1-versus-1 gunfight. Back around to the left. Can't win it with the pistol. Lucho on the point. First tick of progress about to be completed, and it finally will be now as Lucho hops on the point. 4 in a row. Trying to make it 5. Chaos with the bounce back there. Halfway through progress, still on this B site. EMG, they refuse to die. They refuse to leave the point, but Beal is there. He's able to find 1, make it 2. You got to get this last person down, and then you can breathe easy for a little bit, and they finally will, so we can take a step back, calm down. EMG now forced to recuperate back at spawn.
And you still have 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock to make this B push. You got 1 tick out of that. And you're also up in lives. How often today, especially here in this region, have we seen the offensive team up in lives by a number of 5 or more? So they're up 7 lives here. Still with plenty of time to get pushing. Would you look at that? The clock is stopped again. Though Krev finds 2. Dylan's the one stopping the clock, trying to get his teammates here. Beautiful nades come in to clear off the site. And once again, defensive control starting to get back the way of Benza. But DJ still applying pressure from top radio.
Flies in through P5, gets into the top control. Beautiful shots that follow suit after the fact. So sure, you get the nades onto the point, you get them off for the time. Once again, they have found themselves back as a 4-man force all the way on the point. Evade was trying to come back around. Chaos was able to find Lucho in towards top radio, and now Evade is able to fall as well. So as we continue to look forward, the rest of this team is still going to be sitting, waiting, and now as DJ's all the way in the back lines, he's the last remaining hope, just trying to dwindle lives down from the side of EMG.
At this point, if I'm EMG, I would have liked to have started playing TDM a bit sooner. You've had the life advantage this entire time. Would have liked to get around and get messy through church and try to find some more kills. That's not gonna be what they opt to do. They're gonna try to get another push through P5. Team needs gonna come in to slow this attack down, and with 25 seconds left, by the time we get grouped up, this will be the last push for EMG on offense. With how much effort and how much pressure they've applied on this site, you'd like to see something come to fruition in the form of success. That may not be the case here, but you find a couple more on the back, and the push is still on. Clock is stopped.
They've got time against them, though. If you are the defensive side, all you need to do is just make sure you kill a couple of these players and get 1 wave wipe. Beal's going to be the first one there onto DJ. You clear that zone bit by bit. 2 players now pushing. 1 from the ramp, 1 from the top of church. You're on the point. You've stopped the clock yet again at 8 seconds. 1 versus 5 here. Chaos has done it beforehand. Can he go big here? Can he go huge for his team to try and put him up 1-0 on a defensive hold early on? The answer, simply put, is no. EMG will find the first offensive round here on Tuscan and put that one behind them with defense and Pastures new ahead.
Able to take that one up lives and maybe not secure all the ticks of progression, but again, they did so much hard work early on transition. They never let the lives dip too far below being up 5. And if you're an offensive team, you're going to take that. It started with a successful opening break, and it translated to constant pressure on the B side. Benza never quite looked comfortable in their defensive setup. Now here, it's going to be a blind read, and well, it's going to be opposite sides of the map for the time being. Benza bullying through P5 and quickly going to be on B. Our EMG Esports going to be able to adapt.
Dylan, nice shots. Slides on out with a pistol. Krebs is going to be there, though, with Elites. You still know that Evade is in top radio. Got to take care of this player first if you want to be able to push over towards the platform area. No time stopped off the clock just yet. 30 seconds of time is run and gone already. Benza need to be careful here. Finally, you'll get over towards A, but you don't realize that player number 2 in Evade is still all the way back in your spawn. You'll get the kill onto Lucho here, but you need the rest of your team to pop out. Oh, almost able to turn onto Evade, but Evade will be able to jump on down from the top ropes. Call him Randy Orton. He's on 3 in a row.
Now they need to put pressure back on this B site. It's nice whenever you're on defense and you get that clearance on B. It allows for a quick transition over to A, but for Benza, keeping constant pressure on this B site, they favor it in search and destroy, and they're also favoring it here in the control. We've seen them all day look to opt and play this side a lot stronger than any other one. They want to get the hard work done early. They put so much value on making it as easy for themselves as possible. Elites causing problems in the back, and well, player 1 and DJ, the last one left to really start to make a stand and get these players cleared off. Chaos, though, chop them down, Krebs behind them, and for Benza, it's just easy work over on this B site.
It is, and for the first time, they have themselves a life advantage, and they complete the entirety of that B zone. If you just pound and pound and pound, eventually you're going to be able to make it stick, and that's exactly what they do. But now they got to get back over towards this A site. DJ jumps across. Chaos going to have some shots there. Pre-fires the cross again, but won't be able to find the player before he's forced to rotate back off. They going to read one all the way through the back spawn side. Player number 7 in Elites is trying to make a flank through, but since that call out is there, EMG can just play passive and wait for this player. He's going to try and cause some late round chaos, maybe make a pinch play, but over on the staircase and off-screen engagement, it's going to go to Lucho, and he now has top middle map control.
Krebs has to sniff out Lucho and get this kill so that they can have an easier time working out of spawn. EMG doing a great job with their defensive setup. They have mid-map completely locked, and while their players are winning ones on either side of the left and right hand side of the screen respectively, Krebs is able to find 2 to open things up. Chaos as well. That's going to be near clearance on this A site, but you're spawning close if you're EMG. It's a foot race for the hill, and you've got to start to win your own ones here if you're Benza.
That's exactly what they needed, though. It was Krebs all the way in the back line that was able to play the head glitch, was able to find 2, and then they pushed up the map. 12 versus 11 now, a 2-life advantage for the side of Benza. They turn back around, they're looking to their spawn, nobody's there. Everybody now flooding from the field and into middle map. Dylan, the first one up to bat. Everybody else falling in the process. Now it's Krebs who goes ahead and pops 2 at the end. He's no stranger to making big plays, but the rest of the team follows suit. We're tied up at 1-on-1, and 2 offensive rounds go back-to-back for both teams.
Again, for the defense, for either squad, neither have looked comfortable. For, EMG, it was on the A site, couldn't quite get comfortable because you're constantly battling them having close spawns. And then for Benza on the B site, it was the constant pressure from EMG through P5 that really kept them on their toes and kept them guessing. And now we'll see who's looking to be more willing to make the adjustment to get the job done on defense, or is offense going to be able to replicate the success they have been. It's all 4 players for EMG Esports running up and through A site. They want to stop the clock not only as early as possible, but give themselves as much time to work this B side again.
Lucho would chill for a minute. Middle of the map. Was looking for it. Stopping the clock here now. Trying to get some progress over towards this A site. Done a nice job. Elite's around the corner. Gonna spot out Lucho. Looks for the second one in the middle of the map. Krebs should be there for a trade. Won't be able to find it though. Dylan gets the headshot. The automaton goes all the way through and is able to find Beal in the process as well. First tick of progress over at A, thanks in no part to anybody else. That was all Dylan being able to capture the zone for his team. Elite pops around the corner. Chaos, the second one up the bat. He'll take heads with him every day of the week. 24-23 in terms of the lives. 2 ticks of progress, and now Dylan is just 2 more kills off of that illustrious glide bomb.
You're going to get this A site with over 2 minutes on the clock. And again, if you can tack streaks on top of that, that would be so much easier in breaking down this B site and getting over there. We see on transition, Lucho paving the way through Church, going to find 2 with the help of Evade on the team shots. And now all 4 arrows flying towards this B site. Dylan's still on 5. Going to get in a position in top radio and P5 to try and get some easy kills. But his teammates taking care of business, keeping the pin on spawn. Beal makes a pinch play and woo, does just enough possibly.
He gets a double, though, and that's going to allow the rest of the defensive side of things to push back around. He flew through the middle of the map, was able to flank through P5, and then finally was able to shut down those EMG players, taking a few more lives with him. But here's the thing. Benza is still so far pushed up in the back of their spawn that it doesn't matter. Everybody from the side of EMG now flying on around the corner. Sure, Dylan might not have been able to get the streaks, but he finds another double there. 6 life advantage. First tick of progress over towards the B site now complete, and as Dylan looks around that right side, he's going to be able to find some beautiful shots into the back to take down the first player from Benza. 3 now. It's a 3-2 trade. Chaos all the way in the back. DJ will fall. Everybody back to the respawn, but they've done enough to get 2 ticks. With 1:30 left, they still have the life advantage. Plenty of time to work a play back over and through the spawn.
We have had a near cookie-cutter offensive round for EMG. This is the stage in the round where we need to see Benza make an adjustment. Look at them getting aggressive through plat now. They're opting to take the map pressure that they're able to get, and that's pushing out of spawn. They played so passive last go round, it allowed EMG to play up in your face. Well, whenever you play high risk, you play high reward as well, and for EMG Esports, you're able to clear out the defense, stack on it, and just needing 1 tick left. It's got to be from Chaos. It's got to be quick, and I don't know that it's going to come in, but Krebs from the top row, able to make it happen.
Oh no, Beal wasn't able to get the shots to help out in time, so EMG were able to capitalize and cap the final tick of progress. Oh, it was almost such a beautiful retake there from the side of Benza, but unfortunately down to the very last second, they thought they had everybody taken off of the point, and around the corner, it was Lucho who made the hero play to end the round for the team, help out in the rest of the process. 2-1 now here inside of the control. Benza are forced to win an offense here if they want to see a light of day in round number 5.
That, and to avoid going down 2-1 in the series, they're going to send all of their resources towards this A site and look to just get time on the clock before anything else. Evade with a beautiful angle out of top fire and mid-map control granted for the team. Now, you can just tell with the POV playing that much looser, playing with a bit more confidence as he likes to fly over the top and get some of the craziest kills I've seen here in this LATAM region today. And these POVs can be so exciting, especially when they're playing like they are. We said in the respawns they needed to trade better, that they needed to find more kills around the map. Well, they're doing just that here, and Benza not able to have a response. They're shell-shocked.
Lucho, 5 in a row. Finally cut down by Beal. Thought maybe streaks would be on the table for just a moment there. with the first tick of progress being the only bit completed over on that A site. Benza now trying to make that B hit that worked so well for him the last time. Stick once more, however, they've got to run straight into the jaws of DJ and Lucho, who are sitting there cutting everybody down. And now Dylan across the map is forcing those spawns all the way deep by the P3 well. You're going to be able to pick up number 2. Everybody's still going to continue to spawn deep here, and they're just cutting every player down at every twist and turn. EMG Esports have looked so damn good on this defensive hold, and they're looking to do it just a little bit more. 20 seconds is all they need, or 13 kills to take the control and find themselves up 2-1 on series point.
What a better time than now for them to step up and start looking like a team that's itching to go to grand finals, that they want that rematch again. Of course, we still have a map 4 ahead of us, but in the respawns, just the night and day difference that we've seen from their series against D1, it's looking way more connected. It's looking a lot more fluid in the kills.
Oh
Starting
no.
to flow in the feed as a
Oh
result.
no. Oh, I thought maybe, just maybe, Evade was going to be able to find those last couple of kills, but that knocks everybody off the B zone. The last player there, it's going to be Chaos, trying to save the map for the team. Won't be able to find DJ. 5 versus 17. All they can do is hope and pray that the gunfights are there and the trades are made between the teammates. You can't let that happen, though. Evade pops a 2-piece, finds the final one, puts the nail in the coffin, and this map is over. The Tuscan trilogy comes to a close, where EMG will take themselves a 2-1 advantage into our 4th map, a hard point on the horizon, and a chance to end this series and take themselves a one-way ticket to the grand final.
Dylan has one of the more exciting POVs to watch when he is hot at 27-18 with 21 non-traded kills. Yeah, that's going to be a POV you want to stick on. Of course, some other players as well, putting up great numbers. Again, whenever it's all 4 players for AMG firing and doing their jobs, playing well, sharing and distributing the wealth, yeah, it's going to be a much better looking EMG squad. We see just that. Again, they aren't the prettiest stat lines in the world. They're nice, of course, but they're doing enough to get it done. They're playing around the objective, and that's so much of their focus that they're able to win these scrappy, gritty games, and a 3-1 scoreline is definitely dominant, but from Beal and Chaos, you have 2 uncharacteristically slow games for them. On the flip side, all 4 players going positive for the side of EMG Esports, clicking and hitting form at the perfect time.
Oh, that right there, that is what we were hoping for from EMG. A dominant performance in the respawn that is capitalized with now being able to take advantage inside of the series. Benza, in the last game that they played, previous against Alpha Esports, they looked amazing when it came to the fact that they played their respawns oh so well. Now that's the fact that they're only a search and destroy team in this series. I don't think a lot of people would have seen that coming, specifically us, as we kind of mentioned going into that game. We didn't know what we were going to see. It was kind of a toss-up. It was like, okay, are we going to see the EMG versus D1 when it came to respawn, or are we going to see the EMG that was able to take them to the winners finals in the first place? We got the EMG that took them to the winners finals and beat Benza 250-200 on the same map of Tuscan in map number 1. So, as mentioned beforehand, a 2-1 series lead now for the side of EMG. If you are just joining us, this is a series that is in the lower finals inside the LATAM Challengers LCQ. The winner of this will face D1 Gaming in the grand finals. They'll have to beat them in 2 best-of-5s, sure, but that will be for the final and only qualification spot for LATAM, which will be number 7 out of the 8 qualification spots for our Challengers finals later on this year. And the thing is, Cash, I'm not sure if you saw it in the background or not, but AIM Esports does take down Rocker Academy in the European region. They will be that team from Europe that will be moving into the Challengers final. So a big congratulations to Yako, Journey, Eric Boom, and Super for being able to pull that off and finding themselves a one-way ticket to the amateur champs later on this year. Cash, before we kick it to a break, thoughts on that Tuscan control just one more time?
For EMG, again, it just, for me, the importance of all 4 players really stepping up and coming to play. No one, doing more. Sure, Dylan was the one that you could say was popping off, but all 4 players were still filling their roles, playing and doing their jobs well. So whenever it's a team effort, whenever it's collective, EMG finds success. Again, when they're hot, this team is very hard to stop. You just hope that they don't cool off, at least for the remaining of the series. That way they can punch their ticket to grand finals.
Benza back against the wall. 1 hard point stands with them. It would be their season being over, or a map 5 for a Berlin search and destroy. When we come back, game number 4, a Gavutu hard point will be underway. EMG trying to close it out. Benza trying to force a map 5. I'm McCory Mill. That's Cash. We'll be back for the Challengers LCQ. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Benza, EMG Esports, Gavutu Hardpoint map number 4. Benza, once again, backs against the wall as mentioned before break. They need and have to win this game to keep their Challengers season alive. If they're not able to do that, EMG, they'll advance to the grand finals, and they'll have a one-way ticket with D1 Gaming for the final spot in the Challengers playoffs later on this year. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. Benza down 25 points right now and still 25 seconds left on the hill. Plenty of time for either team to soak up and take advantage of.
EMG Esports, they have great opening breaks on hard points. They're able to walk away with substantial amounts of P1 time. We saw it on Tuscan in map number 1, but we're seeing the same thing here on Gavutu. You need those ARs to run amok and run crazy, but for EMG, you're opting to run 2 SMGs here for the time being, and, well, it's working out for them as they have the rotation over to P2, and looking even further ahead, spawns locked for the time being towards P3. They're going to get on for this early bit of time, and for Benza, you don't want to get in a hole early. You want to try to get a quick break here and respond back to the 35 points they already have put up. And Beal going to kick things off front row.
Nice double there. Looks for the triple. Almost able to find it on Dylan. Dylan actually an aggressive re-challenge there. Doesn't opt to back off, but finally will. And P40 going to be picked up there by the side of Benza, as they'll play slowly and surely at the bottom of the boat here. All they're waiting for is EMG to try to show themselves just for a moment. Chaos still hasn't been found out over towards where P5 is. Beal and Elites at the same time, they'll have done a nice job of being able to supplement themselves inside of the hard point. Beal back around, though, going to get cut down by Lucho. This is a big 20 seconds of time here. Sure, Benza have the right side of the map that they want over for P3, but they would sure love to get those last 15 seconds of time, or at least cut the side of EMG off from being able to take it. They do that just so nicely. Dylan and Lucho going to be able to fall. DJ the last one there, but again, it's those P3 rotations to Benza that everybody should be talking about and paying attention for.
For EMG, quite the, I would say, fairly questionable play and pushing that much for P2 scrap whenever they didn't have any man power pushed over on the rotation. It's going to be a pinch play coming in. They are to the back, so perhaps it'll work out for him here. Vade shooting him in the back, but we'll see if that comes to pay for it. They end up getting the clearance on the hill, so at least reaping the rewards of that effort early on. Spawning green is going to be Benza, and they've got to find a way to get back into this point early. Is EMG closing the deficit now within 10 points, and again, they're playing out and aggressive, zoning out beyond P3. They let Benza do the back, and hope that they can hold this from the front.
Krebs there, unfortunately, got cut down 62 to 62. Dead even here with 20 seconds left on P3. And Cash, this is what I was kind of, you know, I don't want to say scared of, but I was a little apprehensive to talk about. EMG have been so good at breaking when it comes to hard points, even against D1. That Benza needed to be extremely careful there on P3, or they were going to lose a ton of time, and that's exactly what happened. Fortunately, it was actually a player that was able to sneak out for Benza, which flipped the spawns back around to where they're going to be able to be out early for P3, but it got close there. But EMG, you know, you're very happy with that P3 hold. You got a lot more time than you even should have been afforded because of Ben's misfortunes and, of course, some of the mistakes that they made when you were starting to make that push over towards the hill. Either way, with 45 seconds left, Dylan's going to be the first one pushed up, AR in hand. Elise will cut him down. Now it's the 3 versus 4 back on the point.
And the first 30 seconds have gone cleanly your way. If you're Benza, we needed to see them hold off a break in a hard point because, as you said, EMG was breaking with so much ease. They do just that. They're able to now only run the score up 30 points, but successfully hold off a hit coming in from EMG. They're going to look to throw a couple more resources at it. Maybe look to try not to get spawn trapped and hold these P5 spawns, but you blink and you look up at the scoreboard, and all of a sudden they're down 50 points once again. Benza responding big here in this Gavutu hard point. Still a lot of time left to be played. And EMG Esports, they have rotation to P5, but no one can really get time for the first bit of it until players start turning around and running. If Benza are quick on transition, they could quickly get into this one.
Yeah, that was a great hold there. Money Hill, P3 can turn into very quickly. P4 can turn into very quickly. But as we go over towards P5, this is where the flip side comes in, to where now that EMG have flipped out early, they could easily go ahead and get this hill to be a money hill for themselves and almost be tied up with Benza yet again. Chaos from the top of the boat was going to be able to find the first. Now everybody can start flooding in here. All those white arrows that you see now making their way over towards the hill, they've got to get past Lucho, who's just laying down with the MP40, and Dylan up on top of green is going to be there as well. Beautiful shots there. Going to be able to pick up the second. That's 3 now. Make it all 4 dead. Chaos the last one alive to make a push, and that will be the nail in the coffin as they will now shut them out completely. 40 seconds of time for EMG thus far. Relatively no contention in that as well. The last 15 will go their way. Benza does not want to push that, and that's exactly what I was talking about, Cash. You cannot let that happen after getting a full 60.
It's literally 60 for 60. We're going to be at what is essentially 0-0 back at P1 here. For EMG, you got a lot of time, just about 30 seconds on the last go round. You don't quite have the rotation here. That's what you gave up for the full 60 on P5. So for Benza, you want to try to hold on again. You know it's going to get scrappy and messy here. Krevs able to overlook with the AR towards P3 and find a couple of great kills here for the time being alongside teammate Chaos. But it is going to be player 2 Lucio on the flank, who really could spell trouble and get his team onto this time, at least with over 30 seconds left.
Dylan going to be the one there to push up first. Krebs, shots, beauty. All the way on it. 3-1 trade now for the side of Benza. 5 in a row. Cut down immediately after the fact, though, was Krebs. But he's done enough to allow Benza to get a ton of time here early on inside of that ring hill of P1. 30 seconds have gone the way to the side of Benza. And, I mean, Cash, this has kind of been an interesting tale of this game. You know, the last couple of hills, we handshaked about 60 seconds between it. On the back half of this hill, they're going to get 15. EMG had the rotations earlier on the P2 the last time. It'll be interesting to see what Benza can do now, since they were able to hold that scrap time the last time through on the bottom of the LSC ship.
Both teams putting a lot of pressure on the rotation, that the breaks have been able to come in with ease. If it's not been a full 60, it's been going, like you said, kind of 30 for 30 there. And now Benza on the site up just about 15 points, trying to get that deficit. Who's going to get zoned out and really try to zone off some lanes of the map? Player 7 and Elite's playing cutoff for the green cut and P3 and trying to flip these spawns out in favor of the squad looking forward. But for the time being, they're soaking up this time. Lucho trying to make a play, and Dylan finds 2 behind it, but the opening there for a brief moment. Benza right back on it as they look to flood through lane bridge and through top boat.
Look, I'm not even playing in the shoes right now, but I was very scared that he missed a couple of those shots because it gave ample time and opportunity for the player that he was trying to kill to be able to turn it around, and then maybe that turns the entirety of the back half of the LST ship hill into a money portion for Benza. With that scrap time, could have been 30 seconds easily for them, but now, as we start to look over towards P3, Cash, here's the difference. Last time, it was EMG who were having to fight from the offside. This time, it's Benza. First player going to fly across over towards the point. Player number 5 not going to be able to get the shots there onto Dylan. Dylan instead will pick off Beal, and that's going to allow EMG to get the initial points inside of that P3 hill, as well as keep those rotations all the way over towards that right side. They are in the preferred spawn side, and now we'll be able to just force Benza to come to them.
4v3 though, Lucho is completely taken out of this play. Sure, he might be able to cut someone down running down ring stairs, but all 4 players for Benza are grouped up at ring. If they want to bully through the front, they have the numbers. With Lucho being out of this play, this could look to cost them. DJ does find a great kill, and maybe they have all the lanes blocked because DJ continuing to turn up here for P3. Another money hill hold coming in for EMG Esports. Can they hold off this wave of attack, or does Benza get the break? And well, they look to get the break, and still P4 rotation up for grabs. Spawn's going to come in and be gifted for EMG, but that should all but guarantee Benza this last bit of P3 time, and they're going to be crossing the 200 point mark first.
196 to 193. This game could not be closer here towards the latter half of this hard point, but just as it was a moment ago where EMG had the rotations to P3, they now hold themselves rotations over towards P4. Benza going to be forced to break this in. If EMG is able to get the plethora of time here, they could win the game with a full 60 in no contestations. So this is the situation that Benza has put themselves in now by not being able to rotate out early, and they are getting stuffed over by the beach. Nobody going to be able to give them any sort of hope or daylight in towards this point. Dead even yet again, and another lead switch goes to the way of EMG Esports. Evade hadn't had a great game thus far, but can turn it up here at the end. It's not about how you start, it's how you finish the game. But Chaos with a big kill there might be able to provide some sort of sustenance for Benza to be able to push back up the map. Lucho still in towards the hard point now. It's one more push for Benza. They need to touch this hill.
It has yet to be touched, therefore they can still win off of this. They lived and died by the flank. Krev was unfortunately not able to win on the beachside push, and that was the pinch play that they were banking on to win the game with. It's still not over yet as they've looked to make P4 messy. They do have P5 rotation as well, so it's not over, but if you live and die by it, the pinch play didn't work out for them. If they end up losing this, that's going to be one to look back on as we go over the map. But for the time being, EMG Esports just need 10 seconds to win it, and for Benza, they could respond with a money heal here of their own and win it as well. So pressure back on EMG. Quickly have to get across the map, and they're getting cut down over by boat in mid-map.
240, 226. Benza, this is for your season. You have to win this Gavutsu hardpoint if you want to stay alive in the challenger scene. DJ tried to go massive. It's trades back and forth with a pinstripe kill feed. Lucho, the bottom of green. Now everybody trying to push on back. Dylan around the right side corner will cut down Krebs at the same time. It looks so good for a moment, but you're still not in the hill soaking up time just yet. Dylan repositions himself instead of the hardpoint to try and play a different angle. Chaos now going to be laying down below. Shots are going to be there. Elite's the second up the challenge. A team kill comes in. Now it's Benza back on the point, but EMG, they do it 250 to 234. They'll advance on to the grand finals to get their rematch against D1 Gaming. They took it to a game 5 last time. We'll see what happens next. But Benza, your season is over. It's unfortunate. What a hard point to end it off. What a season for Benza. GG's, go next.
What a hard point, and what a heartbreaker for Benza. You come out, season on the line, Chaos again putting up ridiculous numbers in the response. It's just not enough whenever, well, EMG's playing like they are. And for EMG, you're getting tested before going into grand finals by a team that could very well be in the same position you are. I mean, obviously you're both playing for grand finals, and to have a test like this to be pushed to the limits in a map number 4 and have to win it by 15 points, yeah, that shows that they're game finals ready, or grand finals ready. Evade, no flashy stats, but over a minute in the hill time. And then Lucho, 22 and 17, over 2 minutes of hill time. I mean, again, it was Dylan in the Tuscan control. It was DJ in the search and destroy. Lucho here in map number 4. Everyone's shown that they can do it, and it's doing enough to get the job done. They go on to grand finals against D1 Gaming. The rematch, it's set.
I mean, look, Cash, say what you will about Evade there throughout the entirety of the game. That final scoreline is not going to show what impact was just made by him to really. Yeah, I just realized that light's coming crazy from the window, but nothing is going to be able to justify what Evade did at the end there. That 5 streak, that was the highest streak of the game for either team. That is what came from him to hold down the majority of P4 and just completely give them the ability to hold that down and get themselves with that 10 points to win the game, and then all they needed to do was have one quick break, and that's exactly what happened. What a series between these two teams, first and foremost. A 3-1 doesn't seem the most close, especially with all the game 5s we've seen in Vanguard in the last couple of weeks, but to give credit to Benza where credit is due, they had a phenomenal hard point. They played really well in the response. It just wasn't enough for the majority of the time, and their season now comes to an end. Sure, it's a GG, but we got to keep moving. EMG, they're going on to the grand finals, and now they have an opportunity to win 2 best-of-5 series and be able to qualify for amateur champs. I mean, look, I think you and I both thought coming into the series that Benza, with how good they looked in the lower bracket run that they were making, were going to take this series and the respawns were going to be better. That just simply wasn't the case.
It wasn't. AMG came in and made a statement to show why they want to be the last LATAM team to qualify for Challengers Champs. And again, props to them for coming out and showing the resilience that they were able to. The search and destroy, yeah, they need to be able to tighten up against D1 Gaming. Sure, you took it off them earlier, but you lose pretty handily in a 6-1 fashion to Benza. So you want to make sure that's tightened up. We know we say that respawns are what you need to focus on, but at the end of the day, though we haven't talked on it much, everyone knows that S&D wins championships. I fully expect them to have to win this one. Of course, it's going to be in 2 best-of-5s, but if they want to win it, it's going to be nail biters. I don't think they're going to get anything pulled over D1's head quickly. And really, just to touch on Benza one more time, I think, that you even mentioned in the hard point, it couldn't have been closer than what it was. It came down to that last play on P4. You give the first 15, 20 seconds of P4 freely to EMG because you're waiting for the play to develop. It was beachside Lucho versus Krebs. You wait for that. If Krebs wins that, the pinch play is on. You're flooding in through land bridge and jungle side and through beach. That could have been a much different game. Again, you live and die by the pinch. Krebs lost the 1v1, and that's ultimately what gave it to him. They pushed it to a P5 at least, but again, EMG, whenever you only need 5 to 10 points to win, it makes it that much easier for you. So again, props to Benza. They went for a high-risk, high-reward play. It didn't pan out this go-around, but they'll call it GG's, like you said, for the Vanguard season.
Well, I mean, again, it's hard to say goodbye to a team that was playing as well as they were. Krebs, Elites, Chaos. I mean, those are three names that you heard us consistently harking on throughout the entirety of that series, just because of how good they had been throughout each and every game. I think if I had to give an MVP for Benza, at least throughout this series, it probably had to be Chaos. But the Krebs had so many big moments, especially in that S&D, that really just turned things around. But I mean, it's just hard to say goodbye to a team like that. But either way, we're going to have to. EMG Esports moving on to the grand finals. They'll be playing up against D1 Gaming for the final qualification spot and the only qualification spot from the LATAM region this time around for the 2022 Challenger season. When we come back from a break, we'll set up our grand final. Remember, it's EMG who has to take 2 best-of-5 series off the side of D1 Gaming, so it could be a long one, or we could be in store for a D1 Gaming shutout for a qualification spot. Either way, my name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. We'll be back for our grand final.
1, and go.
Academy Finals here. It is time for challengers in the LATAM scene to crown itself a champion of the region to move on into the final portion of the challengers stage for the 2022 season. D1 Gaming, EMG Esports, both of these teams looking to qualify for the most important tournament of the entire season for challengers. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. EMG from the lower bracket are trying to best the team that knocked them down beforehand into the lower bracket in D1 Gaming. They'll have to beat them in 2 best-of-5 series if they want to go ahead and move on to D1. All we need to do is win 3 maps in this first round. We will qualify for the
Trying to get as much P1 time as they can is D1 Gaming while also maintaining spawns on the left-hand side of the map as we look ahead towards P2, but really given some river spawns is going to be EMG, and well, they're going to take advantage of that. Sure, they're not in mid-map and they're on the P1 site, but they are winning gunfights on transition. There's about 14 seconds left before P2 pops, so D1 Gaming going to be aware of that. Aaron from the tank heady going to try to rip some players off and at least make it that much easier for the team on rotation. They're going to be up about 10 or so points, making our way over towards P2, and as Aaron's crept up, could be a hold from the front, but gets cleared out. EMG in control for the time being.
Yeah, so I guess we can go back on previous statistics here. The one map that EMG was able to take off of D1 Gaming in the previous series was a Bacage hardpoint. When we talked about the respawns, they were able to take off of D1. Other than that, it was a search and destroy map number 2. So if history repeats itself, well, maybe EMG get themselves off to a hot start early on and are able to take this start. Of course, D1 Gaming are fresh mind in a new game plan in order to verse up against EMG. Aaron going to be able to find a couple of kills between themselves. D1 Gaming, though, going to retain inside of P2. Spawns all the way across the right side of the map for P3, set up EMG, and they'll be on rotation for the next hill.
Still up by about 20 or so points with still 15 or so seconds left on P2, and for EMG Esports, like you said, you were able to take that one earlier in a map 4 scenario. You'd love to go up 1-0 here in the series. It's got to be clean. It's got to be clinical. You know this D1 Gaming roster has all-stars that can pop off at any time. Aaron having himself a Daytrix as well with pop-up performances. You've got to be able to match, if not best, that here. And Evade doing his best in around P3 with the help of a teammate. Aaron, though, chopping him down and making slight work of P3.
It was D1 Gaming who made their way for a bracket. It also was EMG who just tested the side of Benza inside the very last series. Unfortunately, they go home. He is looking to go ahead and take this series in the fastest way possible because they're not able to win this. That allows D1 to get a lot more time under their belt. Of course, it allows the team that might not have been as hot into this game to warm up and really take control of the series. 3 seconds left on this hill. D3 from the backside is going to be able to pop a 2-piece. Keeps the people out of the hill at least for the time being, and it makes it a little bit easier for EMG to get a bit more map control. He's now on 5 in a row at 14-5 here in map number 1. Will extend his streak to 6 and hopefully get a glide bomb in the process.
That would open up so many more channels of the map if they need to get a quick break on a hill. So, you know, Aaron's going to be playing around that and gets chopped down by Lucho on the P3 site, making that transition over to P4. Now it's going to be D1 Gaming in control with still about a 30-point lead. EMG have yet to be able to find substantial amounts of time here, and it's been the tail end of scrap time or the opening bit of time as well. If they can get these kills and get a quick break, they could lock down a more substantial amount of time. But again, D1 Gaming did have such strong map presence everywhere you look. No 2 players watching the same thing. They have all their bases covered, and well, they'd like to close this one out in a 3-0 fashion and call it a quick night as they qualify from the LCQ. But for EMG, like you said, it is a long road ahead of them if they want to take it, and it definitely starts here on Bacage.
These 2 teams, at the very least, but I just don't think it's going to be that simple for either one of these 2 squadrons. So, D1 Gaming, 105-42 right now is the margin score. 15 seconds left here on the bottom of this barn hill. Rotating back over towards P5 in just a moment, but it's Aaron who once again continues to get himself hot and ready at 19-7, 52 seconds in the hill, leading the way for his team in a plethora of ways. There's a reason the D1 Gaming squad has been so good, and you can attribute that to pretty much every single player on this roster. Each player brings their own skill set and has something important in the role that they bring to this team. So look for Aaron to continuously play out throughout the entirety of the series, but don't expect everybody to just taper off.
EMG Esports with just one player in double-digit kills and 3 out of 4 players in double-digit kills for D1 Gaming. So for me, what's sticking out is kind of that slaying column that we see EMG struggle with at times. Again, we talked about the hot and colds in previous series with this EMG roster. When they're hot, nearly unstoppable as they took down Benza 3-1. And, well, a little bit cold here on Bakaj to start is definitely not doing them any favors. They're going to be down about 70 to 80 points here. As D1 Gaming having their way around the map, influencing spawns, and getting to where they need to be at any point. For EMG, you've got to find a way to bounce back substantially. They're a really solid P1 team and can look to get good bits of time off of that, but it's going to need to be more than that here as D1 Gaming cross over the 140-point mark, and you're still sitting at 56, so a little more map control, win a couple more gunfights, and things could absolutely turn around. But for D1 Gaming, you know they won't let off the gas, and like you said, you know none of these players are going to taper off.
I guess kind of the thing of like, for Bakaj, it's whoever gets hot first is going to be the one to lead the way throughout the entirety of the map. And in this situation, it was D1 Gaming who were able to jump out to that very lead. 161 to 56. Finally, it's going to be a small break-in for EMG at the bottom of this P1 hill in the middle of the map. If D1 Gaming can go ahead and get a substantial amount of time here, we'll start talking about that P2 hill where they just might be able to break past that 200-point mark. It really put this one out of reach, but I mean, a 110-point lead just already enough to not really pat your eyes at. So you hate to kind of team out this early, but it's not looking pretty right now for EMG. That kind of caps off the bad point that I was making.
For D1 Gaming, it's business as usual. They've been dominating the entire time. The only Game 5 they've been brought to this entire LCQ was against EMG Esports, but they definitely don't want to replicate the same Bakaz that they had in their previous Duke. With this squad, they want to make it a bit more dominant, and they're giving us that showing exactly for EMG Esports. Getting D1 Gaming off the time isn't good enough. You're going to have to find a way to turn that into time for yourself. Lucho playing a little peekaboo around the door. Going to put a lot of bullets into a lot of nothing. Trake's going to get him there, and though they still have site control, a gunfight he'd like to have back.
Well, rarely when you lose a gunfight would you not like to have the gunfight back, so it's unfortunate there. But as you continue to push up the map, you're down by 100 points still, but you started to make a slight comeback here. And I mean, Cash, it's one of those situations to where, mental, it needs to be there. Everything has to kind of all fire off at the exact same time. It's not perfect in a sense, but in a perfect world, you'd love to be able to hold every single second of each hard point pushing forward. But this is at least a good start, correct?
It absolutely is. Now it's down to within 70 points, but was well over 100. Again, you've got to make that rotation to P3. It has to be a quick break at this point in the game. D1 Gamer at 170 points just about, so you can't waste too much time off the clock from here on out. If you let them have the first 30, well, then they're at 200, then they're at 230, and next thing you know, the game's over. So they have to find a way to get in here quickly. Cootie not going to let them get across the map easily, cutting them down front and gate grandmas. And yeah, if you want to make this one, come back, make it possible, as we're back out to 100 points, you've got to get the break in quickly here, and that's just not happening here for EMG. It's a tad too slow.
Across that 100-point mark for the first time here is EMG. Still down by a considerable margin, though. Drake's up towards the top of the staircase, 26 in 15. Slaying has not been an issue at all for D1 Gaming throughout the entirety of this match. On the opposite side of things, though, that's kind of been the big struggle that they haven't been able to find inside of map number 1, specifically in Dylan. 8 and 20 here thus far. He is providing at least enough when it comes to the amount of time that he's garnering for his team, and that equates to the score overall, but really, it's been a struggle for him throughout the majority of today, not just in this series against D1 or the previous series against them. It's been across the board against the plethora of teams that they've played against. He's just not been on the top of his game today. Hopefully that changes, especially if they were to force a second best of 5. You'd love to see Dylan maybe start to step up just a bit more in the slaying category for his team. Either way, D1's still not able to cross the 200-point mark just yet. Bottom of P4 locked down at the moment. EMG doing a great job with those SMGs of being able to push out all the lanes and force everybody back to the respawn block.
It's a couple of clean kill feeds in for EMG Esports, so now we're talking 60, 70-point game. As I say that, of course, it's going to be 3 down in the feed favoring D1 Gaming, and they're able to get on, but presence is still being felt from EMG Esports in around P4. Now that they've crossed that 200-point mark, it starts to feel a bit more urgent, a bit more daunting, that you need to get as much time as you can. Like you said, you'd like to hold, well, every second of every hill if you can. That's not quite the case, but for EMG Esports, yeah, they're starting to battle back and maybe starting to close this deficit, but with D1 crossing that 200-point mark, is it too little too late?
At this juncture, you would have to say yes at times, but I just don't think so just yet. I think I've seen enough from EMG in the last few moments to start a comeback. It's really going to be telling here at the bottom of P5. Obviously, it's going to put D1 Gaming closer to that 250 score mark if they're able to secure the majority of time here. But my question is, the last time they weren't able to break into this hill whatsoever. This time, though, they're winning at least some of the gunfights that they need to. But really, kind of with those two falling there, it's going to be back across the map all the way by P2, and to be able to break this once again, it's just going to be almost impossible, especially as Trakes is now on 5 in a row, 34 and 18. Aaron fell off just a bit as he's now at 33 and 22, but still, it's nothing to scoff at the end of the day. Break finally in for EMG, but it's just kind of a waiting game now to see when D1's going to be able to cross that part.
And it seems like anyone for D1 Gaming can walk and get, not only the trade, but a 2-piece at that. So, again, the value that they place on their lives and again, trying to do that much more to make it easier for their teammates, it's shown this entire day throughout the LCQs. And now, just being 15 points away from winning map number 1 by a near 100-point margin, they're going to try to collect it here on P1, where they've been getting substantial amounts of time the entirety of the game. For EMG Esports, you're trying to hunt people out of your spawns, you don't get shot in the back, but you've also got to pay attention to hill time too, and, well, D1 Gaming, you're going to gladly collect that for free as Trakes causing problems in the back as he finds 2.
Across that 40 kill mark is Trakes at the moment. Zoomer's going to drop down, find 1. DJ there for a quick trade. 13 seconds away from D1 being able to take this first map here on Vakaj. A couple of kills still going in the white and the kill feed. Finally going to be able to step into this point, and this might just be enough to finally close out this game off the respawn. EMG starting to make their way up. Dylan really going to be the only one here to make some sort of use. As he is able to find 1, it's going to be the rest of the D1 Gaming roster flying right back into the middle of the map. They're going to play for these P2 spawns immediately, but they're still going to be able to put a couple of bodies in the middle of the map and just needing 3 more seconds. That should just about do it. 250 to 152 excuse me, 154 is going to be the final score of map number 1. That one got a little close at moments, but it was never within a reasonable margin to cause for any sort of concern for D1. It was an all-around great game, and they bested the team that beat them the last time in this hardpoint map.
Vakaj can be so coin tossy, and it does favor teams like EMG Esports, where if you can play it gritty and you can really get down in the trenches, yeah, it's one that could reward you if you play it close. Unfortunately, like you had talked to, D1 Gaming just got up to too much of a lead there to where it feels like you said, whoever can kind of get control of the tempo and the pacing of Vakaj more than any other map, that seems to definitely reward teams more often than not. So again, it's D1 Gaming who get out to that lead. Can't say I'm shocked with the respawn performances they've been putting up all day, only dropping 1 respawn the entire day. Definitely something that you come to know and expect from them, especially in this tournament run. And for EMG, you've been able to take a search and destroy off of D1 Gaming, so you're not hanging your hat by any means yet, but you definitely need to make sure in the mode that you have taken off of them, you have to show up once again.
Yeah, you're going to have to, or else you're going to risk going down 2-0 inside of the series, and we remember how the control kind of panned out the last time, so you don't want to get back to that same sort of happenstance. Statistically speaking, though, we look to D1 Gaming, and again, the slaying speaks for itself, as it did throughout the entirety of that Vakaj. 40 and 19 there from Trakes, 37 and 26 from Aaron. Everybody doing their part and being able to supplement themselves inside of that hill to get them the most points as necessary. And to the side of EMG, Dylan did turn it up a little bit at the end, but it really was not an inspiring performance from anybody on that side of things. It's another one of those respawn games where everybody from EMG just turns around negative and they're not able to get anything going. Sure, you can float around, maybe go 1 or 2 kills positive, but it's just not been there in terms of respawn for them. D1 probably felt like they let the Vakaj slip away from them the last time, and they should have been able to close it out in 4 games. Maybe this time around, since they were able to win that Game 5 S&D, it's going to give them a bit more confidence going into this map 2, which will be, of course, coming up next on, I believe, Tuscan.
Yes. Yeah, and for Tuscan, of course, still have to be favoring D1 Gaming. I mean, EMG have shown great strides and great flashes of gameplay in Search and Destroy, but it's grand finals time. D1 Gaming, they want this one. They're hungry for that last qualification spot. They come out and take care of business on a map that they lost to previously. It just goes to show, like you said, that fresh mindset that they're coming in with of it's time to turn up and really get the job done here. For EMG, you have to make a stand. I don't know. I'm hesitant saying this, but I'm still going to. You have to win 2 best of 5s if you're EMG in order to beat D1 Gaming. Not only that, but you have to be able to beat them in 2 search and destroys. You've faced them in 3, you've won, or this would be the 3rd. You're 1 for 1 with them on search and destroy. I know it sounds super preemptive. I don't want to jump the gun, but again, just with how clinical it's been from D1 Gaming all day, I'm going to go out and say it, and hopefully I eat my words, but it feels like do or die already for EMG. Like, if you walk out of here and lose this search and destroy, you have 2 back-to-back hard points you would have to win to push it to a map number 5, where you've already lost to D1 Gaming. And again, I promise I'm not trying to harp on EMG. It's just showing how dire it is for them, the importance of this map number 2 for the longevity of their series. I think they've got to win this one for sure.
Absolutely. And the last time around, it was a Berlin search and destroy for game number 2 that the side of EMG was able to take. It was a Bacage search and destroy at the very end for a game 5 where D1 was able to find themselves that final nail in the coffin that punched their ticket into that grand final. So now it's a 3 versus 3. Good trade there from Lucho is going to be able to counteract what Trix was able to find in that opening pick. And now as Dylan starts to make his way over towards the right side, once again, put in a blender, put down, and of course now a 1 versus 3 all the way in the backside of spawn. D1 Gaming played so aggressively throughout the middle of the map. EMG was literally not ready for it at all. And I guess, Cash, is kind of an important topic to bring up. EMG also didn't win this map in their last series either.
That's correct. It was 6-1 at the hands of Benza that they fell to this. And for Benza, it was the AR presence that was so strong for them in the mid-map here. We see D1 Gaming really put a lot of pressure through Fountain and P5 side. And, well, win those gunfights. For EMG, it starts with not getting first blooded every round. I mean, it was... I can't remember who it was. Elise, that's who it was. The first Blood King, the last series around for Benza. You've got to find a way to mitigate the person who's getting first bloods for the side of D1 Gaming. Trakes with 3 already through 1 round. Sure, you open up with DJ in the first blood there, but again, job's not done. Got a lot of work to do with Zuner. Answers back.
Sniper on sniper, all the way on the left side of the screen. DJ out in the field. As mentioned beforehand, was able to find that first blood, but an equalizing trade comes through. 30 seconds ticked off the clock. Are they going to be able to find Trakes on a flank kill? Good enough for at least that opening engagement. Still a lot of time left to work now. Dylan might have just gave away his position, get some unfortunate timing there from Cudi as he flies all the way through on the flank. And now as they start to make this rotation over towards B, DJ is none the wiser. He's just sitting there and he's like, oh, I'm gonna keep this pre-aim because I can, and I don't care.
Could get some great timing here, though, on the A-bomb side. If he's able to check it quickly, does get eyes on 1, trying to pick up that automaton, doesn't quite get the kill, and that could be oh so costly as the bomb goes down. Now the post-plant setup going to come in from D1 Gaming, and they're going to opt to play the retreat, which is what you need to do. Play it together and move around the map. As long as it's in tandem, you can play the trade in any situation. DJ,
Did he see his gun?
Stuck between, I don't know, perhaps a rock and a hard place.
Oh. I'm pretty sure when he turned around there, he might have saw just the barrel of the gun stick over the edge of the wall, but now it's going to be Cudi in middle map. DJ's going to sprint on by, and what could have been a 1 versus 2 there. And an excellent clutch there from DJ turns into another round win for D1 Gaming. So, you know, I personally, I didn't think DJ was going to win that gunfight when he was on the hop-up anyways, but it got to a situation where it was a lot closer than it needed to be. But Cudi plays it correctly, stays alive, helps out his teammate, and eventually walks away with that trade.
You just got to check your corners. I mean, for DJ, you can't expect to run through mid-map for free and not take a left and look in L, but does anyway, ends up paying for it dearly, and now down 2 rounds early on is going to be EMG Esports. They're going to have an offensive go here, and DJ going to try to open things up with the boomstick, able to connect on Trakes, and what a gunfight to take for that. You open up the first blood, you have to capitalize behind it and make a big play, but mid-map presence favoring D1 Gaming. They're still going to try to stick to the bomb.
Take the most aggressive player off the map from D1 Gaming. Now you give yourselves an opportunity here, but it is going to be Cudi who hops up and over the side. Going to be able to take down the person who plants the bomb. Aaron around the corner. Evade turns back around. Going to snap to him perfectly. And as Zuner jumps out of the top window, he's going to look to middle map to find a couple of more. But EMG with their first solid round there. Following the first blood there from DJ, you find Trakes in the round. It seems like it might lead to pastures new and maybe a round win. And this time, it does.
They got the first blood, and they proceeded to quickly make a play behind it. Not just make a play, but move quickly throughout the map to get that bomb down. And had they waited any longer, Cudi would have turned the corner and been able to kill the person before they got the bomb planted. So, again, it's recognizing when to play with tempo, when to really capitalize on making plays around the map. They do just that. They keep it competitive. Now just down 1 round. And, well, a solid defensive hold could tie this up. But, you know, for D1 Gaming, they've got so many tricks in the bag. And they're going to try to pull some of them out here. It's going to be a 2-2 split towards A and B. Mid-map control. Evade already through.
And around the right side corner, just with the MP40, you can get up so close, being able to trade out. Oh my god, he walks away with the gunfight against Trakes as well. So what seemed like it would have been an easy trade in a 3 versus 2 scenario for the side of D1. Instantaneously, now they're left in a 2 versus 2, albeit fine. Cudi gets the kill there, but still, it should not have been this situation beforehand. Credit and props to Evade. Dylan, again, struggles continuing. 0-4 here inside of the S&D. Lucho's going to break that door open. Cootie's just running for his life. He's finally going to be able to turn around in the corner. Beautiful timing there, and a great way to play that as Lucho will fall. Now it's a 1 versus 2. DJ will try his hand yet again.
And still 40 seconds left to work. You're going to see D1 Gaming players group up and start to push to P5. I could cut through mid-map and try to get it down A, but DJ could get some wonderful timing depending on how quietly he plays this. Does have to peek through the door, so it could be behind both players. This could blow this entire offensive
Pop
chance
Deddy
up.
too. He popped Deddy too. He's going to open the door here. They're not going to turn around. Oh, Cootie's going to be the first one to fall. He's going to be able to find the first. Aaron down below, jumps down. Oh, almost disabled to win the one-on-one gunfight. But it's going to be D1 Gaming who clutch up. That's twice now that DJ has been so close to being able to win a one-on-one. Leaves Aaron extremely weak there. But they do just enough to be able to take their third round here in the search and destroy. Oh, what a play that would have been, though.
Had that centering been on just a touch more, jumping off the stairs, just a bit too tricky of a shot, but hey, came damn near close to getting it. And for D1 Gaming, you survive another attempt for DJ to hit that 1v2 clutch and find yourselves up 3-1 here, getting aggressive to the mid-map and trying to find his first kill on the board is going to be Dylan. Going to end up getting back down, and that's going to open up the lane for D1 to push through the mid-map and try to gain some more control. Zuner connects with a beautiful late grenade and evade once again in the mid-map. Get mixy and making magic happen.
I mean, that's kind of been the 1 versus 1 that's to watch for every single round thus far. If you are the side of D1 Gaming, you know, you don't want to send Trakes, who is going to be that aggressive player, directly into the lines of sight of a sniper, but you also want to be able to work up the map and make sure that you get to the spots you want in an applicable amount of time. So Dylan finally will get himself on the board. Kill there. Aaron left alive in a 1 versus 3. If there's any player that I'd like in this situation, Aaron is definitely one of those that I can count on to walk away with some big kills. Lucha's going to be the first one to fall in middle map. Now the last two are going to be recuperated over towards that B bomb site. It's going to be a pretty long way to get back over there towards it.
Plant is going to come in, and we'll see how EMG opts to play this. If they play it together, wonderful, you can play the trade. But again, like you said, if you give Aaron 2 1v1s, he has a very high chance of winning those. He is someone who really doesn't lose gunfights all that often. When put in a 1v1 situation, they're opting to play together, and in the back, he's got quite a bit of work to do and not a lot of time to get it done here as he's trying to check every corner before challenging out through plat.
Oh, is he going to get bad timing here on evade? I think the answer is yes. Dylan's going to spot him out on the plat side. Aaron needs to turn around and check from the back. As the player comes out of radio, Dylan's going to be able to get the long-range shots all the way from the backside of spawn. It's one of those rounds to where, you know, sure, you're in a 1 versus 3, and you've gotten that first player down, but you have no information on where those last two are, and trying to wall bang inside of P5 to make sure nobody's sitting in that corner like a rat. You give away your position in the process, so then you try to get back over towards the site. It's just going to be so difficult. You just got to hope here, you know, Cash, DJ can't get Trakes yet again. You got to send him somewhere else or at least throw some nades over the top.
You absolutely do. So we'll see what Evade looks to do off the opening break here. Like you said, Evade and Trakes, kind of that 1v1 that we've been keeping our eyes out for. Evade owning all of the mid-map for the time being and getting through. DJ's able to connect with a grenade. Once again, it is Evade playing in and around you and, well, getting rewarded for it. This aggressive gameplay coming in and working out. It does get traded out, but you're still in the 3v2 situation for D1 Gaming. DJ able to connect on a beautiful snipe. And once again, a 3v1 situation. Zuner left alone.
And they keep trying to do the exact same thing every time here over towards the A side. We'll give Zuner a chance in a 1 versus 3 here, but as he gets cut down from behind, I guess I can finish the point here. They're trying to do the same thing every time on offense. They want to get into the A site, and that's been very, very evident, but they're also leaving the rest of the map open at the same time and continuously challenging DJ. All they're hoping for every time they're going over there is that a nade or a stun that they throw over the top is going to affect DJ enough to where he's not able to hit that first snipe shot, and then they can start playing aggressive and then cut him down in that regard. But that's just not happening. DJ's been able to get a pick every single round, whether it be a nade as he's going and fading back to his spawn side or with the sniper itself. So that just needs to change for D1 Gaming in their offensive approach. They need to do something different. Finally, they're going to be able to cut down DJ first off the board, but it's still a 4 versus 3, and you get a trade immediately from the set of EMG that makes it a 3 versus 3.
Zuner able to respond as well, but it was speed and aggression from Cootie through the mid-map, and able to find at least a kill or pressure behind that. But like you said, you have to find a way to kind of change the pacing of this. Dylan finding another crucial kill in and around fire. 2v2 situation. Bomb rotating back over towards this A site. They could get good timing to get this down if they move quickly. And for EMG Esports, you're playing aggressive. It's paying off for you. Can you get the solid post-plant setup and, well, play together, secure round, and really find your first lead here, even through map number 1.
Inside a broken apartment building. I've been top fire, just trying to wait and play patiently. Sooner trying to make a late round Frank here. All the way up in towards the top of Church. Jump down in the middle of the map. Not going to be able to get the shots on the Lucho, though. All the way from the top, it is going to be Trakes who finds the opening engagement. Won't be able to get cut down from anywhere else except from the middle of the map, as the rotation back on over from P5 is going to be sound and solid. EMG, for the first time here in the Search and Destroy, will find themselves a lead 4-3 now. D1 Gaming look absolutely lost, despite those opening rounds where their aggression was able to carry them all the way to the top.
And really, to piggyback on what you said, I think the best way to describe it is like putting a square in a circle hole. You're trying to make something work that's not there, and it seems uncharacteristic of D1 Gaming to continuously try to force something that's not working. You know, DJ sniping top lane of the map with a sniper. Don't challenge it. Take another route. And would you look at that? They're running towards B. You're giving mid map up for free, but at the same time, you're moving quickly over towards this B site. So evade going to be rendered ineffective. You also find a kill and fire through Zuner. So we needed to switch up. Here we're seeing it. Can they capitalize behind the first blood?
Well, it took them doing the same thing on offense 3 times in a row and it not working any of those times to be able to switch up their strategy, but I'll take it. It's better late than never. DJ inside of the bottom of Church, trying to find anybody around the map. Trakes all the way in the back, I believe, actually spots out DJ there. So instead of having the sniper out this time, he has to go for an automaton. Trakes will slide around the corner. DJ's going to be able to pick up 1. 2 versus 2. Every kill has come with at least a technical trade. And now as Trakes flies around the corner, he's at 100 HP. Has to wait for DJ. And DJ has no clue where Trakes is. Going to slide around, tries to hit fire the automaton. And for the first time in what seems like forever, D1 Gaming are going to get around on the board.
And I really like how Trakes played that, just slow and patient, knowing that DJ was going to be lurking for the trade potentially. Gets antsy, flies out of back Church, and he's ready and waiting for it. A great heads-up play from him to tie this one back up at 4-4 in map number 2. And now, back on offense is going to be EMG Esports. We'll look to see. They've given the B-site looks, they've given the A-site looks, and really it's just dependent on what they can find in the mid-map behind Evade, who is sitting at 10-7. DJ, of course, not far behind with the sniper. And for D1 Gaming, it's a 1-2-1 spread throughout the map, mid-map, getting aggressive through it. Zuner gets his head clean off by Lucho.
Aggression in the middle of the map. It works out sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't pan out, but for Kuti this time, he's going to be able to walk away with 2 beautiful kills. The first one on the staircase as the player pushed in from P5 to try and create a collapsing pinch with the rest of his team. Snaps around to the second in top fire. Now it's Trakes' turn with the sniper. Looks for DJ all the way back. I'm not sure if DJ didn't want the gunfight or not, but he's going to get a hit marker in the process. And this is such a crucial round. This is for not only match point, but for EMG. If you lose this round to D1 Gaming, you're risking potentially going down 0-2 in this series and leaving it up to chance in one singular round. So with the hit marker now across the map and a 2 versus 3 still, it's passive play here from the defensive side.
And if I'm the defensive side, play passive all you want. The time is in your favor to be able to make them make a play on the offensive end. Sure, Dylan finds the kill and brings it even to a 2v2, but it's going to be D1 Gaming getting aggressive through P5, and this could catch EMG Esports off guard, and it looks to player 1 and DJ. Last one alive, they line up for him! And he finds 2, what I thought should have been around for D1 with good aggression and a great read on the defensive end. Ends up biting them sorely. DJ clutching up when he needs to most.
And you just don't expect DJ to be wrapping all the way through the back of spawn. You just think that they're both probably going to file in through fire or maybe try to fly across throughout the middle of the map. You don't know that DJ's all the way back there. And so he gets rewarded with the freest of kills that he ever could have won. And it's the most crucial double of the series. Now it's D1 Gaming's turn, backs against the wall to be able to try and tie this, force us around 11, and maybe, just maybe, squeak out this S&D win. Put themselves up 2-0 in the series. First blood hasn't been found just yet. Stuns and aids across the map, trying to get some information on both of the teams.
Trakes in the mid-map at bottom Church, able to find a huge first blood. Trakes also finds a second. You can't let that happen if you're EMG Esports, and it feels all but destined for this to go to around 11, but we've seen some crazy clutch-ups, especially from the side of EMG, so long as DJ's still alive, and Dylan also going to have to go big for the team as well. Going to fly out, and Trakes looking for the ace in the round. Knows Dylan with the AR might be challenging around this corner and trying to find this bomb going down B, and, well, in quite the situation, it's going to be Dylan.
Wants to turn around, try to find Zuner. Nade from the offside. They're going to try and feed Trakes the ace here. Across the top, tries to jump down into the middle of the map. Dylan's going to try and turn around, but Trakes will walk away with it. And Cash, that is exactly why I was saying D1 need to try something different, because if you allow your aggressive player to get cut down by the sniper every single time, you are going to lose round after round after round. That's what happens when Trakes gets into the middle of the map. He is so sneaky, and he can play cover to cover perfectly. Round 11, here we go. EMG Esports. This could potentially be for a series if they go down 0-2 because the respawn has not looked up to par against D1.
I'm looking to evade. He was 10-7 and has been silenced the last 2 rounds. If he can get aggressive through mid-map and look to find a kill, that could spell success for them. But Trakes whipped out the AR and Chow's topside map and is able to find the first blood. So, again, momentum starting to shift away of D1 Gaming here more and more. Can evade, make a big play, and possibly get something going. It's going to back Trakes down for the time being. They're still trying to force this A bomb site. D1 Gaming, though, they're not panicking. Playing cool, calm, and collected, and holding their pre-aims.
So much confidence out of Trakes. Zooner, huge 101 from the top of church. 4 versus 2. D1 Gaming coming back from a 4-5 deficit. Bomb gonna go down though. 2 versus 4. Information. Cootie, slide challenge around the corner. Forced to back all the way off. Trakes is gonna be able to find one. Now it's all down to Dylan. 1 versus 4. Can't get it done around the corner. Aaron's gonna come through on home. Trakes at 12-7. Ends the S&D on 6 in a row. And they will find themselves with a 2-0 series lead going into a control back here on Tuscan.
If it didn't feel do or die before that search and destroy, it definitely does now. For D1 Gaming, you need to win 1 more map to clinch the last LATAM LCQ spot for Challengers Champs. And if you're EMG, well, you have to reverse sweep and then win another series on top of that. Sure. Again, for EMG Esports, you know, it's really been something just to, especially in the search and destroy of again taking the wrong plays and again their timing has just felt so off at times. For D1 Gaming, though, they look lost several rounds and EMG made them pay for it. Fortunately, they're able to clutch up when they need to. Again, EMG, they seem to have a lapse in judgment and a disconnect whenever it comes down to those clutch situations. That's where they seem to lose grasp, and that's where you need it most, especially in the grand final. So props to D1 for recognizing and knowing when to clutch up and doing so in around 11 early on. And for EMG Esports, you've got to dig deep and find some resolve, especially now that you have to pull off a reverse sweep on top of winning a second series.
Yeah, just a bit, but I mean, look, all that game came down to was the rest of D1 Gaming just to be able to have those supplemental rounds when Trakes was getting cut off by that sniper. I'm glad that they made those adjustments, because if they didn't make those adjustments and they just kept hitting outer A every time on offense, they were going to lose that game with no questions asked. But the fact that he was able to end the game there on a 6 spree and basically command the entirety of the map from within the middle just speaks for itself. 12-7 on the game from Trakes, 10-7 from Cootie, and the rest of the team does just enough to be able to force them over that hump for a 6-5 victory. I mean, on the other side, it wasn't a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, Dylan didn't start off that great. He played well all the way down to the end, but with a 10-10 performance from Evade and a 10-8 performance there from DJ, I'm sure they're wishing that their teammates could have just gave them just a little bit more in that round 11. It's just to make something happen, but it was a flawless round nonetheless.
And I really think, again, not to put you can't put it all on one player, of course. Like you said, you hope to get a little bit more out of some others. But at one point, Evade was 10-6. The last 4 rounds, wasn't able to find a kill. He kept them in it for as long as he did because he was finding so much success in and around the mid map. Well, when D1 Gaming finally, like you said, decided to switch up that gameplay and opt to maybe take some different routes and not feed Evade those kills, what happens? He doesn't find anything in the mid-map or gets countered. And so for D1 Gaming, it's just a testament to how well they were adapting and making those adjustments. And for EMG, it's just unfortunate. Like you said, you wish you would have got a bit more at different times, and that could have been a very different search and destroy. You push it to around 11 anyway, but again, you've got to go big on a Tuscan control here where you haven't looked strong all day.
Season on the line for EMG Esports. D1 Gaming, they're 1 map away from qualifying for the most important tournament of the entire season for those gentlemen. When we come back from break, Tuscan Control will be underway. My name is McCormiel. With me, Cash. You're watching the LATAM LCQ. Tuscan control. EMG forced to win this to keep their season alive. As mentioned before break, D1 Gaming, all they need is one map win, and they will qualify to be one of the 8 teams at the Challengers Champs in just a couple of weeks. 27-25 in terms of the life count. EMG Esports looking to have that first, second, and third tick of progress all completed, and then the A zone in their pass behind them. Zuner, though, help from his teammate and Cody. Will slide onto the point. Gonna hop this down for just a moment. Contest is in. DJ all the way around on the right side. Gonna be able to find not 1, not 2. Tries to go for 3 on the Zuner. Zuner's forced to back all the way off. 35 HP. Regeneration going to be stopped for just a moment. That's going to be the A site all the way completed there for the side of VMG. And now they can start to make that rotation back on over towards B. So 2 players now looking to push through the spawn side. 2 players in the middle of the map. Cash, that was a great opening break from VMG.
More specifically, a great opening break from DJ. I mean, you look, he has more kills than his teammates combined. So, again, your main AR having himself a series here. Unfortunately, you still find yourselves down 0-2, but a great opening break nonetheless. And you're starting to apply this pressure over on the B site. This is where they found success against Benza, was constantly pouring pressure on, never letting the defense get comfortable. And they find themselves up a couple of lives. It's something that D1 Gaming could very quickly mitigate, as they do just there. But if they keep pouring pressure on like they have been, well, they could look to find success here. They don't have any ticks just yet in Evade. Playing up at church side, maybe waiting for the push and the pinch play from the team. We'll see what this break optic gets them.
Just gonna hop around the corner, wait for the rest of his teammates here for just a moment. Unfortunately, though, it is going to be Zuner and Trakes who are both playing together to watch this. Evade, though, back over towards the point. Could play spoiler here. Going to walk up the staircase, but Zuner is aware of it because he touched the point. He read that they were in the backside of their spawn. Lucho trying to make a little hero play up and towards the top of radio. Maybe try to help out the rest of the teammates as they start to make this push. But you have to look for Cootie. He's in the middle of the map. He's actually getting a player that spawns directly behind him inside of fire, but gets out just in the nick of time to play the bottom of P5. He could actually make the flank around this time. He's going to be able to find the first one off screen before Dylan trades him out.
You've got a couple kills. Can you get pressure on this site behind it? We'll find out the last 2 players left over at plat side. They find the first one. Zuner able to trade it out. Evade. An unfortunate teammate behind another Zuner kill. He's on a 6 streak. Needs 1 more just for the glide bomb. And, well, if he could get it done here, then that would be magnificent for D1 Gaming going forward. Now, 9-12. And could come down to lives. Could come down to time. We are just about at that point in the round. But, yeah, full streak secured for D1 Gaming. He's really got to hold off 1 or 2 more, maybe pushes.
First attempt coming up quickly here. 9 lives remaining for EMG. Round is turned on its head quite quickly, as D1 have been able to do a great job of holding the back line of their spawn. Are they going to be the first one to fall? Aaron going to be able to find one now, make it 2. You're going to force Lucho into position, and he can't find the shots on Cootie. All of a sudden, it's 15 seconds left, and it's now a foot race back over towards that point. Cootie still flying into the gunfight. Are they going to be able to pick up the one-on-one engagement there with the pistol? But it's Aaron in the middle of the map who has once again shut down the players on the side of EMG. 3 seconds left. Nobody going to be able to touch that point. D1 Gaming, they hold on strong on their first defensive attempt, and they are now 2 rounds away from qualifying for amateur champs.
What a way to close out the defensive round. Like you said, it turned on its head, and they were able to bounce back after a very quick A capture. I mean, whenever you have to hold on to a site for over 2 minutes, again, it can wear you down, and you can start to make little mental errors here and there. They stay sharp, and, well, Zuner on 7 full streaks. Aaron, of course, was on 4 before falling in the mid-map, and on this offensive go, we know that they can find success here on Tuscan. They are decisive and move quickly, and their transitions are lethal because of how quickly they can find those kills. Look to see if they can get an early life advantage if they can, and that nade, very well connected top on Dylan. They've got pressure through mid-map, and it's paying off for them.
Oh, Cootie, I thought maybe was going to be able to back up Trakes inside the bottom of church, but wasn't able to go ahead, find any shots. We're able to find any trades. 29-28. Still early in the round, 15 seconds ticked off of the actual clock itself. DJ going to be able to win the one-on-one there versus Aaron, but gets traded out instantaneously after the fact. Evade with the SMG throughout the middle of the map. You got to be careful of Lucho, though, who is now making himself on a flank, and is going to be able to cut down that player as well. But this is what D1 Gaming were so good at in the series initially against EMG. Playing the offsite after they forced the opposition and on defense to over-rotate and overextend to the other side. Trakes actually just lets him go. He just didn't realize that one had already come through, so Evade is going to be able to shut that down, and now all of a sudden, is Cootie the last one alive inside of P5 where Lucho shuts him down. But again, splitting the defense back over towards A. This is where you make that push, and now you can read that a couple of players have pushed up into your spawn because of how far north you actually got spawned towards that A side point. And as Dylan is in the middle of the map, you just have to look to the back lines and make sure he can't get through. Zuner will do a great job of cleaning that last player up.
The only downside to splitting those reinforcements and having to give both sides a couple of goes is, well, you have a bit less time than what you would have had you got one site cleanly. Sure, they had just under 2 minutes, so plenty to work with, but lives starting to dwindle down now as they're down 4 lives and needing to make a successful push here with 140 left on the clock. If they play it quickly, they could get a handful of pushes in, but if they wait to group up every time, well, it could just be a couple more left for them. Evade, unfortunately, going to get caught by Team Nate after finding a grenade himself, and his teammates, though, going to clean up the rest, and look at the spread they have through the mid-map, the cutoff and pinch that they have. You know it's a position that DJ's in, a flank can't come through. They know they're all stacked up in P5, and are they going to be ready is the question.
Zuno almost had the shots that they needed into the top of Church. 6 lives separate these two teams. D1 Gaming still trying to make this offensive push work behind Trix' double. That's going to allow a few players to come through. DJ gets cut down from behind. The last player that they needed to take care of on the flank is going to get cut down. But here's Lucho inside of top radio. Can't push out just yet. He's only at 28 HP. Trix is still trying to make quick work of the back players who are coming off the respawn on the defensive side. Evade now inside of the point of B. Won't be able to cut anybody as Cootie is now going to be pushing forward. Zuner's just going to hold the pre-aim as DJ's now going to toss a nade up over towards that left side of platform. Aaron inside of radio and into the bedroom and Infirmary are going to be able to get cut down, but now it's Dylan's just on the staircase. He could disrupt this, but he's going to get called out. Cootie in the corner, cut down by Dylan. Back up to the top. Trix is there. Pinstripe kill feed. 9 versus 9, 40 seconds to go.
Drake's trying to get the wall bang on the player alley, ends up backing him down, and his teammate in Aaron is still making work happen in the back, so that allows him to get pressure and at least stop the clock for the time being. 30 seconds left, 8-8 in lives. You've got to make this push work. They're going to invest the streak. They want to go up 2 rounds and take this offense, and it doesn't connect. Players fall on the site. You have a 3v3 on the site. Will the gunfights go your way?
I know you wanted to use that glide bomb. I'm sure you get some information out of it, but you don't walk away with a kill, but it might not matter. 6 versus 4. DJ, all the way in the back, is able to find the first kill that he needs to get everybody off the point from D1 Gaming, but it's still super deep spawn all the way left side of your mini-map for D1 Gaming, and the next one's going to have to come in quickly. 13 seconds. EMG, no lives remaining. D1, no lives remaining. Trix looks down. He doesn't spot Lucho in the corner, though, so now it's going to be up to the rest of his teammates. Aaron, long-range shots, can't get it done. 1 versus 3. EMG are going to hold strong here on defense, go ahead and find themselves their first round of control.
And super unfortunate that you invest the streak there. But again, for D1 Gaming, as much as for any other team, I'd say, wow, like really bad investment of the streak. With how dominant they've been in respawns, I can't see them sweating it too much yet. Of course, for EMG, you would love to bait that streak out and get the round win. They do just that. And now they draw it up 1-1. They're going to go back to offense, which, well, they're going to try to find a way to be able to take. And again, satisfied with the ending of that round. You hold on. You get the streak called out, and now it's back to an even playing field. Gonna try to get the ball rolling for yourselves here and go up 2-1 in the control, especially to take this map and pull off the reverse sweep.
First blood in the middle. Opening breaks all the time can determine how good or bad a round could go for your team. Aaron forced to back all the way off into the side of Church. The Vade who pushed up through the middle of the map will fall to the hands of Zuner. They read that perfectly. 2 ticks of progress over towards that A site. Mid-in 22 on the clock. Plenty of time to get back over towards that B zone if you are on the side of VMG. And you've already got a couple of purple arrows starting to make their way over. And as Lucho finds an off-screen engagement there on to Zuner, that's going to open up the back lines. Unfortunately, DJ will fall. D1 Gaming have pushed up into the spawn side of VMG at the same time. And all while this is going on, they still haven't capped that A zone.
Gonna get so close to that 3rd tick of progression now. All of that going to be wiped away. D1 Gaming up 3 lives, and like you said, working from square one is going to be EMG Esports, and no A progress to show for it. So you've got to find a way to work through and find these players. Couple kills going to go your way to open up that A site once again. This should be the capture coming in, unless player 7 and Zuner looks to make a play. Try and stop this, but they're going to run right past each other, and Evade going to find a kill at that handshake exchange.
Run out to the backside of spawn. Trace is going to be forced to follow on out. Wants to make sure he can cut anybody out from getting back into the spawn side, wreaking havoc and getting towards that B zone. Anybody comes off the respawn block. Aaron, set of P5, playing the staircase perfectly. Although he might not be leading the team right now in terms of slaying, he has had such big moments throughout the entirety of this series. First one around the corner is going to be DJ. Lucho going to fall, but DJ will get that trade. Survives. Weakened, yes. He's all the way in the back lines and now can play the head glitch of the tank. Meanwhile, across the map, Aaron's now on a 4 spree, looking to push this up even further. Going to spot Lucho down below. Finally, Lucho cuts down Aaron, but will it be enough to make sure D1 Gaming can't find anybody else off spawns? The answer is no, because Trace is there to clean up and help out his teammate, while Zoomer's over towards the field side. Dylan, the only one pushed past that 50 point of the map, and EMG They need to push aggressive here. They're down 7 lives already on offense. D1 Gaming, they can just hold this throughout the rest of the game.
And look at the way the arrows are facing. They keep turning back to spawn because you have to get those players cut out. You have to get Aaron out of spawn before you can even work forward. That's what's so hard whenever defense gets into a settled position. Is they're causing so many problems for you off spawn. You can't even get a clean look at the zone. This is the position they're in now, down 8 lives. Sure, you have someone here stopping the clock, and a nade's going to come through over the top, so you do get quite the opening, but you've got to be able to find these kills around it. D1 Gaming, they pair for 2, and essentially a 2v2 on the site as those players quickly come up off spawn on defense. It's back to the drawing board, and this could perhaps be the last full team push we get out of EMG.
6 to 16, 30 seconds. All it takes is one good wipe, though. You have a couple of players who are looking to play spoiler. Drake's going to be there. Cootie there, too. 2 players left at the point versus 2 players on the defensive side. Drake's forced to back off, but can just wait for the rest of the teammates now to come off the respawns for reinforcements to get everybody back here. 12 seconds. Last push here for EMG on offense. I'm sure it's feeling desperate right now. They're probably thinking that this round is over, and it just might well be, especially since Cootie's up in the top of radio, and you have another player pushing all the way from the back of B5. Everybody collapses at the same time, and D1 wins yet their second defense here. An offensive round or a defensive win, whatever it might be, here towards the last portions of this game will qualify them for Challengers Champs.
For EMG Esports, I hope the fans are also fans of Bon Jovi, because at this point you're living on a prayer and then some. You have to win 2 straight control rounds to not only stay alive in the series, but continue to chip away at a reverse sweep. And for D1 Gaming, starting to hear the music, maybe starting to feel that this could be yours and all but over. Just one offensive round to do it. The harder task of what you could ask someone on a control. DJ gonna off himself for the first part of the map. There's a quick B push, and they're in and around the site. Can they capitalize and get some good progress here? But we'll find out.
Love that play from Evade. Sprints directly through radio. Just gets onto that point and just tries to stop everybody from pushing on and even forward. Aaron, so patiently and aggressively at the same time, starting to look over towards DJ, who's pushing all the way from the field. Big first kill there. 20 and 20 there from DJ. 2 life advantage for the side of defense right now. Able to go ahead and knock that zone back down to just 1 tick. But just like that, the 2 players that were there to stop the push over towards A will fall through middle map. They were trying to rotate back over towards B, because while player number 8 and Cody is here, you have 3 other players from the side of D1 Gaming who are over at that B zone. All you need to do now is take down Lucho inside of the corner, and that's exactly what you do. You might be able to get 1 tick of progress here. Gotta watch for DJ all the way in the back. Shot's not going to be able to be there, but all on the other side of the map, A zone getting completed.
They've been able to stop this and now have just under 2 minutes on the clock to work this B zone capture and essentially win this control. And really, they could play some TDM here for a second if they wanted to. Just try to open things up. They're going to try to play through church, get a little scrappy, and at least find 1 opening kill. But you know that they have the slaying prowess to be able to play TDM and really start to run up this kill score line and make this that much easier for them. Still trying to work this pinch through radio and P4. Cutting players down. The trades go even for the time being if you're EMG, you hold on, but it might have to be more than that here if you want to stay alive.
17-16, minute 30 seconds left to work with. B zone is all that stands between you being able to qualify as a 7th out of the 8th team inside of Champs. They start to push towards this north side of the map, wrap all the way back around through the spawns. They read the flank that might come to flank the flank. DJ falls, but Evade's going to be there as well. Stun going to hit. Will they be able to read this? Inside the bottom of church, Cootie's going to be able to find 1. Now Evade still trying to run all the way around the back. Actually, it's going to be Cootie who turns around and gets some great timing. So that actually allows them to get all the way through the back lines of their spawns. And now it's Trix who finds another. Dylan on the corner of the staircase. Going to get cut down now by Zuner. It's everybody spawning towards the north side of the map. And meanwhile, Cootie's just sat in the corner waiting for them to push back around. Aaron is able to find the first kill onto Evade. 3 more kills is all you need. You're working towards that first tick of progress. That's 3 down. Looking for the last one. Top church. If you're able to get that, everybody can start stacking the point, but Lucho is still alive. You find that kill. Now it's going to be 2 players to hop down on into the point. Dylan from the ramp is able to find Zuner, but it's only 5 lives remaining here on defense. The night is grim. Everything's looking dark for EMG. D1, all you need to is find these last couple of kills. No respawns remaining. They're in the point. Trix is still here. Trix with the pistol will get the second kill. The zone is captured, and D1 Gaming, in no way in fault of their own, will get in to the LCQ and all the way into Challengers Champs. That right there is how you put an exclamation mark on a series.
That's how you put an exclamation mark on an entire day, on an entire run. Only dropped 2 maps the entire day today, and it was done all through winners. They are showing you why they deserve to be the LCQ team coming out of LATAM to represent that region, and I couldn't think of a better team for it. You need to win 2 best-of-5 series if you're EMG just to even stand a chance and get out of this LCQ round. D1 Gaming, they come out and do it in 3, and what a dominant 3. Sure, the Search and Destroy went to around 11, but in the response, looking seemingly untouchable is D1 Gaming.
Yeah. I mean, it's top of the broadcast, just when we came in for our portion in our segment of the LATAM scene here, the one thing that was just on our minds and pretty much on the minds of everybody else is, will D1 Gaming be that team to qualify? They were the powerhouse. They were everybody's favorites to be able to qualify for champs, and they finally come through and do in the most respectful and disrespectful way possible with that 3-0 over EMG Esports. I mean, EMG, you got to give them credit. They were able to go all the way through to the winners finals. They took D1 Gaming to to a game 5 inside of their first best of 5 series against them. They got kicked down to the lower bracket. They took out Benza. Unfortunately, what ends up happening after that, though, is they come back up against the D1 Gaming roster, who were hungry. They tasted it. It was right in front of them. They didn't need to go to a second best of 5. They didn't even need to go to a 4th map. They take it out of the hands of EMG. Now they are going to be the 7th team qualified for champs. Oh, that's got to feel good for D1 after the year they've had.
It absolutely does, and again, you couldn't have asked for better stat lines from all players in this final map. 26 and 24 from Aaron. You had Trakes going off at 31 and 21. Zuner also having himself, usually that quiet OBJ player, pops off here in a big way and ends up going 29 and 18. You look at 24 non-traded kills for him and Trakes both. Again, for D1 Gaming, whenever they turn up and the slang starts to go crazy, it's just so hard to be able to mitigate that and start to trade evenly. They can just, again, how many times have we seen an all-white kill feed? And it's not 4 different names. It's Trakes popping 3, Aaron popping 2. And really what kind of sums it up for me is that long route Evade took, chasing these players. Kudi ends up getting the better timing, and that just kind of seems to be the metaphor for how this series went for EMG Esports. They were running after things, and it never quite panned out to anything. But for D1 Gaming, like you said, gotta taste sweet, but you know that they know the job isn't done, and they're just eager and hungry to get to land and to really prove what they can do.
I mean, you gotta feel like at the end of the day here, really what it came down to was, EMG not being able to take that second map in the Search and Destroy as they kind of just faltered there. I mean, you saw D1 Gaming, after map 1, it was quite obvious that the disparity in hardpoint was there and still lingering from what we saw in the first best of 5 series between these two teams in the winners finals. It was a 250 to 154 margin of victory that they were able to walk away with. We went to the S&D and we were saying, okay, this is the one opportunity that the side of EMG is going to have to be able to take at least this to a map number 4 and maybe steal a respawn away from D1. But obviously after those last couple of rounds and Trakes being able to pop off the way that he did in the second half of the S&D, really what it comes down to is the fact that they just played a better game overall. EMG, unfortunately, the respawn discrepancies that they had against D1 just weren't able to be fixed series to series. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was EMG's ability to beat D1 Gaming instead of a hard point. Maybe it's a better luck next year type thing, but for the time being, D1 Gaming moves on. EMG's season, at least in the challenger scene, is over. You got to say GG's to them. They had a great season. They had a great day. They had a great everything, but unfortunately, it ends with heartbreak at the end, and it sucks to say, but there had to be a winner. There had to be a loser.
There absolutely did, and again, as much as it's heartbreak and you wish it would have gone differently for EMG, you still placed second at LCQ, right? You still are one of the top teams in the LATAM region, so as much as there's stuff you can go back, take it as a positive learning experience, like you said, for next year, whether this roster sticks around or not. But either way, all 4 of these players on an individual level have grown so much from being in this situation, and hats off to them for a wonderful season. You come out, you play your heart out, and it doesn't get the job done at the end of the day. You got to put hats off to D1 Gaming, though. And again, the level with which they're playing at. I mean, what we've seen today, I know we've seen some great things throughout all of the regions, throughout all of Challengers, but with the dominance we saw from D1 Gaming, it'd be hard to say they're not a contender for winning it all.
Yeah, well, that being said, the LATAM portion of the LCQ has come to a close. We congratulate D1 Gaming yet again for being able to be one of the 8 teams to make it to the Challengers Finals here at the end of the season. That doesn't mean we're done here throughout the rest of the day. On this stream, yes, but North America is still going strong for their LCQ. And what better way to fill the final spot of the 8 for Challengers Champs than with North America still revving up in the background. Huge thank you to Touchdown and Kamaka for starting out the day here on LATAM. A huge thank you to the LATAM community that continues to show love and pour out support for its players, the community, and for Call of Duty in general. This community has grown so much just over this past year, and I look for the LATAM community to continue to extend that growth even further into the next few years of the Challenger scene. My name is Ben McCormiel. With me is Cash. Thanks to Cloud and Sport on the production, and everybody at We Are Clutch GG for making this broadcast possible. With that being said, go watch NA, go watch the last LCQ matches, and we'll see you next time, and we'll see you later on for Challengers Champs.